The sole worry of Haruhi, who looked like she didn't have a worry in the world, could be summed up with the words, "The world was too normal." So what would she consider not normal? That could be summed up in one word: supernatural. Her mind was constantly asking, why hasn't there been a single ghost shown up before me yet? Incidentally, you can interchange ghost with alien, time traveler, or esper. But you should already know, those things only show up in fiction, not reality. Which means that Haruhi's source of distress would remain as long as she lived in this world. At least that's how it was originally. But I'm currently troubled by the fact that I can no longer be sure. For I happen to know an alien, a time traveler, and an esper. Hey Haruhi, I have something important to tell you. Listen to me. What? You wanted aliens, time travelers, and people who could use ESP, right? Yeah, what about it? So, the goal of the SOS Brigade thing is to find those kinds of people, right? Well, just finding them isn't enough. We have to have fun with them. It would feel like something was missing if we just found them and that was that. I want to be a participant, not an observer. I'll take being an observer for the rest of my life, or whatever, moving on. An alien, time traveler, and an esper are actually closer than you might think. Who might that be? I guess you don't mean Yuki, Mikuru, and Koizumi, right? That wouldn't be closer than I might think in the least bit. Yeah, actually. That's what I was just about to say. Are you stupid? Like it would just happen to work out like that? Well, under normal circumstances, yeah. So, who's the alien? Oh, you'll love this. Yuki Nagato is the alien. Or technically, she's an over something or other. Or was it the data mind thingy? Well, it's some kind of alien consciousness along with those lines sent her. Yeah, she's a humanoid interface. That's what it was. And what about Mikuru? Asahina is quite simple to explain. She's traveled through time from the future, so she's a time traveler. How many years into the future she's from? I don't know that one. She won't tell me. Aha, I get it now. You do? Which means Koizumi is an esper. Is that what you're about to say? That is in fact what I was about to say. I see. And with that, Haruhi's eyebrows began twitching. She then slowly took a deep breath before shouting, "Don't mess with me!" As you could see, Haruhi didn't believe the truth I revealed to her in the least. I guess it can't be helped. In fact, I found it hard to believe that they're a pseudo-alien time traveler and esper freak, even after witnessing concrete proof. Asking Haruhi to believe me when she hasn't witnessed anything would be kind of a stretch. But still, what else could I say? Every word I spoke was true. Hard as it may be to believe, I have a habit of telling the truth when lying won't accomplish anything. Though, I'm pretty sure if some nice person were to come up to me and start off with, "These people you know really well are actually ... I would probably respond, "Don't mess with me." And if that person was serious about it, I'd have to wonder if he was afflicted by some kind of mental disease or some freakish vibes had got into his head. I might even feel sorry for the guy. In any case, I try to avoid any contact with him. Wouldn't that guy be me right now? Kyon, listen very carefully. Haruhi glared at me with her eyes on fire. You're not going to find aliens, time travelers, and espers just standing around. They're so rare we have to look for them, find them, capture them, grab them by the neck, and tie them up nice and tight so they can't get away. There's no possible way that all the brigade members I randomly chose could be that special. Your sentiment is absolutely correct, but count me out. The other 3 members are, in fact, supernatural phenomena. I'm the only one who's an ordinary member of the human race that evolved on this planet. And yeah, she really did choose them randomly. But why did this girl suddenly have common sense such an odd time? If she had just believed me, things would be a lot simpler now. At the very least, the twisted organization known as the SOS Brigade would be able to disband, given that it's some strange association that exists for Haruhi to find aliens, etc., and other mysterious things. Once she's found them, they'll no longer be needed. Haruhi can just have fun with them by herself afterward. I mean, you can let me join in every once in a while. I'm fine with filling the role of the assistant on a quiz show who stands next to the host and just laughs because that's what you do. Right now, I'm more like a trained mutt in a dog show. Of course, I have no idea what could happen to the world if Haruhi became aware of these phenomena. By the way, there are only 2 people involved in that beginning conversation that just happened. Here on the day of the second SOS Brigade wanders around town, temporary name Do Not Steal, in the cafe in front of the station. After having shamelessly verified that Haruhi would be paying, I calmly explained the situation while sipping my strong coffee. Haruhi acted like she didn't believe a word I said. Well, I guess that's to be expected. Anyone who actually believes this stuff has serious issues. I didn't go into any specifics, just gave her a general summary. Revealing too many details would only make my mind more suspect. Remember, this is coming from someone who is dragged into Nagato's apartment and subjected to a winding, incomprehensible freak spiel about galactic proportions. I know what I'm talking about. That's enough of your lame, dumb jokes. After Haruhi finished sucking the yellow-green vegetable juice through her straw, she spoke. Let's get going then. We can't split up today, so the two of us will have to search every nook and cranny. And I forgot my wallet, so here's the check. As I stared at the slip of paper reading 830 yen and tried to formulate an objection, Haruhi gulped down the rest of my coffee, glared at me as to ensure that she wouldn't hear any more complaints, stomped out of the room in an automatic door of the cafe, and stood outside with her arms crossed. That was half a year ago. Now that I stop and think about it, the past 6 months have been filled with strange happenings. The SOS Brigade is still officially named the Save the World by Overloading It with Fun Haruhi Suzumiya Brigade, which makes me shiver, and I still have no idea where or how this brigade has overloaded the world with fun. Besides, the only one who ever gets psyched up about these things is Haruhi. The purpose and activities of this brigade remain, as always, a mystery. Apparently, her goal is to have fun with aliens, kidnap time travelers, and battle alongside espers. As of this point, Haruhi believes that she is yet to succeed. That would be because Haruhi thinks she hasn't met aliens, time travelers, and espers. Since she didn't believe me when I was kind enough to tell her the truth about the identities of the 3 other people in the SOS Brigade, it is no longer my concern. And so the SOS Brigade has yet to achieve its goal, and consequently has yet to lose its purpose and happily disband. Which is why, to this day, the organization unrecognized by the school continues to exist in the corner of the clubhouse. Naturally, the 5 members, including me, are still parasites in the literary club room. The Student Council Executive Committee was apparently chosen to ignore the SOS Brigade in every possible way. While they brushed aside my charter application, they didn't say a word about our illegal takeover of the club room. Maybe because Yuki Nagato, who was originally the only literary club member, hasn't said anything. I would deduce that they have determined that feigning ignorance would be much healthier than trying to negotiate with Haruhi. Smart move. I mean, think about it. No one would step on a mine if it has a "this will explode if you step on it" spelled out in every language in neon lights. I know I wouldn't. If I had known back when I entered this school, I wouldn't have talked to that sour-faced girl sitting behind me in class. An ordinary high school student who has accidentally tripped a bomb and is now running in circles like an idiot while holding down the trigger. That would be my current position. And this bomb labeled Haruhi Suzumiya doesn't have a timer counting when the time is left and when it will explode. We don't know when it will explode, how much damage it will cause, what's inside, or even if it's a bomb. It might be just some piece of junk that someone said was a bomb. Can't even be sure about that. I can't seem to find the garbage chute for dangerous items, which means that this personally dangerous thing is particularly cemented to my hand. Seriously, how am I supposed to get rid of this girl? Chapter 1. School-wide events are an indispensable part of school, though they happen sporadically. Which reminds me, my high school had an athletic festival last month. I was pretty skeptical when Haruhi mentioned having the SOS Brigade participate in the exhibition relay during the interclub meet. But what do you know? The SOS Brigade really did participate in a relay. I sure didn't expect to blow away the track team and stomp all over the rugby team, but with Haruhi running anchor, crossing the finish line approximately 13 lengths ahead of the closest runner was pretty consistent. As a result, our interest had gone from being whispered about by students to the point where it was buzzing around school like someone had just pulled the fire alarm during class. Most of the blame lies with Haruhi for coming up with the idea, but the second runner, Nagato, is also at fault. I certainly would never expected her to run so fast that she might as well have been teleporting. When I asked Nagato what type of magic she had used, the humorless alien-made organic android gave me an explanation using terms like energy level and quantum leap, which I appreciated, but seeing how I already given up a career in the sciences and chosen a path of liberal arts, I had no idea what she was talking about. Not that I wanted to know. Once the crazy athletic festival was over, I eagerly anticipated the coming of a new month, only to learn that we had a cultural festival coming up. At this very moment, our lame prefectural high school was preparing for the event, except that the only ones preparing were the teachers, executive committee members, and the members of any cultural clubs, for which this was their one opportunity to shine. Of course, a club must be recognized before it can hold any club activities, and since the SOS Brigade had yet to be recognized, we had no need to engage in any creative preparations. Though, I wouldn't have minded picking up some stray cat in a neighborhood and throwing it into a cage with a sign saying "extraterrestrial beast" as some sort of exhibition. But the people who didn't get the joke would probably make a fuss, and the ones who did get it would only ridicule us. Besides, there was no real reason for me to stretch my mind to come up with something for the festival. I had no motivation to do it. A cultural festival at a typical high school like ours is always dull. If you don't believe me, go take a peek at any school that's having a festival. You will then learn the reality that it's just another school event. By the way, if you're wondering what 1-5, the class Haruhi and I are in, is doing, we copped out and went with some random survey. After Asakura ran off somewhere last spring, no other student in the class was crazy enough to take up the leadership position. The current plan only came after homeroom teacher Okabe strained and come up with an idea during an extended and uncomfortable homeroom period. No one was for or against it, so the matter was settled when class ended and we ran out of time. No one even knew what the survey would be about, or who would have fun doing this. Though I doubt anyone would ever enjoy it, but that's how it goes. Work hard, people. And with that, feeling completely languid, I perform my daily ritual of heading to the clubroom. Why? Because the girl stopping next to me is saying the following. A survey is so dumb. She made a face like she poured hot sauce in her mouth. Where's the fun in that? I don't get it. Well, then you should have spoken up. Didn't you see how Okabe looked like he were holding a wake in his classroom? Doesn't matter. I have no intention of participating in anything the class does. There's no fun in doing anything with those people. Except I vaguely remember you contributing to the class winning the all-around championship. Weren't you the one that ran anchor and won the short, medium, and long medley races? Or was that someone else? That's different. How is that different? This is a cultural festival. Or you could call it a campus festival. Though I suppose you wouldn't use the word campus when talking about a public school, but whatever. The cultural festival is the super most important event of the year, right? Really? Really? She said as she nodded fervently. And then she announced, to me, the following proclamation. We, the SOS Brigade, will do something much more fun. As Haruhi Suzumiya spoke, her face was shining with resolve, like Hannibal deciding to cross the Alps during the Second Punic War. Only on the surface, though. Not a single time during the past 6 months has Haruhi's something fun led to anything remotely pleasant for me. Almost in all cases ends with exhaustion. At least, Asahina and I end up exhausted, but we're the only normal human beings here. As far as I can tell, it's common knowledge on this planet that Haruhi is not a normal person, and I seriously doubt that Koizumi's disposition could ever be considered normal human behavior. And Nagato isn't even human. So, yeah. Now that I've gotten involved with this bunch, how am I supposed to get through high school living like a complete stranger to myself? I really don't want to repeat what I had to do 6 months ago. Never want to do something that rash again. Just thinking about it. Someone give me a gun. I'd like to extract and burn the brain cells containing the memories of that incident. I don't know how Haruhi felt about it, though. Since I was busy with devising a way to erase those memories, I didn't hear what the squawking girl next to me said. Hey, Kyon, are you listening? No, not really. What's up? The cultural festival! The cultural festival! You should be a bit more excited. You can only experience the cultural festival as a first-year high school student once. Well, yeah, but there's no reason to make a fuss about it. Yes, there is. Festivals don't happen very often. It wouldn't be a festival if people didn't go wild. That's what happens at all school festivals I've heard of. Your middle school really went overboard, huh? Totally not. It wasn't the least bit fun. That's why this high school cultural festival has to be more fun. What do you consider fun, then? Real ghosts in a haunted house. Stairs where the number of steps suddenly increase. The 7 wonders of the world turn into the 13 wonders. The principal's hair is tripling in size with an afro. The school building transforms and fights with some monster that falls out of the ocean, or Plum, or the seasonal world for fall, that sort of thing. Now, I stopped listening halfway, so I missed everything after the stairs part. Maybe someone who has the time could fill me in. Well, fine. I'll give you a thorough explanation once we get to the clubroom. Haruhi apparently lost her good mood and fell into a sullen silence. We marched on, reaching the literary club door in no time. Underneath the plate reading literary club was a scrap of paper with the words, "With the SOS Brigade," scribbled on it. We've been here for half a year. Nobody can say this room isn't ours. And with that, she began arbitrarily asserting her occupational rights and started replacing the plate itself before I could stop her. People need to know when to be discreet. Haruhi opened the door without knocking, and I was able to see a fairy standing in the clubroom. Her eyes met mine, and my face lit up with a smile like the personification of a lily flower. Hello. Sweeping the room with a broom, dressed in a maid outfit, was the SOS Brigade's tea-brewing pride and joy, Mikuru Asahina. As always, she welcomed me with a smile as though she was a fairy living in the clubroom. Maybe she was a fairy or something like that. That seems more appropriate than saying she's a time traveler. Back when the brigade was established, Haruhi gave me the incomprehensible reason of, I was thinking we needed a mascot character, when she dragged Asahina here. And then Haruhi forced her into a maid outfit, and ever since, she does a complete transformation into the SOS Brigade maid after school every day. Not because she has a few screws loose in her head or something, but because she's just that sweet of a girl. Asahina's dressed up as a bunny girl, nurse, and cheerleader, but I gotta say she looks best as a maid. As for why, this outfit, while serving no purpose, avoids being suggestive in any way, and I'd rather let it stay that way. And I might as well take this opportunity to inform everyone that the majority of Haruhi's actions serve no purpose. But they often lead to something else happening, and that something else usually ends up making trouble for the rest of us. I wish everything she did was meaningless. One of the few good things Haruhi has done, actually the only good thing she's done, is creating this maid version of Asahina. She looks so good it makes me lightheaded. This is the only time I can't fault one of Haruhi's ideas. I don't know where she got the costume or how much it cost, but Haruhi has pretty good fashion sense. Of course, Asahina would look like a supermodel no matter what she was wearing. "I'll have the tea ready at once," Asahina murmured in her cute voice as she placed the broom in the closet. She then ran over to the cupboard and began taking out individual cups. I felt something hard drive into my side. Apparently, Haruhi elbowed me. "You're squinting." Apparently, my eyes naturally squint when appreciating Asahina's loveliness. Anyone else would do the same if they were in the presence of the adorable, graceful, and bashful Asahina. Haruhi took the armband labeled Chief off the desk where the pyramid labeled Chief was resting and put it on. She then plopped into a metal chair and leaned back, glaring around the room. The only other brigade member in the room was sitting in the corner of the table reading a thick book. Staring at the pages without looking up even once was the first-year literary club member who was, as far as Haruhi was concerned, like a bonus that came with the room after taking it over, Yuki Nagato. The classmate who stands out as much as nitrogen in the Earth's atmosphere has the strangest profile out of all of us. You could say that her background is even more eccentric than Haruhi's. Haruhi makes absolutely no sense at all, but Nagato kinda makes sense, which just confuses me more. If I believe what Nagato says, then this silent, expressionless, emotionless, heartless, quadruple combo short-haired petite female student isn't human, but an alien-made communication machine. Don't ask me what that is, I don't know. She said so herself, so I have nothing to add. Apparently, it's true, but it's a secret Haruhi doesn't know about. Haruhi just thinks she's a slightly odd bookworm and nothing else. Though, from an objective standpoint, I'm thinking slightly was a bit off. "Where's Koizumi?" Haruhi's sharp glare shot to Asahina. Asahina unconsciously flinched. I don't know. He hasn't shown up yet. He sure is late." She carefully took tea leaves from the tea caddy and placed them into the teapot. I casually surveyed a garment rack in the corner of the room. It contained a number of outfits, as though this were a dressing room for the drama club. From left to right, nurse outfit, bunny, summer maid, cheerleader, yukata, doctor's coat, leopard skin, frog costume, some fluttery transparent thing I didn't recognize, etc., etc. Each and every one of them had been graced by the warmth of Asahina's skin over the past 6 months. There was no meaning in Asahina wearing any of these. It was solely for the sake of satisfying Haruhi. Maybe she had some kind of trauma from her childhood, like her parents wouldn't buy her a Barbie doll, which is why she was playing with Asahina now. Consequently, Asahina's trauma built steadily, and my eyes were treated to a divine feast. Well, if you add it all up, I guess more people ended up happy than not, so I'll keep my mouth shut. "Mikuru, tea." "Yes, right away." Asahina hurriedly poured green tea into the teacup labeled Haruhi in magic marker before placing it on a tray and slowly carrying it over. Haruhi blew on the hot tea before speaking like a master of flower arranging, criticizing the ineptitude of an apprentice. "Mikuru, I'm pretty sure I've told you this before. Do you remember?" "What?" Asahina clung to the tray nervously. "What was it again?" She tilted her head questioningly like a Java sparrow trying to remember the taste of a hemp seed it ate the day before. Haruhi set her teacup on the desk. "When you carry the tea over, you're supposed to trip and spill the tea once every 3 times. You're not acting the least bit like a clumsy maid." I'm sorry." Asahina shrugged. This was the first I've heard of such an order. So what, Haruhi thinks all maids are clumsy? "That's fine, Mikuru. You can practice on Kyon. Make sure the teacup's end's flipped over on his head." "Huh?" That was Asahina's response as she turned and glanced at me. I was looking around for a drill so I could plug up that empty hole in Haruhi's head, but unfortunately I couldn't find one, so instead I just sat and sighed. "Asahina, only people with mental issues find Haruhi's jokes funny. You should have learned that by now, but I refrained from voicing that last sentiment." Haruhi's eyes narrowed. "Hey, stupid, I'm not joking. I'm always serious." "Then it must be worse than we thought. You should go get a CT scan. And if I get really pissed whenever you call me stupid, does that mean I lack a sense of humor?" "Fine, I'll show you how it's done. You go next, Mikuru." Haruhi leapt from the metal chair, swiped the tray from babbling Asahina, picked up the teapot, and began pouring tea into the cup marked with my name. As I watched in a daze, Haruhi set the teacup on a tray, spilling a considerable amount. She verified my location before nodding and heading towards my position, which was when I plucked the teacup from the side. "Hey, don't interfere!" Interfere? If someone's willing to stand still while hot tea is being poured onto their head, he's either one hell of a nice guy or some kind of insurance scam artist. I remained standing as I drank the green tea Haruhi had poured and pondered why it tasted so different from Asahina's tea when they used the same leaves. That was a no-brainer. The difference would be a spice called love. If Asahina was a wild white rose in bloom, then this girl would be some kind of special rose with all thorns that never bloomed, and bore no fruit, naturally. Haruhi glared at me with chastising eyes as I silently drank my tea. With a flip of her hair, she returned to the chief's desk. Slurp. She made a face like she was drinking boiling bitter medicine. Asahina, relieved, returned to her service, pouring tea into Nagato's cup and placing it in front of the reading girl. Nagato didn't even flinch. She remained fixed on her hardcover. You should at least show a little gratitude. It'd probably take Taniguchi 3 days to finish savoring that tea. Nagato continued flipping through the pages without looking up. Since that's always how it was, Asahina didn't actually mind and went back to her own teacup on standby. That's when the 5th Brigade member walked in, despite the fact that no one would have cared if he never showed up. Homeroom lasted much longer than usual. The one who opened the door with a seemingly harmless smile beaming on his face would be, according to Haruhi, the mysterious transfer student, Itsuki Koizumi. With a smile like that on his face, I would never introduce him, as a friend, to my girlfriend. Well, that is, if I had one. "It appears I'm the last one. I apologize if I delayed the meeting. Or should I treat everyone to something?" "Meeting? What's that? I didn't hear anything about a meeting." "Oh, I forgot to tell you," Haruhi said as she rested her chin in her hands. "I told everyone during lunch, just figured I'd tell you whenever." How can you have time to go to other classrooms yet not find time to tell the person sitting in front of you in your own classroom? Who cares? It's all the same anyway. The issue isn't what you heard or when you heard it, but what you're doing right now. Her words may sound impressive on the surface, but it has been well established that anything she does only serves to worsen my mood. Moving on. Time to think about what to do now. Do a better job of distinguishing between now in this very instant or now in the near future. And what would the subject of the sentence be, a singular I or a plural we? Of course, I mean, all of us. This will be an SOS Brigade event. Event? I asked. Weren't you listening? The only event this time of year is the cultural festival. That isn't a brigade event. It's a school event. If you wanted to promote the cultural festival so badly, you should have run with the elections for the executive committee. You'd be flooded with menial tasks to do. Well, that would defeat the purpose. We need to create an SOS Brigade-style activity. I spent too much effort building up this brigade. Not a soul in this school should be able to say that they don't know about this super hot group. What would constitute an SOS Brigade-style activity? I thought back on the SOS Brigade activities over the past 6 months, and I became a bit depressed. You have it easy since you just throw out whatever idea comes to your mind, but what about the suffering Asahina and I have been going through? Koizumi just smiles shrewdly, and Nagato is absolutely no help when it comes to brainstorming. I guess Asahina isn't exactly normal, but she's cute, so it makes it okay. She just needs to stand there as a treat for my eyes and a balm for my weary soul. We have to meet their expectations, Haruhi said with a contemplative look on her face. Who exactly is expecting anything from the SOS Brigade? That's worth having a survey about. And I don't see how you built up this brigade when our standing is still below that of a student association and our number of members hasn't increased. Since more members would only complicate the situation, I could live without them. But the way things look now, the derailed Haruhi Express is going to keep skidding on. And the only passengers are the 5 of us. I like to find a scapegoat to take my place. I'll even pay an hourly wage. I'm willing to give 100 yen per year. Haruhi drained her first cup in 30 seconds and requested a second from Asahina. What about you, Mikuru? What are you guys doing? Oh, you mean my class? Yakisoba Cafe. You're probably a waitress, right? Asahina's eyes widened. Huh? How'd you know? I wanted to cook, but everyone wanted me to be a waitress. Haruhi had a contemplative look on her face again. Based on that experience, that look in her eyes meant she couldn't be thinking of anything good. And those eyes were glancing toward the garment rack. The expression on her face suggested that we had just now realized that she had yet to put Asahina in a waitress outfit. Now Haruhi had a brooding look on her face. What about you, Koizumi? Koizumi shrugged slightly. Well, we decided to do a play, but the class is divided between doing an original work or something more classical. The cultural festival is fast approaching, yet they still keep debating. It's a fierce argument, so some time will be needed before a conclusion can be reached. How lucky of you to be in such a lively class. Sounds like a pain, though. Haruhi's floating gaze drifted to the remaining member, who was yet to speak a word. Yuki? The book-loving pseudo-alien looked like a prairie dog sensing rain. Fortune-telling, she responded in her usual flat voice. Fortune-telling? I unconsciously echoed. Yes. Nagato nodded with a face devoid of expression, like she wasn't even breathing. You're telling fortunes. Yes. Sure you don't mean telling the future. I pictured Nagato in a black pointy hat and robe and holding out a crystal ball before a couple and saying, "You will break up in 58 days, 3 hours, and 5 minutes," with a straight face. You know, you could lie. Then again, I don't actually know if Nagato can see the future. So Asahina's class is running a refreshment booth, Koizumi is doing a play, and Nagato is holding the fortune-telling convention. To be fair, they all sound infinitely more fun than the listless survey our class is doing. How about this? Let's combine everything and do a fortune-telling survey play cafe, I suggested. Stop sounding like an idiot. Let's get this meeting started. Haruhi instantly rejected my valuable opinion and walked over to the whiteboard. She tapped the board with a long antenna-like pointer. There's nothing written on it. What am I supposed to be looking at? There will be soon. Mikuru, you're the secretary, so take down every word I say. I had no idea when Asahina became the secretary. I doubted anyone did. Apparently, Haruhi just decided that a moment ago. Asahina, the tea girl now a secretary, held a felt-tip pen, stood next to the whiteboard, and looked up at Haruhi's face next to her. And then Haruhi suddenly spoke in a triumphant voice. We, the SOS Brigade, are doing a movie. I really don't know what kind of mutation is going inside of Haruhi's head. I'll just not think about it. It's nothing new. Still, this isn't a meeting. It's just you delivering a speech on general policy, isn't it? That's how it always is. The elegant smile he had made me want to draw on his face. His graceful lips remained curved up. Suzumiya decided what we were going to do from the beginning. That doesn't leave much room for discussion. Now then, did you say something you shouldn't have again? Pretty sure I didn't say anything remotely related to movies today. Maybe she saw some low-budget C movie late last night and its crappiness put her in a miserable mood? There's something I've always wondered about. Haruhi continued cheerfully, convinced that her speech had touched every member in the audience. You often see people die in the last episode of TV shows and the like. Doesn't that feel really unnatural? Why do they just happen to die at that time? It's strange. That's why I hate anything where someone dies at the end. I would never make a movie like that. Are you talking about movies or TV shows? I said we're going to screen a movie, didn't I? If I'm going to bother memorizing your insane blabbing, I'd be much more productive to memorize every last station on the rail line that runs nearby. Asahina wrote movie screening in round letters that really didn't look like the handwriting of a former calligraphy club member. Haruhi took a glance before nodding, satisfied. There you have it. We're all under agreement then? She sounded as cheerful as a weather forecaster verifying the end of a rainy season. What do you even mean? I asked. A natural response. All I know is that we're screening a movie. Who's going to hook us up with a film? Does she have an acquaintance in Buena Vista International or something? Bahari's eyes continued to shine with reckless abandon. Kyon, you're not too bright. We're going to make a movie, and then we'll screen it at the cultural festival, with presented by the SOS Brigade in the credits. When did we turn into the Film Society? What are you talking about? This will absolutely be the SOS Brigade. I don't remember turning into some stupid film society. If the Film Society people were to hear those words, they'd probably be pissed. It's already been decided. Double jeopardy. Plea bargaining will be ignored. If the SOS Brigade jury foreman says so, then I guess the verdict won't be overturned. Who the hell put Haruhi in the leadership position? Or now that I think about it, she put herself in that position. Looks like loud and eager people are the ones who become important no matter what world you're in. Consequently, good Samaritans who tend to go with the flow like Asahina and me end up being abused. That's just one of the contradictions in the reality of this cruel and heartless world. I pondered the profound subject of what could be considered an ideal society. I see. Koizumi interrupted like he had just figured something out. He smiled at both Haruhi and me. I understand perfectly. Hey, Koizumi, don't just accept the bomb Haruhi had dropped on us. Don't you have your own opinion on this? Koizumi gently flipped the forelocks of his hair. In other words, we're going to make an independent film, gather an audience, and screen the movie, am I correct? You are correct. Haruhi continued tapping the board with her antenna, and Asahina's shoulders flinched. Regardless, Asahina mustered the courage to voice her question. But why did we decide to make a movie? You see, last night I was having trouble getting to sleep. Haruhi waved the antenna in front of her face like a windshield wiper. So I turned on the TV and there was this weird movie on. Didn't really want to watch it, but I didn't have anything else to do, so I did. Figured as much. It was such a horrible movie. So bad I wanted to make an international prank call to the director's house. So then I thought... She stuck the tip of the pointer at Asahina's petite face as she continued. If this is the best they can do, I'll make a movie that's so much better. Haruhi puffed up her chest full of confidence. So I figured it was worth a shot. You got a problem with that? Haruhi furiously shook her head like she was terrified. Even if she did have a compliment, she would never voice it. Koizumi was just a yes man. Nagato never said anything to begin with, which meant it was inevitable for me to speak up. Look, I don't care if you're aiming to be a movie director or a producer. You can do whatever you want with your life. And so the rest of us can do whatever we want and wish, right? What are you talking about? Haruhi puckered her lips like a duck's bill. I patiently explained to her. You say you want to make a movie. We haven't said anything yet. If we say we don't want to, what would you do? A director isn't enough to make a movie. Don't worry, I got most of the script thought through. No, what I'm trying to say is that there's nothing for you to fret about. Just follow me like always. No need to worry. I'm worried. Leave the planning to me. I'll take care of everything. Now I'm even more worried. You sure complain a lot. I said we're gonna do it, which means we're gonna do it. Our goal is to place first in the Cultural Festival Best Event poll. Then that unreasonable student council may even recognize the SOS Brigade as a club. No, I'll definitely make them recognize us. Which means that first, we need a public opinion on our side. Public opinion and poll results aren't necessarily correlated. I attempted to put up resistance. What about production costs? We have a budget. Where? I can't see the student council giving us a budget to this brigade, which moves rather openly for an underground organization. We have the literary club's cut. That would be the literary club's budget. It's not for you to use. But Yuki said it would be fine. Oh, good grief. A look at Nagato's face. She deliberately looked up at me without saying a word before returning to her book. You sure nobody wants to join the literary club? Not that I'm gonna ask, but I wouldn't be surprised if Nagato had driven this club to the verge of being cut. Apparently, she knew beforehand that Haruhi would be showing up. I sure feel sorry for anyone who had their heart set on joining the literary club. If you're out there, work hard and reclaim what was originally the literary club back from Haruhi. Haruhi, oblivious to my inner monologue, waved her antenna around. Everyone got that? This takes priority over whatever your class is doing. If you have any objections, tell me after the festival. Got it? The director's orders are absolute. Haruhi shouted, completely unaware of what was going on around her, like a polar bear in the zoo that had just been given an ice cube in the middle of summer. From brigade chief to director, what was she plan on being in the end? And please don't say God. Then that's all for today. I have to go do some thinking about casting and sponsors. The producer has lots of work to do. I'm not really sure what the producer does, but in any case, what was she planning on doing? And what was this about sponsors? Slam. The dull sound rang through the air. I turned to find that Nagato had closed her book. That sound had become the signal for the SOS Brigade to pack up and go home for the day. After saying that she would go into details tomorrow, Haruhi shot off like a cat hearing a tin can being opened. Not that I really wanted to hear any further details. Splendid, don't you think? That obviously came from Koizumi. You know, for what it's worth, I'm quite relieved we aren't trying to capture an extraterrestrial beast to put on a freak show, or shooting down a UFO to exhibit its interior. I feel like I've heard this before. The smiling Esper chuckled with his mouth closed. Besides, I am interested in finding out what kind of movie Suzumiya intends to make, though I could probably guess what she has in mind. Koizumi gave Asahina, putting away the teacups, a sidelong glance. It would appear that this will be a fun cultural festival. Quite fascinating. I also turned to Asahina. I watched as her hairband bounced up and down. What is it? Asahina realized that we two rascals were staring at her and stopped what she was doing as her cheeks flamed. No, it's nothing. Just thinking about what costume Haruhi will be bringing next. That's all. When she was done getting ready to go home, well, it just meant putting her book in her bag, Nagato stood silently and walked out the door. Maybe she was reading a book about fortune-telling. It was a foreign book, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, I muttered. A movie. A movie, huh? To be honest, I was somewhat interested, Not as interested as Koizumi, though. My interest is only at the continental shelf level, not ocean floor levels. I suppose I could at least look forward to it, since I'm guessing nobody's expecting much. And I was already eating my words. I shouldn't have bothered looking forward to this. It was after school the next day. I had an extremely unhappy look on my face. Presented by SOS Brigade. Executive Supervisor, Executive Director, Direction, Scenario, Haruhi Suzumiya. Lead Actress, Mikuru Asahina. Lead Actor, Itsuki Koizumi. Supporting Actress, Yuki Nagato. Assistant Director, Cameraman, Editing, Carrying Things, Maid, Errand Boy, Roundsman, Other Menial Tasks, Kyon. Only one thing crossed my mind after I saw what was written on that scrap of paper. So what the hell's my role? Exactly what it says on here. Haruhi waved the pointer like a conductor. You're backstage staff. The cast is as written. Perfect casting, don't you think? I'm the lead character? Asahina asked in a small voice. She was dressed in her uniform instead of from the maid outfit. Haruhi had told her that she didn't have to wear it. It looked like Haruhi was planning to take her somewhere. I'd rather not be in a conspicuous role. Asahina appealed to Haruhi with a distressed look on her face. No, Haruhi replied. You need to stand out, Mikuru. You're like the trademark of this brigade. You should start to practice signing autographs. There will probably be a lot of requests from the audience at the premiere. Premiere? Where are we going to have that? Asahina sounded quite nervous. But I can't act. Oh, don't worry. I'll coach you through it perfectly. Asahina looked at me fearfully and sadly lowered her eyelashes. We were the only 3 people in the room. Nagato and Koizumi were late because of meetings about what their classes were doing. I didn't see how it would require staying after school. They could just do something random. Guess a lot more classes are serious about this stuff than I thought. Anyway, Yuki and Koizumi aren't very dependable, Haruhi said before turning her directionless indignation towards me. I told them that this should take priority, yet they're late because of class activities. I need to give them a strong warning. It's just that Nagato and Koizumi actually feel a sense of belonging to their classes. The 3 of us are the strange ones for being in this place at the time of year. I suddenly thought of something. Hey, Asahina, don't you need to participate in your class meeting? The only thing left for me to do would be a costume fitting. I wonder what they'll have us wear. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Asahina smiled with a faint flush in her cheeks. It would appear that she's grown completely accustomed to dressing up in costumes. I guess wearing a costume that's appropriate for the situation beats wearing a meaningless costume for SOS Brigade purposes. There's nothing strange about a waitress in a yakisoba cafe. Makes a lot more sense than a maid in a literary club room. But Haruhi apparently blew her response way out of proportion. What's that, Mikuru? You're dying to be a waitress? You should have told me sooner. That's easy enough. I'll get an outfit for you. I suppose I shouldn't talk like this has nothing to do with me, but club members in the club room who aren't wearing a uniform just look out of place. The nurse outfit was pretty out there. Might as well stick with the maid outfit then. Or maybe that was just personal preference. Well, that's fine. Haruhi turned back to me. Kyon, do you know what the most important thing required to make a movie is? Well, now, I scanned through all the movies that had left a deep impression on me. After consideration, I confidently delivered my answer. Innovative concepts and an earnest passion for the production, right? It's a camera, she says. How do you film a movie without equipment? Well, yeah, I suppose I wasn't trying to be utilitarian, but whatever. I'm not so fervent about innovative concepts or earnest passion or knowledgeable enough about film theory to put up this argument. Well, there you have it then. Haruhi retracted the pointer and tossed it on the chief's desk. We're going to scratch up a video camera now. I heard a chair clang next to me. I looked up to see that Asahina's face had turned pale. I suppose it was expected. The computer currently enshrined in this room was swiped from a computer society through Haruhi's coercive con scheme. And at that incident, Asahina had been the sacrifice. Strands of Asahina's chestnut hair trembled. Her lips, like a pink shell, quivered. Suzumiya? That's right. I have to go back to the classroom right away to take care of something. Shut up. A terrifying look on Haruhi's face. Asahina, half out of her chair, gave a soft squeal before sitting back into her chair. Haruhi suddenly grinned. Don't worry. There isn't a single precedent of you telling us not to worry when we actually didn't need to worry. I won't be using Mikuru's body as payment this time. I need your help for a bit. Asahina looked at me like a calf about to be loaned onto a truck. I refrained from bursting into a chorus of Dona Dona and returned to Haruhi. Look, tell us what we're helping you with, or else Asahina aren't budging. Haruhi's face plainly said that she had no idea what we were so concerned about.
Well, we're gonna round up sponsors. We'll make a better impression if the lead actress is along, right? You're also coming. You can carry my stuff for me.
It was supposed to be fall already, but the temperature had yet to cool. I guess Earth finally went senile and forgot to change the season in Japan to fall. The summer heat appeared set to continue diligently into extra innings with no end in sight. It would stick around forever unless someone hit a walk-off home run. Though I got the feeling that by that point, fall would be long gone and we'd be in the winter. Haruhi told us that it might take a while, so we grabbed our book bags and we left school. I wonder where Haruhi had headed as she rapidly descended the hill. I really doubt we can find a sponsor willing to donate money for a high school original movie. Maybe if we were a research society, but we're an absolutely pointless, unexplained group that existed for over half a year, despite the fact that we don't know why we're here. I wouldn't be surprised if no one even opened their door for us. After we reached the bottom of the hill, we boarded the local line of the private railway and got off at the third station. We were near the cherry tree-lined path when Asahina and I had taken a stroll. I saw a huge department store as well as shopping district, a relatively busy place. With Asahina and me in our tracks, Haruhi headed straight into the shopping district. Here. The place Haruhi pointed to after she finally stopped was an electronics store. I see, I said. Apparently she intends to wrangle the equipment from filming the movie out of this place. How? Hold on, I'm gonna negotiate. Haruhi handed me her bag and walked into the glass-walled store. Asahina behind me looking fearfully into the store illuminated by the lighting display, like a shy grade schooler visiting a friend's house for the first time. I was all pumped up to protect Asahina this time, observing Haruhi's back as she waved and then began talking to a middle-aged man who looked like to be the manager. If Haruhi even remotely looks like she's about to do something fishy, I'll take Asahina under my arm and run for it. On the other side of the glass, Haruhi was talking while pointing to some item on display, then to herself, and then to the guy, and the guy was just nodding. I should probably warn him not to agree so readily. Eventually, Haruhi spun around and pointed to the two of us, who were standing outside the glass door ready to escape at a moment's notice. She then smiled like she'd eaten some weird shrooms and then returned to her animated speech.
I wonder what she's doing.
Asahina, hiding behind me to the side, said questioningly as she repeatedly struck her face for a peek before drawing it back. If someone from the future doesn't know, there's no way I could. Beats me. She's probably telling the guy to give her his most advanced digital handheld video camera free of charge. She's a girl capable of saying stuff like that with a straight face. One slip and you'll have her thinking that the world revolves around her. What a pain. I recall posing a query to Nagato not too long ago. Haruhi believes her values and judgments to be absolute, and it's certain that she has no idea that other people, actually most people, may think or feel differently. If you want to achieve faster than light travel, let Haruhi on your spaceship. She'll just simply ignore the theory of relativity for you. When I mentioned this to Nagato, the pseudo-alien responded with the following. Your belief is most likely correct. One of Nagato's more meaningful sentences, a joke that wasn't funny. That is the existence of Haruhi Suzumiya.
It looks like they're done talking.
Asahina's hushed voice brought me out of my flashback. As expected, Haruhi emerged from the electronics store looking very pleased. She was carrying a small box in her hands. I looked at the product photo next to the large photo of the well-known electronics maker. If I wasn't mistaken, it looked like a video camera. Okay, Haruhi, what type of threats did you make? Hand it over so I'll set fire to the place? Boycott the store? Send prank faxes all night? Go into a violent tantrum on the spot? Self-destruct without any warning? Are you retarded? I would not use those kinds of blackmail tactics. Haruhi was merrily walking under the canopy of the shopping district. The first step was a success. Everything's going well. I walked after her, forced to carry the box containing the video camera, as I watched her straight hair swaying across her back. I'm asking, how'd you get such an expensive item for free? Are you holding something over him? Yeah, the first thing she said after leaving the store was, got it. Haruhi looked back with a grin on her face.
Nothing special. I said I just wanted to film a movie, so give me a camera, and the guy was like, sure, and he gave it to me. No problems there.
No problem now, maybe, but I have a feeling that there will be a problem later on. Or do I just worry too much?
Stop getting worked up over every little thing. You just need to work enthusiastically as my servant.
Unfortunately, it felt as though last spring I had accidentally gotten into a ship with the word Titanic written on its side. I wanted to send out an SOS at some point, but I regret to say that I don't know Morse code. First of all, I don't have the temperament to just generously be anyone's servant.
Come on, let's go to the next store.
Haruhi walked off energetically, arms swinging amid the crowd of shoppers. I exchanged a look with Asahina before running over to Haruhi as she faded into the distance at a pace you'd expect from someone participating in a speed walking race. The next place Haruhi visited was the model shop. Asahi and I were left outside again as Haruhi engaged in negotiations. I think I was beginning to understand. When Haruhi pointed us through the glass, she was actually pointing to Asahina, like she meant for Asahina to perform some kind of action to serve as the payment through services. Asahina, completely oblivious to that fact, was curiously staring at the diorama in the display case. Should I warn her? Does she know? After a few minutes of waiting, Haruhi once again emerged from the store carrying a bulky box. What is it this time? A weapon, Haruhi replied as she pressed the box on me. Upon a closer look, I saw the box contained something like a plastic model, and it appeared to be a pistol-type firearm. What the hell was she going to use with this? We'll use it in the action scenes. Some gun action. A flashy gunfight is one of the basics of entertainment. I like to blow up a few buildings while we're at it. Do you happen to know where they sell dynamite? I wonder if the general store has that. How the hell would I know? I can at least tell you that you're not going to find any in convenience stores or on the internet. You might find some lying around if you go to a quarry. That was the next thing I was about to say, but I swallowed those words. Think about who this is. I wouldn't put it past her to go off in the dead of night to steal fuses and TNT gunpowder. I set the boxes containing the video camera and model gun on the ground and returned to Haruhi. So, what are we going to do with all this stuff? Take them home with you for now, then bring them to the club room tomorrow. It'd be a pain to go back to school at this point. Me? You. Haruhi crossed her arms with a cheeky look on her face, a sight rarely seen in the classroom. Her SOS brigade only smile. Whenever Haruhi smiled like this, I end up having to run around and clean up every disaster. Was I like the opposite of the straw millionaire? Asahina was timidly raising her hand. What should I do? You're fine, Mikuru. You can go home now. We're done for the day. Asahina blinked her eyes rapidly like a raccoon cub bewitched by a fox spirit. Since the only thing she's done all day was nervously follow Haruhi around with me, she had no idea why Haruhi forced her to come along. Haruhi looked like she still had enough energy left to do a second round of cardio exercises as she led us to the nearest station. Apparently, that took care of today's Haruhi-related activities. Either her negotiating skills or underhanded talents had yielded a video camera and a small gun. No expense charged. In other words, they were free. People used to say that there's nothing more frightening than getting something for free. The problem was, Haruhi wasn't scared. Actually, if something out there is capable of scaring her, please get in touch with me. The next day, I found myself lugging excess baggage in addition to my book bag up the hill. Yo, Count! What you carrying in there? Present for some good little children? That was Taniguchi, running up next to me. A simple-minded, single-celled idiot. An unmistakably ordinary student you would find anywhere. Ordinary. What a wonderful word. It means so much to me in my current situation. It has the ring of reality to it. I hesitated for a moment before passing the lighter of the two plastic bags on Taniguchi. What is this, a model gun? I didn't know you had such a dark hobby. It's not mine, Haruhi's. Now, I was supposed to have followed up by saying, you shouldn't be so quick to label it as a dark hobby. I really can't picture Suzumiya disassembling and cleaning a Glock by herself. Well, neither can I, which means somebody else is going to be disassembling and reassembling this thing. I should mention that when I was a kid, I once attempted to put together a Gundam, but that adventure ended with me giving up when I couldn't attach the right shoulder joint. Must be rough for you. Taniguchi didn't sound the least bit like he thought it was rough for me. We could search through all ages and places, and the only person willing to babysit Suzumiya would be you. I guarantee it. So why don't you just hook up with her already? The hell is he saying? I have no intention of attaching myself to Haruhi in any feasible way. The one I would want to attach myself to would be Asahina, as would anyone else given the choice. Taniguchi cackled like a demon. Yeah, that won't do. She's the angel of North High, a resting spot for the hearts of the male students. Unless you want half the school to stuff you into a bag, don't do anything funny. You wouldn't want me to lose my head and stab you in the back, right? Okay, then I'll go with my next choice. Nagato. Ew, that's also out of the question. She has more secret admirers than you might expect. Why'd she stop wearing glasses? She switched the contacts? Why don't you ask her yourself? You know, from what I've heard, she ignores anyone who tries to talk to her. Apparently, Nagato's class believes that if she says a single word of the day, something good or bad will definitely happen. Don't talk about Nagato like she's some sort of bamboo flower. That kind of fortune-telling died out long ago. And while it's true that she isn't quite normal, she still has some normal qualities. Well, maybe not. So in other words, you and Suzumiya are made for each other, man. You're the only one capable of talking to her, and it's best to minimize the number of potential victims, so yeah, take care of that. Hey, that reminds me, the cultural festival's coming up. What is your club doing this time? I'm not the SOS Brigade's public relations guy, but Taniguchi calmly continued. If I ask Suzumiya, she'll just feed me some random nonsense. And there's the fear that if I ask at the wrong time, she'll snap. If I ask Yuki Nagato, she won't give me an answer. And Mikuru Asahina's too hard to approach. Talking to the other guy pisses me off for some reason, so I'm asking you. The bastard uses some twisted logic. You're making it sound like I'm the nice guy of the group. You're not? Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're the type of nice guy who'd be willing to walk off a cliff with Asahina. The front gate was within sight. I took the plastic bag back from Taniguchi with a discouraged look on my face. I didn't know where Haruhi's trail was going to lead us, but I was definitely thinking I shouldn't expect anything good. Haruhi and I weren't the only ones walking this path. At least 3 others I knew of were in for the ride. And while 2 of them were able to take care of themselves, Asahina wasn't safe on her own. She was so hopeless at predicting what was about to happen to her that you would never think she was a time traveler. Well, I guess that works out. Which is why, I said, somebody has to protect her. Yeah, I'm a main character. Except the only thing I'm protecting her would be from Haruhi's evil sexual harassment. On a roll, I continued. Since I have this chance, I'm going to protect her. I don't care what all the guys in school have to say. They can form their own guardian angel group if they want. Taniguchi once cackled like one of those wailing old man demons. Hey, don't overdo it. There's at least 1 new moon every month. After delivering what sounded like a notice from a phantom killer, he ducked into the front gate. As I walked through the hallway in front of our classroom with my burden, I came across Haruhi putting her things into her locker. I followed suit, stuffing the boxes containing the electronics and the plastic model into the steel locker with my seat number. Kyon, we're going to be busy. Without even saying good morning, Haruhi slammed her locker shut and turned to me with a smile like Indian summer. Same goes for Mikuru, Yuki, and Koizumi. I won't allow any complaining. The movie script is already bubbling in my mind. It's almost ready to burst. All that remains is to be put into action. I see, I answered half-assedly as I entered the classroom. My desk was second from the back of the room. We changed seating arrangements multiple times since the beginning of the first semester, but I had yet to get a seat in the last row, because Haruhi always ended up sitting behind me. It had gotten to the point where she had become a bit too unnatural to shrug off, but I still believed it to be coincidence. If I don't have faith in coincidence, coincidence is going to lose confidence in itself. I'm actually a pretty considerate person. Guess anybody hanging around with Haruhi would have to be. Like a defensive midfielder in a soccer match who has to run down loose balls. Since Haruhi would be super offensive-minded forward who's way offside at the second someone touches the ball, she might even be standing behind the opposing keeper. Passing the ball to her would just result in the referee raising the flag, but since this was Haruhi, she'd just say it was a mistaken call. In fact, she would say with a straight face that the rule itself makes no sense. She might even start arguing that picking up the ball and running to the goal would count as a goal. She would morph soccer and rugby into one. The best way to deal with an audacious person on a rampage would be to casually leave the scene like you never heard a thing, or give up and do as she says. The other people in our school year were already doing so. Which is why when Haruhi disappeared from the classroom when 6th period ended and the final homeroom period began, neither homeroom teacher Okabe nor anyone else said a word about the fact that the seat behind me was empty. Did they not notice? Or were they just pretending not to notice? Not like they could do anything about it. Well, I knew it was best to just leave her alone. I headed for the clubhouse with a bad feeling in my gut before coming to a halt in front of the clubroom, carrying the bags loaded with assorted boxes. I could hear something. Asahina's helpless voice crying out and Haruhi's obnoxious voice shouting. She was doing it again. If I had just opened the door just then, I probably would have witnessed a very fine sight. Being a man with common sense, though, I stoically resisted my fantasies and waited patiently. After 5 minutes, the weak struggle inside came to a finish. I was sure Haruhi was standing with her hands on her hips and a triumphant look on her face. Based on the reasoning that a rabbit cannot win against an anaconda, I couldn't see Asahina ever winning. I knocked. Come in! A boisterous response from Haruhi. As I wondered about the contents of the paper bags I'd seen that morning, I opened the door to enter the room. The first thing I saw was, in fact, Haruhi's triumphant face. However, I was pretty sick of that sight. With fervent ardor, I turned my attention to the person seated in the metal chair in front of Haruhi. A waitress sat there looking at me with teary eyes. The waitress, with her hair disheveled, was doing an impression of Nagato being silent. Her head was drooped. Her full chestnut hair had been tied by Haruhi and the 2 pigtails dangling behind her head. Oddly enough, Nagato was nowhere to be seen. Well? Haruhi asked me with a self-satisfied smirk. Why do you look like you had something to do with this? Asahina's adorableness is her own. But, then again, looks kinda nice. But how does Asahina feel about it? Not that I have any objections, but isn't the skirt a tad too short? Asahina was just the perfect waitress, as 100% fruit juice is pure. Her clenched fists rested on her knees. She looked so peculiarly perfect, like when you're dressed in tailor-made clothes, which is why I spent a good 30 seconds staring in silence at Asahina before jumping when I was tapped on the shoulder. Why, hello. Sorry about yesterday, guys. We were supposed to do a run-through of the script today, but I had them wrap things up early, finding myself endlessly running around in circles. Koizumi's handsome, cheery face pierced over my shoulder into the clubroom. Oh? He smiled merrily. What do we have here? Koizumi passed next to me and set his book bag on the table before sitting in one of the metal chairs. Well, it looks quite splendid on you, Asahina. Yeah, we know that already. What we don't know is why a waitress in this dirty little room that is neither a cafe nor a family restaurant. Well, that's because, Kyon, Haruhi said. Mikuru will be wearing this outfit in the movie. A maid won't work? A maid's job is to go to a rich person's mansion and provide personal service. It's different for a waitress. The goal here is to provide assorted services to an unspecified number of customers in a shop on a corner for 730 yen an hour. I'm not sure if that's a good wage or not, but it's not like Asahina is dressing up to serve in a mansion or work some part-time job. Maybe if Haruhi actually paid her. No, don't sweat the small stuff. It's all about feeling. I like how this feels. Who cares about you? What does Asahina feel about this? Suzumiya, this is a little small for me. Asahina seemed quite concerned. She was incessantly tugging downward on the hem of her miniskirt, but the motions were too tantalizing. You realize that my eyes can't help to be drawn there, right? It's just fine. It's a perfect fit. I forced myself to look away and focused instead of Haruhi smiling like a beautiful flower blooming in the jungle. Haruhi directed her eyes at me. The concept for our film, she points to Asahina, curled up in a fetal position, is this. This? Are we doing a documentary on the daily life of a girl working in a cafe? No. There isn't anything fun about secret videos of Mikuru's daily life. The only way you could ever get that interesting story out of filming someone would be if it was about a person living an extremely eccentric life. Filming that daily life of an ordinary high school student would only be for self-satisfaction. I fail to see how that would satisfy Asahina, and from an objective point of view, I think that self-satisfaction would be important in itself. Besides, Asahina's daily life would actually be considered quite eccentric, but I need to keep my mouth shut about that. As the director representing the SOS Brigade, I decided to provide quality entertainment. Just you watch. Every single member of the audience will be on their feet in a standing ovation. Upon closer look, I noticed that Haruhi's armband had changed from chief to director at some point. She was prepared at least. As I watched the female director getting excited by herself, the female lead getting depressed, and the male lead standing back smiling enigmatically like a bystander, I was wondering what was actually going on. Then the door opened without a sound. I thought something big had come to make an appearance, scared for a moment that they have come to retrieve me from a rather short life. It almost made me wonder if I hadn't accidentally stepped into a music room from the movie. As she delivered her signature ellipses, Yuki Nagato entered the room with a paler face than usual. Only her face was visible. Everything else was covered in black. I wasn't the only one at a loss for words. Haruhi and Asahina were the same. Koizumi's smile had a hint of surprise tacked on like a tax. Nagato was garbed in clothing strange enough to startle Asahina. Her body was wrapped in a mantle as dark as a blackout. Her head was covered by a wide-brimmed pointy hat the same color. She looked like a vampire hunter, or maybe a Grim Reaper. As we watched, Nagato silently headed to her designated seat in the corner, withdrew her bag and a hardcover book from under her mantle, and sat them on the table. And, completely ignoring our shock, began reading her book. Apparently, it was costume for a class fortune-telling convention. That's what I gathered from Nagato's short responses to Haruhi, who was the first one to recover and issue a rapid string of questions. Nagato's class must have an extremely resourceful and talented stylist to make Nagato wear such a jolly costume. In any case, if she walked here from her classroom in this monk-like getup, did it mean she was supposed to be Nagato's way of competing with Asahina? She made guessing what Haruhi was thinking look easy. An unpleasant silence hung over the room. Only Haruhi looked like she was really happy. Yuki, now you understand. Yes, that's it! Nagato slowly turned to look at Haruhi before returning to her book. That costume is perfect for the role I had in mind. Let the people who created that know later. I want to write them a message to show my appreciation. Please don't. If someone were to receive a message of congratulations from Haruhi, that person would probably suspect some kind of catch and end up killing themselves. You would need to take an objective look on how other people view you. Haruhi looked to be in high spirits as she hummed the Turkish march while opening her bag and withdrawing a stack of photocopy sheets. She quickly passed them out, looking like Kintaro after wrestling down a black bear. Not having much choice, I turned my eyes to the sheet of paper. The following passage was scribbled across the page. Combat Waitress. The Adventures of Mikuru Asahina. Tentative. Dramatis Personae. Mikuru Asahina, combat waitress from the future. Itsuki Koizumi, boy esper. Yuki Nagato, evil alien. Extras. Passerby. Yeah. Has her level of intuition transcended mere disbelief? Or did she hit the mark without even trying? I'm starting to wonder if she's just feigning ignorance. What's with her sharp senses that could only work at odd intervals? As I stood stunned, I was brought back to the real world by the sound of chuckling next to me. The only person with that kind of laugh would be Koizumi. Well, this is quite... I envy how you seem to be enjoying yourself. What should I say? Just as one would expect. Indeed, the casting seems quite appropriate for Suzumiya. It's wonderful. Don't smile at me. It creeps me out. Asahina was reading the sheet of paper clutched in her slender, violently trembling hands. What? A soft cry escaped from her mouth. She turned to me with eyes seeking salvation. Except upon a closer look, her eyes seemed very sad, even reproachful, like a kind, slightly older female relative scolding a young child whose prank had gone too far. Oh, I remembered, that's right. After the incident 6 months earlier, I had revealed the true identity to Haruhi. Shit. Is this my fault? I frantically spun to look at Nagato, the human contact purpose humanoid interface clad in black mantle and black hat. She was silently reading her book. I see no problems of consequence, Koizumi later asserted optimistically. I failed to see the humor in this situation. With these circumstances may not invite humor, there's no need for pessimism. How do you know? For the simple reason that this is merely casting for a movie. Suzumiya does not actually believe I'm a boy esper. I only play the role of the boy esper named Itsuki Koizumi within the fictional context of this movie. Koizumi sounded like a tutor talking to a pupil with a really bad memory. You could say that the Itsuki Koizumi that exists in reality, myself, and this particular Itsuki are completely different people. Nobody would confuse a character in a movie with the actor playing the role, right? Even if someone was out there to get the two mixed up, that person would not necessarily be Suzumiya. That's not very reassuring. There's no guarantee that what you're saying is right. Well, if she was mixing reality and fiction, then our world would have become stuff of fantasy long ago. As I mentioned before, Suzumiya is still a person who can think rationally. Well, I know that, but since Haruhi's rational reasoning is half possessed, I've been dragged into many bizarre incidents, and Haruhi, the key to all this, doesn't have a clue about what's happening around her. For we must not allow her to discover the evidence of what is happening, Koizumi continued calmly. There may come a time when we have no choice but to reveal the truth, but not now. Fortunately, Asahina's faction and Nagato's faction are of the same opinion. I would prefer that the current situation never changes. So would I. I don't want to watch the world turn into a huge mess. That can't happen until I beat that game that comes out next week, or I'll have those lingering regrets. Koizumi was still smiling. You should worry less about the world and more concerned about your own safety. Nagato and I can probably be replaced, but you have no understudy. I took care not to let these feelings of frustration affect me and pretended to be engrossed in pressurizing the gun I now had in my hands. Haruhi called it a day after assigning Asahina her costume and announcing the cast. Actually, she wanted to drag Asahina around in her waitress outfit and hold a press conference for the upcoming film, but since Asahina was seriously on the verge of tears, I made Haruhi give up on that idea. It's not like this high school has a journalism club, news club, or advertising club to begin with. Once I brought that up, Haruhi's lips pouted into waterfowl status. I suppose you're right. Crazy enough, she agreed. It's better to keep the details under wraps until the very last second. Kyon, that's quite clever of you. We can't have people ripping us off. This idea isn't exactly the level of Hollywood or Hong Kong film. Who the hell would want a storyboard that's still bubbling in your head? So Kyon, have the gun ready for use within a day. Filming starts tomorrow. You also need to learn how to use the camera. Oh, that's right. You need to move the video data from the camera to the computer and do the editing. So pirate some necessary software. And once Haruhi had finished dumping a load of assignments on me, she left while humming the theme from The Great Escape. Didn't matter if she was in a good mood or a bad mood. She was always causing trouble for other people. Honestly. Which is why I was currently face to face with another guy, Koizumi, struggling to make a model gun shoot BBs with reference to instruction manual. Once Asahina finished changing, she left with sagging shoulders. Nagato, still dressed like a witch invited to a Sabbath, went off somewhere without her bag. I guess Nagato had only come to show us her costume. Based on her record, there may be some kind of significance in that action. Or she was just showing her face in the clubroom. She's probably doing something with her classroom at the moment, like practicing fortune-telling with a crystal ball or whatever. I got the impression that the level of commotion in the school was slightly increasing on a day-to-day basis. Each time I heard the wind ensemble practicing after school, the crappy horns made fewer mistakes. There were also people cutting up veneer and balsa wood in shadows in the courtyard, and a growing number of people were dressed in odd costumes like Nagato's. But this was just a festival of plain old prefectural high school. I expected a cultural festival without anything extreme or out of the ordinary. As far as I could see, maybe half the student body haven't given up on working hard to make this a fun festival. Incidentally, our class, 1-5, had just given up on having fun, period. The ones who weren't in a cultural club would probably be really bored that day. And here we had the two people who could easily represent the go straight home after school club, Taniguchi and Kunikita. Speaking of cultural festivals, Taniguchi said, it was lunchtime, and these two bit characters and I were surrounded by boxed lunches. Speaking of cultural festivals, Kunikita shot back. Taniguchi had a sickening smirk on his face that couldn't hold a candle to refined Koizumi's smile. It's a super event. Don't talk like Haruhi. Taniguchi's smirk was abruptly wiped from his face. But that's got nothing to do with me. It pisses me off. Why? Kunikita asked. The sight of people having fun when I'm not really annoys me. Especially if it's a boy-girl couple. Gives me homicidal urges, What, got a problem with that? I suppose this is what you would call blind rage. And what's with our class, huh? A survey? Boring. It'd probably be just involve asking people what their favorite color is, right? Where's the fun in gathering that information? Then why didn't you throw out your brilliant idea? That might have prevented Haruhi from mentioning anything about movies. Taniguchi swallowed a lunch wiener in one gulp. I never say anything that will get me work to do. Well, I might say something, but I don't want to end up being put in charge of this mess. Kunikina voiced his agreement as he took a break from cutting his rolled omelet. The only people who are going to raise their hands and open their mouths in this situation are those who are easily influenced or have a strong sense of responsibility. Damn, if only Asakura was here. He threw out the name of our former classmate who had moved to Canada. I break into a cold sweat every time I hear her name. Nagato may have been the one who erased Asakura, but I was the reason it happened. Of course, if Nagato hadn't done anything, I would have been erased, so I guess there's not really a point in feeling bad about it. Yeah, that was a waste, Taniguchi said. Just had to be my A+ who transferred. I'm really down on my luck. She was the only good thing about being in this class. Damn it. Wonder if they'll let me change classes at this point. Which class would you want? Kunikita asked. Nagato's class? Oh, speaking of which, I saw her walking around in some weird wizard getup yesterday. What's up with that? Beats me. I sure don't know. Nagato, huh? Taniguchi turned to me with a look on his face like he just found out a pop quiz in math. He sounded like he had just remembered something. When was that again? That time you two of you were all tangled up in the classroom. That was probably just something scripted by Suzumiya. Probably some kind of scheme that surprised me, right? It ain't happening. I was feeling rather relieved that he arbitrarily misunderstood the whole affair. Wait, didn't you come back to the classroom to get something you've forgotten? How would he have possibly known that you would have Whatever, Taniguchi's an idiot. Telling an idiot he is an idiot serves no purpose. Good thing he was an idiot. I should be more thankful. At any rate, this sure is boring. Taniguchi lamented while Kunikita concentrated on his box lunch. I looked behind me. Haruhi's desk was empty. Well, now, I wonder where Haruhi was marching at that moment. I was looking for a good filming location around school, Haruhi told me. But I totally couldn't find one. I suppose we won't be able to shoot around here after all. Let's head out. Look, maybe she didn't like the school atmosphere, but the fact that there wasn't an exciting spot around was no reason to expend effort on an expedition in search of pizzazz. Apparently, her goal was to turn this into some kind of fiasco. Am I going too? Asahina voiced her query in a mournful tone. Well, of course, we can't do anything without the star. In these clothes? Asahina was balled up, trembling in the waitress costume Haruhi bought yesterday. Yep, that's right, Haruhi nodded readily. Asahina hugged herself with a reluctant look on her face. Isn't it a pain to keep getting changed? Besides, there might not even be a place for you to change there, so you might as well just wear it the whole time, right? Right? Come on, let's go, everybody. At least let me wear something over it. Asahina's plea was met with, no. But it's so embarrassing.
It's only embarrassing if you let yourself feel that way. You'll never win a Golden Globe like that. Weren't we trying to win first place in the Cultural Festival Best Event poll? All the brigade members were assembled in the clubroom. Koizumi had apparently settled the issues with the script for his class play and was currently watching Haruhi and Asahina in their one-sided exchange. Nagato was also there, and there was a little problem involving Nagato. She was always silent, so I didn't really have any comments regarding that, but she was dressed rather oddly. For some reason, she was once again wearing the witch outfit she had shown us yesterday. You only need to wear it on the day of the festival. Why are you already on standby in the costume? Haruhi was quite pleased with Nagato's black dress and pointy hat. I'll change your character to an evil alien magician. And she was already changing the script. Haruhi looked quite satisfied with Nagato holding the antenna-like pointer, which looked like there was a star off a Christmas tree attached to the tip. As I watched Nagato gripping the wand, I was finding it hard to argue against the closed-mouth book lover being an extraterrestrial evil magician. It seemed to fit her character a lot more than being a terminal for data life forms. She definitely possessed magic-like powers. I've seen it myself, no doubt about that. Nagato unexpectedly raised the brim of her hat and looked at me with her usual lifeless eyes. I doubted that it would be okay for Haruhi to arbitrarily move like some other class costume in her movie, but her eyes were utterly devoid of hesitation. Kyon, get the camera! Koizumi, you carry the stuff over there. Mikuru, why are you clinging to the desk? Come on, get a move on! Asahina's feeble resistance lasted only a moment. Haruhi grabbed the weak waitress by the collar and dragged the squealing little girl to the door. Nagato followed with the hem of her mantle dragging on the floor. Koizumi was the last to disappear in the hallway after winking at me, as if I was wondering if I should go with them. Hey, we can't film a movie without the cameraman! Haruhi's torso stuck through the open door. Her open mouth took up half of her face as she shouted. I noticed that the band on Haruhi's left arm now read Great Director, which only served to depress me. Damn it, she's serious about this. The self-proclaimed great director who had yet to film a movie led the way as the beautiful waitress followed with her eyes glued to the ground. The dark-clad witch trained behind like a shadow. Koizumi carried the paper bag with an easy smile on his face, and I brought up the end, trying to put as much space as possible between me and the band of weirdos. We already managed to become the center of attention while moving around campus, but this procession that resembled a Halloween party was already doing a fine job of attracting interest off-campus. Asahina, already the focus of too much attention at school, was currently looking down 20% of the time, blushing 30% of the time, and dragging her feet like a robot 50% of the time. Haruhi was cheerfully humming the melody of Heaven and Hell theme like an impending disaster was on the horizon. No idea where they came from, but it seemed that she was energetically carrying a yellow megaphone in her right hand and a director's chair in her left. As I wondered where she was planning to make her assault, we arrived at the station. Haruhi bought tickets for all of us and handed them out. She then advanced towards the ticket gate. Okay, well, hold on, wait. I objected in Asahina's stead, seeing as how she lost her ability to speak. I pointed to the mini-skirted waitress drawing inquisitive glances from every direction and the vertically challenged girl dressed in black standing next to her like an attendant. You're gonna have them get on a train dressed like this? Is something wrong with that? Haruhi replied, feigning innocence. You might get arrested if you're running around without anything on, but they're fully dressed. Or what? Would you prefer the bunny girl outfit? Well, you should have told me sooner. I wouldn't mind changing it to Combat Bunny, tentative, if you like. Not sure you should be saying that after dragging her all the way here in a waitress outfit. Anyway, didn't you say that this was the concept for the movie? Not that I would know, but are you supposed to be able to change the concept just like that? I worked my brain to try to get a glimpse of the feelings of the creator. The most important thing is your ability to adapt to the situation. That's how life on Earth was able to evolve. It's adapted selection. If you aren't careful, you'll end up eliminated through natural selection. You have to adapt properly. Adapt to what? If the environment had a mind of its own, I could see Haruhi being ejected out of the atmosphere. Koizumi was just smiling and carrying stuff. Nagato was maintaining her silence as mentioned earlier. Asahina apparently lacked the strength to speak up, which meant that everyone else was keeping their mouth shut. I wish someone would do something. Haruhi apparently took the silence to mean that everyone had been deeply impressed by her words. Come on, the train's here. Walk fast, Mikuru. The real stuff is yet to come. Like a police detective leading the way of a female perpetrator who had committed a murder for sympathetic reasons, she put her arm around Asahina's shoulder and walked around the ticket gate. And we were there. We got off at the same station as the other day and headed for the same shopping district. I was beginning to have my suspicions when we really did stop in front of the same stores the other day. The electronics store with Haruhi had haggled for the video camera. Okay, we came as promised, Haruhi shouted as she cheerfully walked in. The middle-aged guy appeared from the store interior and rested her eyes upon Asahina. Ho ho! The guy stared at our lead actress with a grin on his face that could only be considered sexual harassment. Asahina was completely motionless, like a fighting game character after using the super move. The guy continued speaking.
Is this the one from yesterday? Oh, I didn't recognize her. I'll leave you to it.
Leave what to us? I was in the process of reflexively moving forward to defending the quivering Asahina when Haruhi pushed me back. Okay guys, we're gonna have a meeting now, so listen up. And Haruhi made her announcement with the same smile she had right after winning the interclub relay. We're gonna shoot a commercial. This store, has a very friendly owner, and he's a nice guy. This store has been around since it was owned by the grandfather of the owner, Eijiru. They carry everything from batteries to refrigerators. Waitress Asahina forcefully recited with a deadpan voice and a twitching smile on her face. Nagato stood next to her holding a placard saying Omori Electronics as I watched the two of them through the video camera viewfinder. Asahina had an impressively awkward smile on her face as she held the mic that wasn't hooked up to anything. Koizumi stood next to me holding up cue cards with a faint mocking smile on his face. The cue cards were just a sketchbook Haruhi had scribbled a moment ago without giving much thought. Koizumi was flipping through the pages as Asahina went through her lines. We were in the front of the store, still in the shopping district. Haruhi leaned back in the director's chair with her legs crossed as she watched Asahina, acting with an intense look of concentration on her face. Okay, cut. She whacked the megaphone against her palm. There isn't any emotion. I'm not sure why I can't feel these vibes. It's just that there's no oomph to it, you know? She said while biting her nails. Asahina also stopped with her hands clutching the mic. Nagato was stationary to begin with. Koizumi is just Koizumi. Behind us, people passing through the shopping district chattered curiously. Mikuru's expression is too stiff. Your smile needs to be more natural. Think happy thoughts, yeah? Aren't you feeling happy right now? You've been handpicked to be the star of a movie. You're never going to experience anything happier in your life. I really like to tell her to shove it. If I had to summarize Haruhi's conversation with the manager from yesterday, it probably went something like this. I'll stick a commercial for the store in a movie, so give me a video camera.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there's something wrong with the manager for going along with Haruhi's sweet talk, but there is definitely something seriously wrong with Haruhi if she's planning on screening a homemade movie with commercials. I've never heard of a leading actress doing a commercial in the middle of a movie. I mean, I've seen product placement, but this is a feature-length commercial. I got it! Haruhi was shouting to herself. Could you please stop having these revelations? It's kinda odd for a waitress to be in an electronics store. Weren't you the one who bought the costume? Koizumi, hand me that bag, the smaller one. Haruhi took the paper bag from Koizumi and grabbed the hand of Asahina, who was looking relieved. Then she barged into the store. Hey manager, do you have a room in the back where you can change in? Yeah, anywhere is fine. The bathroom's fine. Really? Okay, we'll need to borrow your storeroom. She casually disappeared in the back of the store with Asahina in tow. It appeared that the poor Asahina no even longer had the strength to resist. She obediently allowed herself to be dragged forward by Haruhi's ridiculous strength. It might have been just that she was willing to do anything if it meant getting out of that costume. The rest of us, Koizumi, Nagato, and I, stood around with nothing to do. Nagato in her black attire hadn't stirred an inch from her position holding the placard. She just stared at the video camera. Koizumi smiled at me. Well, it appeared that we're not making much of an appearance in this film. You see, I'm also acting in our class play. It was decided by a class vote, which means that I'm currently struggling to memorize my lines. I would prefer a role in this film with a minimal number of lines. Hey, why don't you have a go at the lead role? In any case, Haruhi's the one holding authority as far as casting goes. Direct your ideas to her. Do you believe me capable of such an incredible task? I, a mere actor, could not possibly bring myself to speak to the producer, who is also a director. After all, Suzumiya's orders are absolute. I don't even want to imagine the sort of chastisement she would deliver if I were to disobey her. To be fair, bro, neither do I. Isn't that why I'm being her cameraman? And I'm not even shooting a movie. It's just a local commercial film for a private store. The concept of being a good neighbor only goes so far. The usual frenzied scene was probably occurring in the back of the store right then. The scene of Haruhi stripping and resisting Asahina as she pleased. I didn't know what costume she was putting her in, but she could just wear it herself. She could probably give Asahina a run for her money in the looks department. Did she never even consider making herself the star of the movie? Okay guys, sorry for the wait. Of the pair walking back out, Haruhi was naturally still in her uniform. The other person's appearance triggered a sideshow of images in my mind. Damn, it's already been 6 months. Time sure does fly. A lot sure has happened in the past 6 months. Baseball, remote island, all that sort of stuff. They're all such fond memories now. Yeah, fucking right. The nostalgic original Mikuru Asahina costume, which Haruhi also wore at the front school gate. The overly revealing costume that became the talk of the school and left Asahina emotionally scarred. The perfect, flawless bunny girl with flushed cheeks and moist eyes wobbling next to Haruhi, bunny girl swaying. Yep, absolutely perfect. Guess a bunny girl really is best for promoting merchandise, Haruhi said incomprehensibly as she looked Asahina up and down with a satisfied smile. Asahina seemed completely miserable, as if her spirit was just escaping through her half-open mouth. Alright, come on, Mikuru, do it over from the top. I'm assuming that you've learned your lines by now. Kyon, rewind it to the very beginning. At this rate, no one's going to be listening to anything being said. I'm positive that everyone will have their eyes glued to Asahina in her bunny outfit. I hope they don't burn a hole in the screen. And take 2, Haruhi shouted with a smack of her megaphone. The electronics store commercial featuring a half-crying, half-smiling Asahina being completely manipulated by Haruhi was finally finished. It was like watching a foreign wrestler being manipulated by an evil manager. But then, remember that we visited another sponsor earlier? Well, no need to remember, I guess. Haruhi had been planning on another commercial for that sponsor from the very beginning. Haruhi was walking through the center of the shopping district as she dragged along the bunny Asahina, who was releasing cute little squeals and squeaks. Trailing behind her like a ghost was Nagato, trudging along expressionlessly in her witch getup. Koizumi and I followed in suit. My blazer was wrapped around Asahina's shoulder in a feeble attempt to comfort her. It might be making her stand out more, though. This world is full of people with strange tastes. Not that I'm interested in that kind of thing by any means. We reached the second stop, the model shop, and went through a repetition of earlier proceedings. With all eyes on her, Asahina turned her teary eyes to me, well, in other words, the camera, and spoke. This model shop was apparently open last year after Kaiji Yamatsuchi, 28, escaped his life as a white-collar worker. It coincided with his hobby, so he just kind of went for it. Sure enough, he hasn't experienced the sales growth he'd like. Growth rate for this year's first term is about 80% of what it was for last year's first term. The sales line graph is moving down and right, apparently. Be sure to stop by. The trembling of Asahina's voice made it sound like she didn't mean a thing she was saying. At any rate, did Yamatsuchi, the manager, even okay this little speech? I'd expect this to just depress him. Who would want to be judged like that by a high school student? The bunny girl was pointing the assault rifle that had just been forced into her hands in an upward direction. You mustn't fire these at people. Settle for shooting empty cans or something. Nagato was standing behind her holding a placard that read Yamatsuchi Model Shop with an unreadable expression on her face. It was a surreal sight. Since Ryoko Asakura looked like a normal person with emotions, I assumed that not all alien-made artificial humans acted like robots. Was Nagato's lack of emotion by design? Asahina then proceeded to point the rifle at some empty cans on the ground and open fire. I'm pretty sure you'll hurt a lot if you get hit. She even performed a demonstration by fearfully discharging the weapon, riddling with aluminum cans in the beehives, which caused a stir among the peanut gallery. Her accuracy was only about 10%. I was feeling pretty guilty about recording this kind of scene into a DV cassette tape. I feel like I should also apologize to both Asahina and the person who developed this technology. I guarantee he did not invent the video camera to record this shit. And so, we were done for the day once the stupid commercials were finished. We returned to the school momentarily and lounged around the club room while Haruhi informed us of the schedule of the next stage of filming. Tomorrow's Saturday and we have the day off, so we're meeting up in the morning. Be in front of Kiriguchi Station at 9, got it? Incidentally, the commercials already ate up 15 minutes of time. How long would the actual film be? If you screened some 3-hour-long epic at a cultural festival, no one would stick around to the very end. I doubt there would be much of a turnout either. I mulled this over in my mind as I watched a discouraged-looking Asahina. She had been in a waitress outfit for the trip there, and then she had been forced to wear a bunny girl outfit on the train for the ride back before finally being allowed to change back into her school clothes. She lifelessly collapsed on the floor. At this rate, we'll have to watch out for the lead actress falling asleep during filming. I finished off the tea Koizumi had brewed in place of the exhausted Asahina. Hey, Haruhi, can't we do something about Asahina's outfit? There's gotta be something that looks more like something she would actually fight in. Like a combat uniform or something camouflage. Haruhi waved her star-adored antenna power in a reproachful fashion. But that would kill the surprise when she starts fighting. A waitress doing the fighting gets you in the wow factor. Grabbing the audience's attention is key. It's all about concept. Concept! Does she even know what concept means? But I only sighed. Yeah, I guess that works, but what's the point of making her come from the future? Would it really matter if she wasn't a time traveler? Asahina's shoulders gave a violent shudder when she sprawled. Haruhi didn't even notice or miss a step. Now, we can just work all that out later on. Just have to come up with an answer when someone brings it up. Didn't I just bring it up? Give me an answer. If you can't come up with an answer, just ignore them. Not like it even matters. It just has to be entertaining. If it's entertaining, sure. And what are the chances that this film we're making will be entertaining? There's no point in filming something that only entertains the director. Are you aiming for a Golden Raspberry nomination in the amateur category? What's that? I'm only after one thing. First place in the Cultural Festival's Best Event poll. And if possible, a Golden Globe. Which is why we need Mikuru to dress appropriately, or else people will complain. I doubted anyone was going to complain. At any rate, from the look of Haruhi's face, it would seem like the film that had left her emerge had obviously managed to win a Golden Globe at some point in time. I sighed again and looked at my side. Clad in black, Nagato had parked herself in the corner of the room to engage in her usual reading. Yeah, isn't she gonna die if she doesn't read when she's in this room or something? Wait. I realized something as I watched the book-loving alien. Hey, we actually haven't gotten a script yet. Actually, I don't even know what the story is yet. All we know is that Asahina is a waitress from the future, Koizumi is a boy Esper, and Nagato is some weird alien mage. Oh, don't worry. I had no idea what Haruhi was trying to do, but she suddenly closed her eyes and thrust the tip of the star-adored pointer in her temple. Everything is right here. The script and storyboard are all worked out. You don't have to do any thinking at all. I'll plan the camera work for you. Strong words. You're the one who should refrain from thinking and just mindlessly stare out the window. If you had more reasonable expression on your face, you could trade places with Asahina. Tomorrow's the day, people. Tomorrow. Everyone gets psyched up. The first step is winning glory and spiritual fortitude. That's the fastest way to obtaining victory without spending money. Once your soul breaks free of worldly bonds, latent abilities you never knew will awaken and release incredible power. That's right. Well, I could see that happening when the course of a battle is reversed through some unexpected turn of events in one of those fighting comic movies. But I'm pretty sure that no matter how much talk about spiritual fortitude and nationalism, we're a long way from witnessing the Japanese soccer team win the World Cup. That's it for today, people. Look forward to tomorrow. Kyon, don't forget about the camera, props, costumes, and all that other crap. Make sure you're on time. And with that, Haruhi departed, swinging her bag heroically. As I listened to the Rocky theme fade off into the hallway, I bitterly glared at the pile of crap. I wonder which guild I was supposed to report the director's oppression to. The fact of the matter is, our school life up until this day had consisted of ordinary day happenings, with the exception of Haruhi's abnormal passion for filmmaking being on more of the excessive side. If you went through every single school in the country, you could probably find another group of people doing something similar. Or to put it simply, this was quote-unquote normal. No attacks by Nagato's kind. No time traveling with Asahina. No glowing blue mold-like giants showing up. No murderers. This was a completely normal school life. As the countdown of the approaching cultural festival progressed, Haruhi was on a high, riding a steady stream of adrenaline and racing like a pet hamster getting whipped into running Mach 1 on a wheel. In other words, same old, same old. Until this day, that is. In retrospect, I have to say that Haruhi was still holding back. I realized that we had yet to shoot a single frame of the movie. The only footage recorded on the digital videotape was of the bunny girl Asahina promoting the electronics store and plastic model shop in the local shopping district, which only served to get sponsors. Not a glimmer of light has been shed on the film of what would be produced, directed, and supervised by Haruhi. We didn't even know the storyline yet. I guess we'd have been better off not knowing. I could have lived with a video of Asahina reporting on the local shopping district. Actually, wouldn't that bring a bigger audience? It'd also promote the local area. That'd be killing two birds with one stone. Yeah, why don't we just turn it into a Mikuru Asahina promotional video? That'd make me a lot happier, considering that my true motive as the cameraman. Still, I knew that Haruhi would never be satisfied by that. She always carried through on her word. If she said she was going to do something, she'd do it. She never gave up halfway through. A troublesome case of keeping one's word. And so, beginning the following day, we would once again find ourselves caught up in some bizarre business. Yeah, seriously, I'm at a loss for words. What was it that Haruhi said once again? Once your soul breaks free of its worldly bonds, latent abilities you never knew about would awaken and release incredible power, something. I see. Haruhi, why did you have to be the one to experience that awakening? And you didn't even realize it. Saturday, the day of. We assembled in the front of the station. I stuffed an assortment of junk into my largest backpack I could find in our house and walked all the way to the station to find the other four lined up waiting for me. From a distance, my eyes were drawn to Haruhi in casual dress and Asahina in feminine clothing next to her, like two sisters who didn't resemble each other the least bit. Asahina was supposed to be the upperclassman here, yet she looked like the younger sister. Only her clothes appeared to be more mature. Asahina, surrounded by the trio of weirdos, spotted me and waved her hand in a somewhat relieved fashion by way of greeting. You're late, Haruhi was yelling, but she looked to be in high spirits again today. She was standing empty-handed because her megaphone and folding director's chair were among my burden of assorted junk. It isn't 9 o'clock yet, I said sourly as I looked left and right at Nagato's porcelain face and at Koizumi's easy smile. Anyway, Nagato always wears her uniform when we don't have school, so that's normal, but why is Koizumi also wearing his uniform? It would appear that this is my costume for the movie. That was his response. That is what I was told yesterday. My role will be that of an Esper disguised as an ordinary high school student. Isn't that exactly what you are? As I dropped the bag stuffed with the camera and props and wiped off my forehead, Haruhi grinned like a grade schooler about to go on a field trip. Kyon, you were the last to show up, so you'll be fined. But not yet. We're taking the bus now. I'll cover the bus fare. Call it a necessary expense. You can buy lunch for everybody. And with that totalitarian decision, she started waving her hand. Come on, everyone. The bus stops this way. Get a move on. It didn't escape my attention that her armband now read Super Director. Apparently, Haruhi already believed herself beyond a mere great director. She must have had one hell of a movie in mind. I'll say it again. An Asahina promotional video would have been far more entertaining to film. After 30 minutes of bumpy bus riding, we got off a stop in the hills. Then we spent another 30 minutes laboriously hiking up the steep trail. It was a park you could find anywhere. Being born and raised around here, I was quite familiar with the area. When I was in grade school, we had hiking field trips to the nearby hills almost every year. It was a park in name only. In reality, it was just some cleared-off open space with a fountain tacked on. An utterly empty place that made you want to openly question why a person would voluntarily climb up here. The only happy people I saw around here were kids of ignorant of pleasure and family members who brought them there. We set up in a corner of the plaza where the fountain was and designated as our filming base. Empty-handed, Haruhi looked to be brimming with energy, but I was completely worn out. If I hadn't forced half the stuff in the Koizumi on the way up, I seriously might have collapsed. I leaned against my bag and tried to catch my breath. Would you like a drink? A small plastic bottle was thrust before me. The hand holding the bottle belonged to Asahina. If you don't mind it, I already drank from it. Oolong tea made for the gods. It must taste heavenly. No ifs, and, or buts about it. If I don't drink it, lightning will strike me down. As I gladly reached for the offered drink, the evil devil's hand brushed away the angel's arm. Haruhi snatched the oolong tea away from Asahina. Save it for later, Mikuru. Now isn't the time to be watering for help. We have to hurry or else we might lose this perfect weather. Let's get the camera rolling. Asahina's eyes opened wide as saucers. What? We're gonna shoot here. Well, of course we are. Why do you think we came here? Then I don't have to change? Since there's no place for me to change around here. Well, sure there is. Look, there's all places around us. Haruhi pointed to the area surrounded by a jagged ridge of trees. No, help! Before I had a chance to help, Haruhi disappeared deep into the woods with Asahina in tow. Once Asahina reappeared, she was clad in the spiffy waitress outfit that would serve her film attire. Her hair was a tumbled mess as she gazed with quivering eyes at the autumn leaves on the side of the road. One of the eyes was noticeably different color. Her left eye's blue. Wait, what the hell? Color contact, Haruhi explained. It's pretty important to have a left eye be a different color. That's all it takes for her to be mysterious. It's we need to make this work. It's a symbol of sorts. A symbol! She grabbed Asahina's chin from behind and tilted her little face. Asahina just looked dumbfounded as she was being manipulated. There's a secret in this blue eye, said Haruhi. Well, yeah. Wouldn't be much of a story if her eyes were different colors for no reason. The sight of Asahina's exhausted face was enough to hook me, though. So, what's so secret about the color contact? That's still a secret, Haruhi replied with a smirk. Hey, Mikuru, how long are you going to play dead? Get your act together. You're the leading actress. The most important person after a director and producer. Chin up, stand up straight. What? And with a sob, Asahina began posing per Haruhi's instructions. Haruhi forced Asahina to hold the pistol, it's just a model by the way, into her hands. Act like you're a female assassin, and make sure people can tell you're from the future. Just a few of her unreasonable requests. Asahina timidly held the Glock and glanced sideways at me, the camera, as best as she could. Gotta love how you could feel her pushing herself. Yeah. No, I'm serious. In any case, that freak sure is unnecessarily active. I've seen plenty of bad movies, and I've never thought I could do a better job and I should make my own film. I wouldn't know how to go making one anyway. Even if I were to make my own film, I don't entertain the notion that would be any good. But it appears that Haruhi seriously believes that she has the talent to be a director. At the very least, it's pretty certain that she intends to make something better than those minor films on late-night TV. What exactly does she have to support all this confidence? Haruhi was yelling as she waved the yellow megaphone around. Mikuru, act less embarrassed. Forget who you are. You just need to become your role. You are no longer Mikuru Asahina. You are Mikuru Asahina. Of course, we already knew that there was no basis for Haruhi's confidence. Causing chaos and natural order with groundless confidence was an ability Haruhi was born with. Or else she wouldn't be able to proudly wear that armband and act so high and mighty. Under Ultra Director Haruhi's supervision, we began shooting the first scene. Except it just consisted of me standing on the side shooting Asahina running across the area. This was supposed to be the opening. She could have just written a script, but Haruhi flat out said no such thing existed. It would be bad if I put everything on paper and it got leaked. That was her reasoning. Looks like we're going to shoot this movie Hong Kong style. I was feeling pretty damn exhausted at this point, but when I looked through the camera lens at Asahina dual-wielding pistols jogging out of breath, I figured I had it relatively easy. As the rest of us watched, Asahina continuously ran wearily from right to left until the fifth take when the director finally signaled okay, which was when she collapsed on the ground. Paying no attention to the waitress with both hands on the ground as her back rose to fell with each breath, Haruhi directed her next construction to Nagato, waiting on the sidelines. Okay, we're doing Yuki and Mikuru's battle scene next. Nagato, in her favorite black outfit, slowly moved in the front of the camera. The outfit was just a pitch black mantle over a uniform and a black pointy hat on her head. So there was no need for her to be dragged into this thicket like Asahina, fortunately. Then again, Nagato would probably be fine with changing her clothes anywhere. Why don't we reverse their roles? Make Nagato the waitress and Asahina the mage. That would be curiously appropriate. Haruhi had Asahina and Nagato stand facing each other 3 meters apart. Mikuru, unload like crazy on Yuki. Huh? Mikuru responded. She shook her hair, which was tangled mess after all that running. But I'm not supposed to fire these at people. Oh, it's fine. With your aim, you won't hit her anyway. Even if you were able to hit her, Yuki could probably just dodge it. Nagato just stood silently with her star-tipped pointer in hand. Well, yeah, I'd have to agree there. Nagato could have a gun pressed against her forehead and still manage to dodge the bullet. Looking like a newly hired waitress having to report a broken dish to a scary chef, Asahina nervously glanced up at Nagato. It's fine, replied Nagato, and with a spin of the pointer, she said, Shoot me. See, she says it's fine. Fire away. And just a heads up, you don't fire both at the same time. You alternate. That's the basic principle of dual-wielding pistols. Koizumi was holding the reflector board above his head. Haruhi had brought it from God knows where. The photography club might be reporting a theft right about now. Anyway, Koizumi, aren't you the leading man? One must adapt to the circumstances as they change. I'm more disposed to being on the side of the camera. I've been thinking since yesterday about a way to remain backstage. Asahina, straining to hold up the pistols, fired rapidly with her eyes shut tight, and I stood to the side filming that sight. I really couldn't see the BB trails, but considering that Nagato was standing completely still without even a flicker of emotion across her face, I guess she wasn't really scoring any hits. Maybe she's just using magic. Or so I was thinking when Nagato slowly raised the pointer and whirled it before her face. Bullets began falling to the ground with a clatter. Even without glasses, her vision was incredible as ever. Nagato was staring at the muzzle without a single blink. But then again, blinking just because, quote, it would be unnatural to blink every once in a while, would feel even more unnatural. Whether she was walking around with her pupils wide open, breaking through ceilings, or teleporting around, I would no longer be surprised. Which is why I wasn't surprised right then. Nagato waved the pointer sporadically like a broken windshield wiper, and with each swing, BBs fell with a clatter. In any case, I'm sure this was a boring battle scene. Nagato was only waving her hand around, and Asahina was only firing those 2 Glocks or Berettas or whatever. And she wasn't really hitting anything. First of all, Haruhi only told her to unload like crazy, and didn't give her any lines. All we could hear was Asahina moaning and wailing in her lovely little voice. The whole thing felt more like a half-hearted battle scene between a viper and a mongoose who had agreed to avoid any fatal blows beforehand. Yes, that should do it! Once Asahina had run out of bullets, Haruhi tapped her shoulder with a megaphone. I lowered the video camera and approached Haruhi, sitting cross-legged on the director's chair. Hey, Haruhi, how is this a movie? I have no idea what the story's about. Super Director Suzumiya gave me a side glance. Oh, that's fine. I plan on having a lot of cut and paste work done and in the editing phase anyway.
Who's going to be doing it? This cut and paste work? I have a feeling the word editing has been included in my list of duties. At least put in some lines, I suggested.
We can just remove the noise and dub over later if we have to. We're gonna add some sound effects and background music. There's no need to think about too much at this point.
Well, yeah, considering that the story's only in your head at this point, there's nothing for us to think about. Ugh. At the very least, I have to take care to keep Haruhi's sexual harassment of Asahina to a bare minimum. No other males are allowed to touch her body. That's where I draw the line. No one's got a problem with that, right?
Let's move on to the next scene then. Time for Yuki's counterattack. Yuki, wreck Mikuru with your magic.
Nagato's eyes, darker than her costume, turned to me from under the brim of her black hat. Her head tilted at an angle only I could distinguish. I basically got the message. Nagato was asking if it was okay. No, was the obvious response. Magic aside, I couldn't give permission to hurt Asahina in any way. Look, she's all pale and trembling and stuff. Of course, Haruhi had no idea that Nagato could use this incomprehensible, spontaneous magic. She just wanted her to act like she was using magic. Nagato appeared to understand and, while remaining completely silent, raised the antenna pointer and began waving around the way audience members at a concert wave glow sticks.
Yeah, that's good enough, said Haruhi. We'll add visual effects to this scene. Kyon, make it so there's beams shooting out of Yuki's wand later.
How am I supposed to add in effects like that? I don't have the ability. If you're planning on borrowing stuff and equipment from Industrial Light and Magic, though, that's a different story.
And that's when Mikuru should scream, and then fall down in pain.
After a moment of nervous hesitation, Asahina murmured, "Eh," before suddenly falling onto her face. Nagato stood next to a fallen Asahina like a grim reaper come to claim her soul. I stood filming the whole time while Koizumi stood next to me, still holding up the reflector board. The stares from all the families around us were starting to hurt a little. After being granted a brief respite in the most compassionable act by Haruhi, we sat in a ring on the ground. Haruhi was replaying the film I had shot with a deliberate look of her face as she nodded to herself. A number of children had scurried in between Asahina and Nagato and were asking questions like, "What show is this for?" Asahina shook her head with a weak smile while Nagato completely ignored them, becoming one with the land. I had no idea what scenes the footage I was taking would be used for since Haruhi refused to tell us, but the super director informed us that we would go into a nearby shrine next. Break's over already, huh?
There are doves there.
Well, oh, that's the case.
We're going to film Mikuru walking with doves flying around in the background. I prefer doves that are completely white, but I'm willing to take any color at this point.
I was pretty sure that we were going to find typical park doves. With her arm linked and an already worn-out Asahina's arm, so she wouldn't be able to run away, Asahina walked through the forest park towards the street. Koizumi and I divided up the equipment and followed like local Sherpas training a film crew doing a piece on the jungle. We eventually arrived at a large shrine in the middle of the mountains. I hadn't been there in a while, not since a field trip in grade school. Haruhi stood in front of the sign with the grounds that said, "Do not feed," while spreading breadcrumbs like she was trying to make flowers bloom on a wilted tree. Guess she can't read either. All at once, the ground was covered by a swarm of doves, endlessly dropping from the sky. The sight of the shrine grounds covered in doves was quite disturbing. Asahina was standing alone with a carpet of doves. The waitress stood, lips trembling, with her feet being pecked. I was filming the scene from up front. What the hell was I doing? Off-screen, Haruhi raised the eagle or tokev or whatever kind of gun she had taken from Asahina and flipped it to the safety. I was wondering what she was doing when she suddenly fired at Asahina's feet. Ah! Never thought I'd actually get to see doves getting whacked by a pea shooter. The act of violence enough to make PETA cry sent the symbols of peace fluttering and shrieking.
This is it! This is the shot I wanted! Kyon, make sure you're filming this!
I suppose that, since the camera was running, I was technically filming. Asahina was hunched over with her hands over her head with a swirl of doves flying in all directions.
Come on, Mikuru, you're supposed to walk up towards us while the doves are flying in the background. Stand up!
It looked like we didn't have enough time to shoot this scene. As I gazed through the viewfinder, I could see that in the background, a priest from the shrine had come flying in the SPCA's stead. He was wearing a hakama, so it'd be safe to assume he's affiliated with the shrine. I was preparing for a stern lecture or two when Haruhi, without a moment's hesitation, resorted to drastic measures. With the CZ or SIG or whatever the model gun in hand, she aimed at the old man and opened fire. The priest began dancing like he was standing on a hot iron plate. Jesus, the AARP is going to come calling next.
Scatter!
And with that cry, Haruhi quickly turned and sprinted. No idea when Nagato had made her move, but she was already waiting for us under the gate in the distance. Asahina would probably be too slow to escape if we left her by herself, so Koizumi and I each grabbed an arm and carried her off with the rest of the equipment. The director had already run away.
We couldn't leave the leading lady behind to be the scapegoat. Minutes later, we were standing in front of a corner at some kind of roadside restaurant. We were having lunch, and for some reason, I had to pay for it. That might have just been a waste. It might have been better ad-lib just to pretend that the old priest was an enemy and beat the shit out of him. Haruhi was babbling on some borderline criminal activity. Once Asahina had sucked in a whole 3 noodles from her zaru soba, she collapsed face forward on the table. Mikuru, you don't eat much, huh? You're never gonna grow like that. Only your breasts are growing. They'll only satisfy a group of hardcore freaks. You need to grow taller, too. While she was saying that, Haruhi was stealing Asahina's noodles, scarfing them down. I already know. I don't know how many years it will be, but Asahina will grow a face and a body that could represent a whole solar system. But Haruhi doesn't know that. Koizumi had a mocking smile on his face. Nagato tactfully moved assorted sandwiches in her mouth and chewed. I pushed my empty plate of spaghetti to the side and spoke to Haruhi with 2 people's lunches before her. What are you going to do if that priest complains to the school? Koizumi's uniform made it pretty obvious where we were from. I'll probably be fine. Haruhi was ridiculously optimistic. It was fairly far away and the blazer's pretty common. If he does complain, we'll just have to play dumb. Pretend it was someone else. BBs aren't enough to prove anything. I stared at the video camera containing the incriminating evidence. I'm sure that it was the second this was screened, the cat will be out of the bag. I doubt there is another waitress in the area willing to go to a shrine and be surrounded by doves. So, where are we going next? We'll go back to the park. On second thought, that wasn't enough to be a battle. Yeah, we're gonna need more intention action to grip the audience hearts. Oh yeah, I can picture it already. Mikuru running frantically around the forest, pursued by Yuki. And then, Mikuru falls off a cliff, and that's when Koizumi, who happens to be passing by, saves her. How's that sound? Pretty haphazard turn of events. What kind of high school student would happen to be walking by in the middle of these mountains in his uniform? Pretty damn suspicious. And I had a feeling Haruhi really intended to shove Asahina off a cliff. Yeah, Haruhi, you should take that fall. Put on the costume and act as Asahina's stunt double. Well, you're missing a bit of the curves. As I was pondering such matters, Haruhi raised her eyebrow and gave me a sideways look. Are you thinking about something else? You better not be picturing me in the waitress outfit. Well, that was an accurate guess. I'm the director. I can't merely step in front of the camera. If you try to chase a couple of rabbits, you'll end up tripping over a stump and falling down. Aren't you also supposed to be the producer? There's nothing wrong with undertaking multiple backstage roles. Still, it might be nice to show up on camera for a brief cameo appearance, adding some fun tidbits to hook those hardcore fans. Who are you, Stan Lee? Koizumi entered the conversation. Are the 3 of us the only ones who will be appearing in the movie? Idiot, don't ask those questions. That's right. Haruhi puckered her lips like a duck's bill and became deeply engrossed in thought. You should think this kind of stuff beforehand. 3 people might be too few. Yeah, that's not enough. Supporting characters that will allow the main characters to truly shine. Koizumi, excellent pickup. To show my appreciation, I'll increase your screen time. Why, thank you very much. Koizumi remained smiling, though his face had an oops look on it. Serves you right. You gotta let sleeping dogs lie. I kept my mouth shut. But where did she intend to find new characters? There's a 75% chance that anyone she brought in at random would have some kind of twisted backstory. Based on progression, a slider would probably be next. And I sure as hell don't want one of those to show up in our world. You have to beat up a bunch of underlings before you can defeat the last boss in video games, right? Underlings. I glanced at Haruhi, fingers stroking her lower lip. They should be good enough. I read Haruhi's mind. Taniguchi and Kunakita, the only 2 people I can live bringing her in at this point. Less significant than supporting characters. True underlings. They're less harmless than a healer slime showing up alone. Yeah, that works. I averted my eyes from the face of the director, looking like she wanted one more person to steal a chance at Asahina with her eyes shut and the cheek on the table. She's even cute when she's asleep, even if she's faking it. I turned to look at Nagato, slurping her soda in that Grim Reaper getup. Once I was done observing her utter lack of emotion, I turned back to Haruhi. So, what's next? Where are we filming? Haruhi slowly gulped down the soba broth, buying herself the time it took until it finished. When she was done, she spoke. Well, in any case, we need something bad to happen to Mikuru. A poor little girl undergoes ordeal after terrible ordeal until she finally gets her happy ending. That's the theme of this movie. The more Mikuru suffers, the more impact the final catharsis will have. Don't worry, Mikuru. The movie will have a happy ending. The ending will be the only happy part. In the meantime, Asahina has to suffer director Haruhi's abuse. Well then, Wonder what kind of scenario Haruhi has prepared. Since I appear to be the only restraint on Haruhi, I'll need to pay extra special attention. By the way, what's a catharsis? Asahina's closed eyes were now half open and looking at me, pleading for help. The case of hectochromia, where only her left eye was blue. However, she quickly released a soft sigh and her eyes slowly closed. What is this? Are you saying you can't rely on me? Hey, since Koizumi and Nagato won't serve as any sort of obstruction at this point, I'm your only ally you got. Of course, it's not like I've had any success trying to stop Haruhi in the last 6 months. I wish you'd at least accept my chivalrous intentions, though I can't deny that this feels about as empty as throwing a lance at a windmill. To be honest, I was wondering if I should even stop her. Half a year ago, I felt I absolutely had to stop her from founding the SOS Brigade, even if I had to tie her arms behind her back. In the end, while I was dilly-dallying around, Haruhi went ahead and prepared her room and members. Little by little, I also ended up as one of those members, which brings us to our current situation. Still, if I whacked her in the back of the head with a stick or jumped her or ambushed her or managed to stop her, I might have not met Asahina or Nagato or Koizumi. Or we would have met under different circumstances, which means I wouldn't have known about unbelievable things like aliens and time travelers. We would just pass each other in the hallway like total strangers. Please don't ask me right now which way would have been better. I've already heard self-promotion spiels from the other 3 members. I've already been witness to Nagato's weird power, the other Asahina, and Koizumi turning into a red ball thingy. If we went to some parallel world, you could probably find a version of me that hasn't spoken a word with Haruhi or the other 3, so go ahead and ask him. I don't have an answer. But I had to come up with an answer for this current situation. Filmmaking. It's a pretty normal cultural festival activity. Nothing's wrong with that. The only weird thing would be inside Haruhi's head, but at this point, that would come as a surprise to nobody. As far as I'm concerned, Haruhi spontaneously babbling just wanting to make a movie would be considered routine work. Just wing in and things will work themselves out. At least, that's what I thought. That's why I didn't bother trying to stop filming the movie. Be a director or whatever you want. Abuse everyone around you to your heart's content. If that's what makes you happy, I'll smother my internal sign and go along with it. Because by all means, I sure as hell don't want to be locked up alone with you in some weird dimension again. As I watched psyched up Haruhi, an exhausted Asahina, a smiling Koizumi, and a poker-faced Nagato, that's how I felt. Not knowing what I know now, I would later regret not stopping her. We returned to the forest park. Can't you work on the scheduling some more? We should have finished the filming before we ran off to the shrine. The problem was that the script only existed inside Haruhi's head. It's important to write things down. The written word is a wonderful thing. Forget the guns. I was expecting more impressive bullets, but it doesn't make the impression without any flashy smoke or sounds. Doesn't seem to be working at all. Guess fake isn't good enough. As Haruhi made remarks that would send Yamasuchi's model shop business further into the red, she used the tips of her sneakers to draw 2 crosses on the ground. It looks like those are where Asahina and Nagato are supposed to stand. Mikuru's over here, Yuki's here. After being dragged around by Haruhi the whole morning, Asahina was looking like she already burned up a day's worth of calories, no longer having the energy to resist. Wandering around in sexy waitress outfit must have taken a serious toll on her spirit. She could no longer feel shame, having regressed to an infantile mind state and acting like a doll. Nagato acted like a doll to begin with. She moved silently to her assigned position with her black mantle fluttering in a mountain breeze. Haruhi twirled around her finger the model gun she had taken from Asahina. Don't move from that position. I want a scene of the 2 of you glaring at each other. Koizumi, get the reflector board ready. And then Haruhi, having returned to the director's chair, pointed the gun in the sky and opened fire. And action. I raised the camera flustered, but Asahina was even more flustered. Action? Haruhi only told her to stand still. What type of action was she supposed to happen here? Nagato and Asahina wordlessly gauged each other's expressions. Asahina was the first to look away. Nagato continued to stare at Asahina. Asahina also fell silent. After a while, the 2 just continued staring at each other as a soft breeze blew by. Jeez! Haruhi snapped for some reason. You can't have a battle like that! Since they're just standing there. Haruhi is now holding the megaphone instead of a gun, stomped over to Asahina and began pounding the chestnut braids she had tied. Mikuru, listen up. You can't just relax because you happen to be cute. There are more than enough girls out there who get by just being cute. If you let loose for a little bit, those younger girls will pass you by in no time. What are you trying to say? Haruhi continued lecturing Asahina, covering her head. That's why, Mikuru, at least fire a beam from your eye. Huh? Asahina opened her eyes in surprise. That's impossible. It's why your left eye is a different color. It isn't blue for no reason. There's supposed to be incredible power hidden within. That beam comes within. Mikuru beam. Shoot it. I can't. Try harder. Haruhi had the slumped Asahina in a headlock and was whacking the back of her head with a yellow microphone. The sight of Asahina crying out in pain was too much for me to bear. I handed the camera to Koizumi, who had just set down the reflector board to enjoy the scene, and grabbed Haruhi by the collar. Cut it out, moron. I peeled the tyrannical super director off the small waitress. Normal humans can't possibly fire beams from their eyes. What are you, an idiot? Look at Asahina, covering her head with her arms. The poor thing's on the verge of tears. Just look at those pearls dripping from her round eyes. Haruhi, still in my grip, turned to the side and sniffed. Well, I obviously know that. I released my grip. Haruhi tapped the back of her neck with the megaphone. I was just telling her to use as much effort as it would take to shoot out beams. Since she has so little drive, it's hard to believe she's a leading actress. You really can't take a joke, can you? The problem would be that your jokes end up being anything but. What if Asahina really ends up being able to shoot fire beams? She can't, right? Worried, I gave Asahina a sideways glance. She looked up at me with tears flowing from her heterochromatic eyes, then blinked and tilted her head. It would appear that my eye contact didn't get the message through to her. That's when Koizumi popped in. Perhaps we can use some CG effects after we're done filming to handle that section. Koizumi, with a tissue box in hand, flashed a friendly smile like a con artist and handed the box to Asahina. Wasn't that your intention to begin with, Suzumiya? Yeah, it sure was. Yeah, sure it was. Asahina wiped away her tears with the tissues and blew her nose while looking suspiciously at Haruhi and me. Nagato remained standing in the wind, looking like an overly conspicuous stagehand. Can't the sun set already? Can't wait for it to become too dark to film anything. That was no good. We're doing a retake. Put your hands like this as you shoot. Mikuru beam! Something like this? No, like this. And shut your right eye. Apparently, the beam fires from her eye with her left hand displaying a victory sign next to her left eye while winking. Mikuru, try saying it. Mikuru beam. Louder. Mikuru beam. Don't be shy about it. Mikuru beam. Shout it from your belly. What is this, some kind of comedy act? Asahina was shouting until she was red, coerced into a diaphragmic breathing by Haruhi. The stares from the wandering kids and families around were pretty painful. I wanted to tell them that this wasn't a show for them to watch, but since we were shooting a movie, we weren't technically putting on a show. Maybe we should just film the making of scenes. I don't know what a Haruhi-style happy ending would be like, but we've got more than enough for a Mikuru Asahina promo. And Asahina and Nagato were back standing on their respective cross marks. Koizumi was holding the reflector board and a touchdown signal. Haruhi was reclined next to him, and I had circled around the 2 meters behind Nagato, garbed in black, to film Asahina over her shoulder. This camera angle was per Haruhi's instructions. An abrupt transformation soon followed. Okay, fire the beam now! In response to Haruhi's shout, Asahina uncertainly struck a pose. Mikuru beam! She shouted adorably in a forced falsetto and an obvious look to the camera. In that instant, the camera viewfinder suddenly went pitch dark. Huh? I didn't know what happened. I thought the camera had malfunctioned. I removed my eye from the finder to find an ominous-looking pointy hat. Nagato had her hand in a fist before my eyes. Nagato's right hand covered the lens and made it dark. Huh? Said Haruhi, whose mouth was wide open. The cross mark Haruhi had drawn was 2 meters in front of me. Nagato had been standing there just a moment ago. When Haruhi had yelled action and Asahina had shouted, Nagato's black silhouette had definitely shown up on camera. And not even a second later, Nagato was, for some reason, standing silently with one arm raised, gripping something in front of my face. The only explanation is I guess she warped. What? Haruhi said. Yuki, when'd you get over there? Nagato didn't respond, but instead left her bead-like eyes on Asahina. As for Asahina, she had her eyes open wide in surprise, and then she slowly blinked. Nagato's hand once again moved at the speed of light. She made a grabbing motion in the air as though she was catching a mosquito. What happened to the star-tipped antenna she was supposed to carry? Huh? I just heard a weird noise, like a lit match falling to the ditch of running water, or something like that. Huh? That puzzled voice belonged to Asahina. She must not understand the situation. To be honest, I don't really know either. What is Nagato doing? Asahina, seeking salvation, turned to the side, and was unnaturally sound came from where Koizumi was. The sound could not be mistaken, like an air escaping a punctured tire. The reflector board had just been raised above Koizumi's head. Just a cheap piece of styrofoam covered by a sheet of thick white paper had been severed at a diagonal angle. Koizumi, at a loss of words for once, stood stunned as he watched the top half of the reflector board slide off. But I didn't have the time to enjoy such a rare sight. Nagato moved, Nagato alone. A dark shadow leapt from the ground and landed right in front of Asahina. Nagato's right hand reached out from under her black mantle and grabbed Asahina's face. Her slender fingers covered Asahina's eye, and her fingertips drove into Asahina's temples. "Ah! Nagato!" Nagato paid no heed and threw the star waitress to the ground, looking like the Grim Reaper riding on top of that ample bosom. Asahina screamed and grabbed Nagato's slender arms locked in an iron grip. "Ah!" I finally came to my senses. What was that? It looked like Nagato had teleported over to interfere with the filming, but then Koizumi's reflector board split in half, and then the alien attacked the time traveler. When did Haruhi tell the two of them to act out this scene? Well, I guess that's not possible. The director, along with Koizumi and me, was also at a loss, and the two of them didn't look like they were acting. Cut! Haruhi stood up and whacked her chair with the megaphone. "Hey, Yuki, what are you doing? This wasn't part of the plan." Nagato remained silent, riding on the struggling Asahina, whose white thighs were half exposed. Upon hearing the soft murmur, I turned to find Koizumi staring at the severed edge of the reflector board with a grimace on his face. He then noticed my face and gave me a strange look. What was that supposed to mean? Or who cares about Koizumi's looks? Right now, I have to do something about Nagato's all-out martial arts antics. I ran, with camera in hand, and toward the jumbled waitress and black-garbed mage. "Hey, what are you doing? Nagato!" The wide-brimmed hat slowly turned towards me. Nagato's black hole-like eyes looked up at me and her thin lips parted. My expectations that she would say something were shot. Nagato silently shut her mouth with a look on her face suggesting that she couldn't find the appropriate words for the situation, before gradually standing up in the mount position. With a jerk of her black-mantled right shoulder, her arm withdrew under her outfit. Asahina was lying on the ground face up, trembling in fear. Well, yeah, of course she was scared. If Nagato charged over with that emotionless look and threw me to the ground, I'd be shaking in my boots. Especially since with her current getup, she looks like some kind of dark wizard that you would really not want to bump into in the middle of the night. Might even make some people piss their pants. Nagato, eyes covered by the oversized pointy hat, didn't move an inch. She just stared at me. I gently helped the sniffling Asahina stand up. The sight of those long eyelashes, bordering gorgeous eyes brimming with tears, only served to make her even more attractive. "Man, what are the two of you doing? Please don't do stuff that isn't in the script." The director, who hadn't even written down a script, walked over and went, "Huh?" in a dubious voice that I just had. "Mikuru, what happened to your contact?" "What?" Asahina, clinging to my arms in tears, moved her finger below her left eye. "Huh?" The three of us could only stand around looking puzzled. In these situations, you're supposed to consult the person who had a firm grasp on the situation. "Nagato, do you know what happened to Asahina's color contact?" "Don't know," Nagato replied in a flat voice. Pretty sure she's lying. "Well, maybe it fell out during the tussle." Haruhi guessed incorrectly and began searching the ground. "Kyon, you help look. That wasn't cheap. It cost quite a bit." I joined the scampering Haruhi and got on all fours, even though I told her it was useless. I had a feeling I'd seen Nagato's right hand holding something when she got off Asahina, and that hand had been attached to Asahina's face when they were tangled together. "Why can't we find it anywhere?" My apologies to the duck-billed Haruhi, but I wasn't looking very hard. I turned to find Koizumi playing with the pieces of the reflector board, attaching and separating them. "Hey, you pretend to look too, man." Koizumi smiled. "It must have blown away in the wind. Well, since it's light." He was saying irresponsible things as he displayed the remains of the reflector board. Haruhi jumped up and took them from him. "What happened? It split in half?" "Oh well, it was cheap anyway. Well, can't expect anything more from our photography club. Koizumi, tape it back together in the back." And with those careless remarks, she turned to her crocodile-like gaze back to Asahina, who had spaced out after finally stopped crying. "We can't continue filming without the color contact. What do we do?" She appeared to be thinking. Eventually, she snapped her fingers as though a light bulb had just gone off in her head. "That's it! We'll say that the eye color changes after she transforms." Transforms?" says Asahina. "That's right. It wouldn't be very realistic if you were always wearing that costume. That costume would be what you'll be wearing after you transform. You'll usually be wearing a more normal outfit." There's something wrong with people trying to make fiction too realistic. Plus, I think she just admitted that dressing up as a waitress isn't normal. Asahina was rapidly nodding her head up and down. Is that really okay? I really want to wear normal clothes, really." Which is why Mikuru's normal outfit will be a bunny girl. Wait, why? Because that's the only one I brought. Your usual regular clothing will look too dull on screen. Wait, oh my god, I just came with a backstory. Basically, Mikuru is your normal, average bunny girl, attracting customers for the shopping district. When she senses danger, she immediately transforms. She turns into the combat waitress. Well, isn't that perfect? Didn't you just say something about being realistic? Okay then, let's get started. Haruhi smiled a dangerous smile that looked like a crescent moon as she pinned Asahina's arm behind her back. Ow, 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 cried the waitress as she was taken into the woods. Well, I guess that's fine. I can only pray for Asahina, but it is very convenient for me that Haruhi runs off right now. Her sacrifice will not be wasted, and I can't wait to see her in a bunny suit. And that worked out well since I have something to ask Nagato. So what was up with that improv there? Nagato impassively pressed down on the brim of her pointy hat, leaving most of her face covered by its shadow, and slowly extended her right hand. The outfit was just something on top of her uniform, so her right sleeve was that of a sailor uniform. She then flipped her right index finger so it was facing upward. A blue contact lens was resting atop it. So you did snatch it. Here, Nagato murmured. Laser. And with that, she shut her mouth. You know, it's been on my mind for a while, but your explanations don't satisfy the bare minimum requirements. You could at least try talking for, I don't know, longer than 10 seconds. Nagato stared at her own finger. Invisible, coherent light possessing a high level of directivity. She spoke in an excruciatingly slow voice. I see. Invisible, coherent light. Sorry, I know even less now. Laser? I said. Yes, said Nagato. Well, that's quite a surprise, chimed in Koizumi. He picked up the contact in his fingers and observed it through the light. It looks like an ordinary contact lens. He sounds like he's really impressed. I couldn't figure out what to be surprised about, let alone be impressed. So what does this all mean? Koizumi chuckled. Could you show us your right palm? No, not you, Nagato. The black-garbed girl directed her gaze to me as though she was asking for my permission, so I nodded. Upon confirmation, she unclenched the remaining 3 fingers and thumb on her hand, at which point I stopped breathing. A gust of silence blew around the 3 of us. I shivered and finally understood. So that's what it was. Nagato's palm was riddled with a number of small black burned holes. They looked like they were the product of stabbing by red-hot tongs. There were 5 of them. I didn't have time to shield. Don't act so unconcerned about it. It looks damn painful. Very painful. Happened in an instant. So the laser beam came from Asahina's left eye? Asked Koizumi. Yes. Well, don't just say yes. Say goes for you, Koizumi. There's something that needs to be done before we figure out the situation. I will commence restorations shortly. True to her words, the holes in Nagato's hand were swiftly covered by her original white skin, right before our eyes. What the hey? I could only groan. Was Asahina seriously firing beams from her eyes? Not a particle projection cannon. Concentrated light. Oh yeah, big difference. A laser, or maser, or the Markalite FAHP all look the same to an amateur. Like I'm gonna know the difference between an ion cannon and an anti-proton cannon. Who cares about how it works as long as it blows up monsters, you know? The problem here is that Asahina has been shooting off heat rays without any monsters around. Not heat rays, photon laser. Like I said, big difference. Look, we don't need scientific verification. Nagato fell silent and closed her right hand. I covered my head with my arms while Koizumi flicked the contact. Was this an ability Asahina was already capable of? No, Nagato replied instantly. At the present, Mikuru Asahina is a normal human being. Her makeup is similar to that of ordinary people. So is there something special about this color contact? No, it is mere decoration. Thought so. After all, Haruhi was the one who bought it. Actually, that's the biggest problem here. The fact that she, and nobody else, was the one who brought it. There was something that needed to be emphasized. If Nagato hadn't covered me, Asahina's laser beam would have gone straight through the video camera lens, through my eyeball, burning up a number of things, before finally exiting through the back of my skull. Pretty sure my brains have been smoking. That'd be bad. Yeah. Still, it feels like Nagato's always saving my life. It's pretty embarrassing. Which means, Koizumi smiled grimly as he stroked his chin. This is Suzumiya's doing, isn't it? She wanted there to be a Mikuru beam, and reality was altered to accommodate that. That's how it appeared. Yes. Nagato gave confirmation without a hint of emotion on her face. I was not as able to stay calm. Wait, hold on. There isn't any magic or whatever in the contact, right? How can it fire killer rays just because Haruhi wished for it? Well, Suzumiya doesn't need magic or unknown technology. If she believes something to exist, then it actually does. Don't expect your bullshit reasoning to convince me. Haruhi didn't seriously mean to shoot beams when she said that. That was just within the movie. Even she said that she was just joking, didn't she? Indeed. Koizumi also nodded. Don't just accept my objection. Well, now I can't keep going. We're also aware that Suzumiya possesses common sense. However, it is also a fact that common sense of this world does not apply to her. This incident is most likely the result of some kind of extraordinary phenomenon. That would be... Oh, they're coming back. We'll continue this later. Koizumi slipped the contact into his shirt pocket. Jesus, what a pain. Use wit and tact to save the world from destruction. Beat the crap out of bad guys, no questions asked. Hold some Esper powers within a conveniently small world, and throw in some random human melodrama. Fact of the matter is, I prefer it that way. If I had to be dragged into the world that sounds like it's out of fiction, give me something that's way out there. The more removed from reality, the better. But look at me now. Talking to a certain classmate resulted in disaster. I'm surrounded by a bunch of people with backgrounds I completely don't understand, and we're doing stuff I can't even begin to try to comprehend. Shooting beams from eyes? What's with that? What's the point of trying? On second thought, not a single member of the mysterious trio of Asahina, Nagato, and Koizumi had actually proven their identity. All of them delivered their little introductions, but I'm still not crazy enough to buy their crap. Not even after being involved in all those incidents that might have suggested otherwise. Everything has its standards, and I got my own set of them. Though, they're starting to get out of whack. According to these people, first of all, Asahina was a time traveler from the future. She wouldn't tell me what year she was from, but I know why she was here, to observe Haruhi Suzumiya. Nagato was an alien-made humanoid interface. Don't even start going, what's that? Because that was my reaction too, so we're even. As for why something like that is on Earth, it's because of Nagato's superiors, the Data Overmind or whatever, apparently have interest in Haruhi Suzumiya. And then there's Koizumi, who is an Esper dispatched from some ridiculous organization known as the Agency. One of his missions was to transfer to the school, and his job is to monitor Haruhi Suzumiya. As for Haruhi herself, surrounded by 3 people with such bizarre profiles, her identity is still the greatest mystery. According to Asahina, she was a time warp. Nagato said that she was the potential for evolution, and Koizumi went so far to call her God. Seriously, guys, good job. Good work. And while you're at it, do something about Haruhi. Or this female brigade chief will remain a mystery and I will remain trapped in her neutron star-level gravitational field. I can live with it for now, but, you know, try to picture how it'll be 10 years from now. What are we supposed to do if Haruhi's still Haruhi? That will be pretty ugly. Illegally occupying club rooms, prowling the streets with the eyes of a predator, going berserk while causing a ruckus, and unstable mood swings that can be forgiven when you're still a teenager. Not the actions of a grown adult. She'd just be a social misfit. Do Asahina, Koizumi, and Nagato still intend to go along with Haruhi at that point? As for me, I'll apologize first. Sorry, I don't have any intention of tagging along. Because time is unforgiving. Life doesn't have reset buttons falling out of the sky, and you're not going to find save points marked on the side of the road. It doesn't matter if Haruhi's distorted time, caused an explosion of data, or created and destroyed worlds. I'm my own person. She's her own person. I can't go along with her childish game forever. Even if I wanted to, everyone has to go home eventually. And if you look a year or 10 years into the future, that's an undeniable fact. How long are you going to keep grumbling? Shouldn't you already be used to being seen in this outfit? I could see Haruhi dragging Asahina away from the trees. Behave like an actress. Bravely shedding your clothes is a fast track to a Blue Ribbon Rookie Award. Not that you'll be shedding your clothes this time. Have to keep something in reserve. She looked like a hunting hound bringing in a rabbit. Haruhi returned with the bunny girl Asahina wearing high heels that didn't look very suitable for walking in the dirt. She had a smile on so bright, I was expecting her to sneeze at any moment. Once this movie's a success, I'll use the proceeds to take everyone to a hot spring. Think of it as a vacation. Mikuto wants to go, right? Still, well, whatever. I'll follow this through to the end. I would have preferred to be involved in something like the story from your movie. It would have been a perfect fit if I were the Itsuki Koizumi character's position, but it appears I don't have any hidden powers. I'll just behave and play your straight man. In a few years, we'll all be able to look back and go, yeah, we did some crazy stuff back then, and laugh about all this. Probably. Bunny girl Asahina walked along, looking even more embarrassed than she was as a waitress. Haruhi was the only one who had a smug look on her face. What are you so happy about? I pretended to fiddle with the focus on the video camera as I zoomed in on Asahina's cleavage. You know, I gotta check one thing. A small mole rested on her white left mound. Upon closer inspection, it was shaped like a star. Confirmation complete. This person's definitely my Asahina. Not a fake. What are you doing? Haruhi's face popped up in front of the lens. You're not allowed to shoot anything I didn't order. We're not filming your home videos. I know. Notice I didn't press the record button? I was just looking. Okay, everybody, gather around and get ready. We'll be shooting Mikuru's daily life now. Mikuru, just walk around naturally, and the camera will follow. What kind of girl shows up in a forest park in a bunny girl outfit on a daily basis? Oh, who cares about that? It's considered normal in this movie. Trying to apply realistic standards to fiction is just plain gross. I'd like you to return that line straight back to you, except in your case, you're applying fictional standards to reality, so it's the other way around. Afterward, Asahina, unaware that she could fire killer beans from her eyes, plucked flowers from the park, gathered dead leaves and blew them in the air, and danced and hopped around in the grass per Haruhi's instructions, growing more and more exhausted in the process. And then Haruhi dealt the final blow. This doesn't feel right with the mountains in the background. I suppose a bunny girl wouldn't be walking around in the mountains. Let's go into town. With that complete reversal of what she's been saying the moment prior, we found ourselves on a bus on the move again. The leading actor, Koizumi, who at this point had just been on lighting duty the whole time, was holding onto the strap with a taped-up reflector board and other items I had forced on him tucked under his arm. I was standing next to him, and Nagato stood next to me, like a dark shadow. Only Haruhi and Asahina were sitting in the empty seats. Haruhi had taken the camera from me and sat right next to Asahina, filming her from the side. Asahina had her head down as she answered Haruhi's questions in a subdued voice. It looked like the director was conducting an interview of the lead actress. The bus traveled down the winding mountain road toward the residential area. I prayed earnestly inside my heart that the driver wasn't constantly looking in the rearview mirror. Please keep your eyes on the road. Perhaps my prayers were heard, since our bus safely reached our station, our destination. By this point, the bus was filled with passengers who were staring at Haruhi, Asahina, and Nagato. The sight of those bouncy bunny ears and her exposed creamy shoulders at the back was devastating. It felt like the bunny version of Asahina would be the talk of not only North High, but the entire city. Then again, this might be Haruhi's aim. Did you see that there's a pretty girl on the bus yesterday? Oh yeah, I saw her too. What'd you say? I think she belongs to North High's SOS Brigade. SOS Brigade? Yeah, the SOS Brigade. The SOS Brigade, huh? I'll remember that. That's probably how she expects it to go. Asahina isn't the SOS Brigade's billboard. So what is she, you might ask? Well, obviously, she serves as the tea girl for my spiritual balm. I'm sure that's what Asahina wants. For sure. Definitely. Of course, trying to tell Haruhi what you want is like trying to talk to a wall. Thanks to Haruhi's miraculous mechanism that repels anything inconvenient anyone else might have to say away from her eardrums. It might be osmotic pressure. If I figure out how it works, the Nobel Prize Committee might at least consider me a nominee in the psychology category. Anyone want to give me a shot? That day, Asahina was stuck in the bunny girl until sunset. As for what she did, well, she just walked around in that outfit. This wasn't much different from the usual magical mystery patrol, except that the extra attention had made it all the more tiring, and I was constantly worrying if someone might call the cops. Haruhi had no concept of what approval to film was, so she was free to shoot wherever she wanted. Her sense of freedom was about as dignified as papal authority during the age of Innocent III. I would say her definition of freedom was mistaken. Okay, that's enough for today. Haruhi finally looked at our face, signaling that our work was done, and the rest of us, except for Nagato, breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a long day. Tomorrow's Sunday, and I want a long, hard rest. Okay, everybody, see you tomorrow. Meet up at the same time and place as it was today. She said as though it was no big deal. We're receiving compensation, right? What's that? You realize that we're behind in filming. This isn't time for you people to be relaxing. You can rest all you want once the cultural festival is over. Until we finish, assume those red-letter days don't exist on the calendar. We're already behind schedule after 2 days of filming. Can you work on your own time management skills? Behind? Does that mean the hours of footage I shot today aren't going to be used? Or does Haruhi intend to make a taiga drama? We're not making a daily broadcast show here, just a one-shot amateur movie at a screen at a cultural festival. In any case, Haruhi didn't look like she was worried about a single thing. She shoved all the equipment on me and, carrying her only armband and cell phone, turned with a top-class smile on her face. See you all tomorrow then! We're definitely going to make this movie a success. No, With my directorial vision, this movie is already guaranteed to be a success. The rest depends on how hard you people work. Make sure you show up on time. If you don't show up, there'll be lynching and heads will roll." And with that proclamation, she walked off humming Marilyn Manson's Rock is Dead. "I'll let Asahina know," Koizumi whispered in my ear before she left. Asahina had Koizumi's blazers draped over her head. If it were winter, I would have brought a coat, but unfortunately the weather had been stuck in the late summer pattern. I directed an irritated glare at the pile of items next to my feet. Let her know what? About the laser eye thing we were discussing. There shouldn't be any odd rays being fired if the eye doesn't change color. That's how it works according to Suzumiya rules, so we should be okay if she doesn't put on any color contacts. The reflector board-carrying leading bastard flashed me with what looked like one of the insurance salesman's smiles. Let us err on the side of caution and prepare a safety net. I'm sure we'll be willing to cooperate. After all, beams are dangerous. Koizumi walked over to the black-garbed figure that looked something like a human crow, Nagato. As I returned home carrying my huge load of crap, my sister came out to greet me, looking at me like I was some kind of weird animal. The grade schooler who had been responsible for the nickname Kyon, spreading all over, started spouting stuff like, "Is that a video camera? Yay, film me, and other nonsense. But I just said, "Moron," and I went to my room. In any case, I was completely exhausted. Asahina was one thing, but why should I have to engage in something as sad as recording footage of my own little sister? That's no fun. I sat down my bag along with the backpack and paper bags before collapsing on my bed, attending a brief moment's respite before my mother sent my sister up to elbow smash me awake for dinner.
The next day, we gathered in front of the station yet again. The only difference would be that there was a switch in members. In addition to the SOS Brigade members, there were 3 new faces standing before me. They were the underling characters Haruhi had mentioned. "Hey, Kyon, this is not how you said it would be." Taniguchi was filing some sort of protest. "Where's the lovely Asahina? I only came because you said she'd be here to greet us. She's not here, douche." Exactly. The scheduled time had passed and Asahina still hadn't shown up. She's most likely cooped up inside her room, refusing to go outside, considering how much she went through yesterday and the day before. "Bro, I came here for eye candy. What's all this? All I've seen so far is Suzumiya's pissed off face. Is this a scam?" "Bro, shut up. Why don't you look at Nagato or something?" "Well, in any case, that outfit really suits Nagato," Kunikita commented in a carefree tone. He would be the second underling after Taniguchi. The night before, I had just gotten into the bathtub when Haruhi called. I took the phone from my sister and answered it as I washed my hair. "That moron Taniguchi and the other one. I can't remember his name. But anyway, you're friends. Bring the 2 of them with you tomorrow. We'll be using them for underlings." And then she hung up. Didn't even say hello or how I was doing. When you ask people to do something for you, you should probably try sounding more appealing. You know, the way Asahina sounds. Once I was done with my bath, I called Taniguchi and Kunikita to ask if they had any plans for the weekend. With that, the board-side duo immediately consented to come. What do you guys usually do on the weekend? Maybe Haruhi thought the 2 guys by themselves wouldn't make much for a shot, but whatever the case, she had prepared another extra. That person was currently bent over, peering into Nagato's face under her wide-brim hat. With a toss of her long hair, she stood straight to greet me with a smile. "Kyon, what happened to Mikuru?" That cheerful girl was Suya, Asahina's classmate. According to Asahina, she was, quote, a friend from this time period, end quote. So I would assume she doesn't have a weird background. Back in June when Haruhi was like, "Let's enter a baseball tournament," and we needed more people, Asahina brought this normal second-year female high schooler. Oh yeah, Taniguchi and Kunikita were also around for that one. My sister too, actually, while we're thinking about it. "So what are we doing? I was told to come if I happened to be free. Ooh, what's it say on Suzumiya's armband? What you gonna do with that video camera? Why is Yuki dressed like that?" She fired the stream of questions in rapid succession. By the time I opened my mouth to respond, Suya already moved on to Koizumi. "Whoa, Koizumi, looking sharp today." She's a busy person. Still, Haruhi could give Suya a run for her money when it comes to hyperactivity. Pretty impressive how she could yell at her cell phone so loudly this early in the morning. "What are you talking about? You're the star. 30% of this movie's success is riding on you. Though the other 70% depends on my talent, but whatever. What was that? Your stomach hurts. Stupid. That excuse was only gonna work in grade school. Get your ass down here right now, in 30 seconds. It would appear that Asahina is suffering from an onset of hikikomori syndrome. It was inevitable. Wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the mere thought of having to endure yet another day of torture would be enough to emotionally induce stomach pains. She's a pretty timid person. Sheesh. Haruhi hung up in a rage with a look on her face like a butler about to scold a child for not using proper table manners.
She needs to be punished.
Oh, don't be like that. Asahina, unlike you, just wants to live a quiet life. You could leave her in peace on Sunday at least. That's what I think. Of course, Haruhi wasn't going to listen to any selfish requests from the leading actress. This female director kept a short leash on her star, even when it wasn't paying her a penny.
I'll go pick her up. Hand me that bag over there.
She snatched a clear bag containing the costumes and sprinted off to the taxi stand. She then pounded on the window of a parked taxi until the door was opened, before jumping in and riding off somewhere. That's right, I don't know where Asahina lives, though I've been to Nagato's place a number of times. I can understand how Asahina feels. Koizumi had moved to stand next to me when I wasn't paying attention. Suya was with the Joker combo from my class saying stuff like, "Hey, it's been a while," as they bowed and fawned over her. Koizumi smiled as he watched them. After all, there's an impression that she may actually become a real transforming heroine at this rate. Anyway, the laser rays were definitely over the top. What wouldn't be over the top? Well, let's see. Something on the level of breathing fire from her mouth would be simple to set up. Asahina isn't supposed to be a monster, performer, or evil wrestler. What if her lovely lids get burned? Nobody could possibly shoulder the responsibility for that. Don't tell me you're already planning on taking responsibility for her. Not at all. The only time I would ever feel responsibility would be if I would have allowed the Celestials to run wild. Fortunately, that never happened. Well, it happened once, didn't it? By the way, I gotta thank you for your actions during that time. Your help allowed us to get through that incident. Half a year ago, the world was on the verge of being destroyed. Thanks to excruciating physical effort and exhausting mental exertion on my part, the world was able to hang on by a thread. I figured it wouldn't be odd to expect world leaders to send me thank you letters, but I have yet to hear from any of the embassies. Well, it'd be a problem if they actually did show up, so I'm not really hoping for anything. I received an award last time in the form of an embrace from a sobbing Asahina. When I thought about it, that was more than enough. It wasn't like Koizumi saying thanks was going to make me happy. About Mikuru Asahina. Hey, don't use her first name. It gives me an unpleasant feeling. Excuse me. About Asahina. It appears that we'll be able to avoid having her emit odd rays. Well, how'd you manage that? Aren't you really being optimistic and assuming that Haruhi didn't prepare a spare color of contacts? No, it's already been taken care of. Nagato was very cooperative. I looked over at the unmoving girl staring at the shops in the station before looking back at Koizumi. What'd you do to Asahina? Now, there's no need to worry. We merely eliminated any exposure to laser. I don't entirely understand it myself. Nagato, unlike other TFI terminals, speaks very little. I simply requested her to remove any risk of danger. What's a TFI? It's an abbreviation that we arbitrarily assigned. It's not exactly vital information. However, I believe that Nagato stands out even when compared for the rest of them. I believe that she may serve another purpose beyond the mere interface. What else would the tight-mouthed bookworm do besides serve Haruhi? Ryoko Asakura would be missed by more people. Not that I miss her, though. After 30 minutes, the taxi Haruhi had taken returned. Waitress Asahina was in tow, looking as glum as she did yesterday. Haruhi was getting a receipt from the driver. Maybe she intended to write off the taxi fee as an expense. Taniguchi and Kunikita were holding some kind of discussion as they watched. Yeah, the other night I'd gone to the convenience store was on the way back when I passed the taxi. Huh. And then I noticed the taxi sign on the roof looked like it said love. Oh, wow! Yeah, but the taxi sped off before I could get another look, and that's when I realized love is what I'm missing right now. Well, maybe it really did say love. It must have been like a private taxi. To think that we have two idiots engaged in such a ridiculous conversation for help. We must really be scraping the bottom of the personnel barrel. If I were to compare Taniguchi and Kunikita to nickel alloy, then Suya would be platinum. They're about as different as fireworks in Apollo 11. Hey, Mikuru, who do you think you are to come by taxi? Suya was pretty psyched up, but was at a mild level, nowhere near Haruhi's crazy natural high. You could say that Suya was still grounded within the realm of normal world. Wow, amazing, sexy! Mikuru, what's the place you're working at? Whoo! Must not allow anyone under 18 inside, huh? Or you're only 17. Yeah, that's right. You're not a customer, so it's okay. Asahina's eyes, puffy from crying, were in their natural color. Looks like they were out of color contacts. Haruhi dragged the petite waitress out front. You're not going to get away with pretending to be sick. We're going to keep on filming. Mikuru, this will be your time to shine. Everything is for the SOS Brigade. The spirit of self-sacrifice will always move the audience, no matter what world you live in. Hey, you be the sacrifice. There can be only one heroine in this world. It really should be me, but I'm giving up the seat this time as a special service. At least until the cultural festival's over.
Nobody in this world accepts you as the heroine. Suya was slapping Asahina on the shoulder as she talked. Oh, what's this? Race queen? Some kind of character? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, that's it. Let's use it for this yakisoba cafe at the cultural festival. A bunch of customers were gonna come. I can understand why Asahina wanted to coop herself in her room. No pitcher going to stand on the mound when he knows a rally's about to start. Asahina slowly raised her head and looked at me in the eyes of a martyr begging for salvation, before quickly looking away. She let loose a soft sigh before offering a wan smile and dragging her feet over to me. Sorry I'm late. I was looking at the top of Asahina's head as she bowed down. Nah, I don't really mind. I guess I'm paying for everyone's lunch. Hey, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. I'm sorry about yesterday. It looks like I fired some optical weapon without realizing it. No sweat. I was perfectly fine. I took a quick peek. Nagato was standing around, absent-mindedly with the star-tipped antenna in her hand. Noticing my reaction, Asahina lowered her already soft and fine voice. I was bitten. She rubbed her left wrist. Bitten by what? Nagato. She said something about injecting nanomachines. But it looks like my eyes will no longer admit anything. What a relief. Which means I don't have to worry about getting sliced up, huh? Still, it's hard to picture Nagato biting Asahina. So what exactly did she inject? It was last night. She came with Koizumi to my home. Koizumi, in charge of keeping an eye on the equipment, was talking with Haruhi about something. Hey, invite me to these kinds of things. I'd much rather be invited on a visit to Asahina's home instead of closed space. What you whispering about? Suya wrapped her flexible arm around Asahina's neck. Mikuru sure is cute. I'd love to keep her at my place. Kyon, you guys getting along? Absolutely. Taniguchi and Kunikita, the hack combo, were admiring Asahina, who had her mouth half open. Hey, don't stare. What if you damage her looks? That was when Haruhi shouted. We've decided on a place. For what? Filming! Oh, yeah. I'd almost forgotten that we were shooting a movie here. Actually, I wanted to forget. It feels more like we're producing a cheap Idol DVD, oddly enough. There's a cool pond near Koizumi's house. We'll start filming there today. Haruhi was already out in front, carrying a vinyl flag with the words Film Crew written on it and leading the way. I called over Taniguchi and Kunikita, who were still staring inappropriately at Asahina, and we shared the bags and packs among us. After 30 minutes of walking, we reached the bank of the pond. It was located within some hills in approximately the center of the residential district. It was pretty big for a pond. Big enough for migratory birds to drop by during winter, and according to Koizumi, it was the time of year when ducks and geese start showing up. There was a metal fence surrounding the pond area, barring entry. There was an issue of common sense first, though. Or maybe a problem with how kids are being raised. Either way, you're not going to find grade schoolers playing around in a place like this these days, unless they're really dumb. What are you doing? Hurry up and jump over. Oh yeah, I forgot this girl was, in fact, really dumb. Haruhi, the director, had her foot on the fence and was beckoning the rest of us. Asahina had a look of despair on her face as she held down her short skirt. Suya was cackling next to her. What? What are we doing here? Is Mikuru going to swim? With a shake of her head, Asahina eyed the green surface as though it were a lake of blood. The fence is a tad high to climb, don't you agree? Koizumi was talking to Nagato, not me. It was futile to try to hold a conversation with her. She'd either give you a simple yes or no or went into a long spiel nobody could understand. However, while Nagato remained silent, she showed a curious reaction. She put her fingers on the metal pole supporting the fence and pulled it to the side. What was supposed to be an iron pole bent as easily as caramel under a burning sun, and eventually came to rest in a bent state. As skillful as always, I quickly turned to look at the other people, though it was probably unnecessary. Huh, must be old, Kunikita said with a knowledgeable look on his face. So what am I supposed to do? Am I a Kappa? Taniguchi muttered to himself as he squeezed through an opening in the fence and headed to the bank of the pond. Suya followed, leading Asahina by the hand, looking very reluctant toward the edge of the pond where Haruhi was waiting. The three extras weren't concerning themselves with any small details. At least that's a big help. Koizumi smiled equally at both Nagato and me before he slipped through the fence. Nagato, looking like a black mage, passed in front of me like a ghost. Not like I have a choice. I just have to get this filming over with and get out of here, before anybody starts asking any questions about destruction of public property. Asahina and Nagato stood facing each other again. Looks like there's another battle scene. Is Haruhi actually trying to come up with a story here? When is Koizumi going to make an appearance? Koizumi, in his uniform, was once again standing behind me in his lighting duty. After placing a director's chair on the muddy ground, Haruhi began furiously scribbling what I assume was the dialogue in a sketchbook. In this scene, Mikuru finds himself in a dire situation because her blue eye beam has been sealed by Yuki. The felt pen came to a halt as she looked up with a self-satisfied look on her face. Yeah, that sounds good. You there, hold this up while standing. And just like that, Taniguchi was on cue card duty. The two actresses looked to the hands of the sulking Taniguchi. This won't be enough to discourage me. Evil alien Yuki, quietly leave Earth at once. I'm sorry. In response to Mikuru Asahina's unexpected apology, the evil alien mage Yuki Nagato opened her mouth. I see. She nodded without any sign of taking offense. She then read her lines in a deadpan voice per Haruhi's instructions. You should be the one to vanish from this time. He will fall into our hands. That is how much he is worth. He has yet to realize his own power, but is a valuable thing. Consequently, we will start by invading Earth. Haruhi waved her megaphone around like a conductor, and Nagato pointed the star-tipped antenna at Asahina's face in a similar motion. I won't let you have your way, even if it costs me my life. Then we shall take your life. Asahina shook noticeably in response to Nagato's flat words. Cut! Yelled Haruhi as she stood up. She ran over between the two of them. You're starting to get the feel of it. Yep, that's the spirit. But no ad-libbing, okay? And Mikuru, come over here. The director and the leading actress turned their backs on the rest of us. I lowered the video camera and stretched out my neck. I wonder what they were discussing. After about a second, Suya was no longer able to hold herself back and began cackling in a loud voice. Oh my god, what's this movie about? Or is it even a movie? This is absolutely hysterical. Except the only other person able to enjoy this movie besides you would be Haruhi. Taniguchi and Kunikita were lounging around with looks on their faces that said, why were we called here? Nagato was playing dumb by herself. Koizumi was gazing across the pond as though he'd become one with nature. I removed the almost filled tape and unwrapped a new DV cassette. Felt like I was just creating more garbage. Suya was looking at my hands with great interest. Is this what videos look like these days? A bunch of Mikuru pictures are on here. Can you show me later? It'll probably be great for laughs. This is not a laughing matter. Passing out flyers in a bunny girl outfit had been one day affair, but this stupid filming could potentially go on until the day of the cultural festival. Asahina could go from refusing to stand in front of a camera to refusing to go to school. That would hurt me the hardest, since I would no longer be able to drink her marvelous tea. Nagato's tea has no taste, and Haruhi's is bad on a fundamental level. Koizumi is just out of the question. If I end up in a situation where I have to make my own tea, I'd rather drink tap water. Sorry for the wait! Yeah, you kept us waiting. Waiting and waiting. About time to go home, I'd say. We don't want to trample too much pond-side foliage. We're just getting to the good stuff. Here, look at this! Haruhi shoved Asahina out in front with a push. Telling me to look at Asahina? That's not necessary. I stare at her every day. See, it's the usual, same beautiful, adorable, and fair Asahina. Huh? One of her eyes was a different color. The right eye this time. A silver eye looked apologetically between the ground and me. Use that miracle Mikuru laser to fire something, anything fantastic, and attack it. I didn't have time to tell her to stop. Even if there had been enough time, I still would have gotten sliced and diced. At any rate, it was all too sudden. Haruhi delivering the dangerous command, Haruhi blinking in surprise, and also the dark figure of Nagato pushing down Asahina by the pond. A recreation of the scene from yesterday. It was like watching a replay. Nagato had used her special teleportation again. In an instant, only her hat remained where she had been standing, and it softly floated to the ground. The person who had been wearing that hat had, in a blink of an eye, traveled a number of meters to ride Asahina, Iron Claw to the temples. Everyone watched dumbfounded as the two actresses began wrestling on the damp ground. Nagato! The wordless and expressionless Nagato paid her screaming no heed and straddled Asahina with just a slight ruffle of her short hair. Hey! Haruhi quickly recovered. Yuki, you're a mage. You're supposed to be bad at physical combat. This isn't the time to be mud wrestling. However, Haruhi shut her mouth mid-sentence and spent 3 seconds thinking. Well, this works too, actually, since it'll probably sell. Kyon, make sure you're filming. Let's not waste Yuki's idea. This isn't by design. She's reacting to the situation. Some kind of defensive measure to deal with contact lenses. I'm sure Asahina understands that, but she's so scared that all she could do is cry out softly and kick her legs. Tantalizing. No, I mean, no, this isn't the time for fan service. That was when a rattle made everyone besides the two look behind us. It was the fence around the pond that Haruhi had climbed and the rest of us had squeezed through. The space had been occupied was now empty. The fence, cut in a V shape, was now lying on the road as though it had been hit by an invisible laser. After a moment, I looked back to find Nagato biting at Asahina's wrist like an anemic vampire. I was careless. Surprisingly, Nagato was criticizing herself. The laser was configured to disperse and become harmless. This time, it was a hyper-osculatory particle cutter, she muttered in a tone that suggested she wasn't breathing. Koizumi, picking up the black hat and offering it to her, opened his mouth. Something like monofilament, I presume. But if the particle cutter is invisible to the eye, it must have no mass? Nagato took the hat and casually put it on her head. I perceived a trace amount of mass, approximately equivalent to 1/10 to the 41st power grams. Less than a neutrino? Nagato remained silent as she stared into Asahina's eyes. The waitress's right eye was still silver. Asahina wiggled around as she rubbed her bitten wrist. What did you, inject into me this time? The tip of the pointy hat moved about 5 millimeters. It took that it was a sign of confusion. She must have been fretting out how to word her response. And just as expected, Nagato responded. A force field was established on the surface with the ability to phase-shift dimensional oscillatory cycles and transform them into gravitational waves. She delivered that baffling sentence in a strained voice. I had no idea that you could eliminate the killer wire, but for some reason beyond my comprehension, the other two appeared to accept the explanation. Koizumi was saying irrelevant things like, I see. Incidentally, gravity manifests itself in waves. Nagato probably also thought this question was irrelevant, since she didn't give him an answer. Koizumi shrugged his signature pose. However, we certainly were careless. It was also my responsibility. I was only expecting laser beams to shoot from her eyes. Fire something, anything fantastic were her words, I believe. Seems other people weren't allowed to follow Suzumiya's train of thought. She truly is an amazing person. Follow her train of thought? More like she's already lapsed the rest of humanity multiple times. A whole 3 laps even. And you can feel the presence as she creeps up from behind. It's so intense that at a first glance, a person that stands might be confused and assume you're on the same lap. That's something only people racing on the circuit would know, and Haruhi isn't even going easy on the pedal, be it an S-curve, a Degner curve, or a crisscrossing one. And on top of all that, she's the only one with a Bussard ramjet engine, which allows her to keep going forever. She set up the rules so that nobody could keep up with her, even if they wanted to. And she has no idea that this whole thing is fixed. When matters are this serious, you can't laugh it all off just because she happens to be clueless. Well, fortunately, said Koizumi, everyone appears to have accepted that the fence deteriorated due to poor maintenance by the local government. I'm just glad the matter didn't get out of hand. I glanced at the pale face hidden from under the hat. Yuki'd shown us her palm, which looked like it had been sliced up by a whirlwind, a picture gruesome enough to scare people who can't stand pain. Except it was healing so fast, it was like if it never happened. I look over to the second group, standing some distance away. Haruhi and the haphazard trio of extras were watching the video on the camera and shouting in a melodic voice. Oh wait, no, that was just Suya. So wait, what do we do? I asked. I feel like there's going to be a disaster if we keep filming. We can't call off this movie, Koizumi replied. What do you think is going to happen if we force Suzumiya to stop filming this movie? She'll probably go berserk. Absolutely. Even if she didn't personally go around wreaking havoc, we can rest assured that Celestials will be rampaging within closed space. Yeah, don't remind me. I never want to go there again. I never want to do that again. More likely, Suzumiya is just having too much fun in the current situation. She's able to freely engage her imagination and create her own movie, almost like playing God. As you already know, she's usually irritated by how reality doesn't work the way she desires. That's actually not true, but since she hasn't realized it, the result is the same. However, in this movie, the story progresses according to her wishes. Anything else is possible. Suzumiya is using this movie as a medium to reconstruct her own world. She's as selfish as ever. You can't have what you want unless you're extremely rich or powerful. Go become a politician or something. As my face cycled a variety of grimaces and frowns, Koizumi continued talking with a smile on his face. Of course, Suzumiya is not aware of that. She believes that she's creating a fictional world within the movie. Her earnest passion is focused on the production of this film. I would presume that her passion is so great that she's unconsciously affected the real world. It's like rolling a die that only has negative numbers on it. We can't continue filming and let Haruhi's delusions run wild. We can't stop filming and put her in a bad mood. Both choices lead to bad endings. Nonetheless, if we must choose between the two, I would prefer to continue. Yeah, give me a good reason why, I asked. I've grown tired of hunting Celestials. I'm just kidding. Sorry about that. Let's see, the reason is basically as follows. Allowing a few alterations in this world would appear more conducive to our survival than letting the entire world be reset. So we just allow Asahina to become Superwoman in the real world? This time, the alterations to reality are quite modest when compared with Celestials. After all, Nagato is able to effectively utilize protective revisions. When compared to the prospect of starting the world over from scratch, wouldn't you agree that dealing with supernormal phenomena case by case sounds vastly preferable? Well, I'd gotta say that neither scenario sounds very good. What if we hit Haruhi from behind and knock her out until the cultural festival's over? That's a terrible idea. But if you take full responsibility, I won't stop you. I can't shoulder the entire world. And with that reply, I turned to look at Asahina, who was picking dirt off the waitress costume with her fingers. She looked like she pretty much had given up hope. Upon noticing my gaze, she quickly opened her mouth. Don't worry about me. I'll get through this somehow. She's so sweet. Her face looks pretty pale, though. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure she doesn't even want to be bitten by Nagato every time something comes up. Even if the tooth marks do disappear shortly, doesn't change the fact that it's creepy. After all, if I were to give Nagato a long-handed sickle, she'd look like Death Girl from the 13th Tarot card, or an ageless space vampire. Either way, she's going to be sending you to the beyond. Of course, in Asahina's case, it was injecting instead of sucking. Still, if you attribute this all to carelessness, Asahina seems to have a weak sense of danger for someone from the future. Maybe it's because I don't know how she really feels, since it involves a bunch of classified information. Well, I'm sure she'll tell me one of these days. And of course, we should all be alone in a confined space when that happens. It was finally time for Taniguchi and Kunikita, along with Suya. When Haruhi revealed their roles in the movie, we learned that they'd be playing nameless bit characters. Their roles were listed as normal people being manipulated by slave puppets by evil alien Yuki. In other words, Haruhi explained with an unpleasant grin on her face, Mikuru fights for justice, so she can't harm normal people. Yuki is taking advantage of that weakness. She's using hypnotic magic to control normal humans. Mikuru, unable to fight against ordinary civilians, gets all beat up. Asahina's pretty beaten up already. What do you intend to do to her? By the time I finished that thought, Haruhi was already talking again. We're gonna start by throwing Mikuru into the pond. Asahina was the only one reacting with surprise. Suya was guffawing to the side. Taniguchi and Kunikita looked at each other before turning to Asahina's bewildered face. Hey now, Taniguchi said with a strange half-smile on his face. The pond? The water might be warm, but it's fall already. Even the most generous fool in the world wouldn't call this water clean. Suzumiya, at least use a warm water pool. Asahina was presenting her earnest objection, on the verge of tears. Even Kunikita was defending her. Yeah, that's right. What if it's a bottomless bog? She'll never float back up again. Look, there's a bunch of black bass. Don't say stuff that'll make Asahina faint. Also, it's already proven that the more you resist, the more stubborn Haruhi becomes. True to form, her lips were puckered like a duck's bill. Shut up, okay? Sacrifices must be made for the sake of realism. I wanted to use the Loch Ness of the Great Salt Lake for this. But we don't have the time or money for that. It is our duty as humans to do the best we can with the limited time we are given, which means we are using this pond. What kind of logic is that? And this conversation seems to assume that Asahina has to suffer water torture. You could just switch the background, you know. Why can't you use your mind that way? As I was pondering whether I should stop her, someone tapped my shoulder from behind. I turned back to see Dan Koizumi with a thin smile on his face, wordlessly shaking his head. Yeah, I know. Tamper with Haruhi the wrong way and weird stuff will start happening. If Asahina starts shooting plasma balls from her mouth, we might have Japan's self-defense forces coming after us. Fine, I'll do it, Asahina announced with a bitter voice. She must be heartbroken. Here's a poor girl sacrificing herself for world peace. An incredibly cliché development that would probably be the climax of making of video. Except the camera isn't rolling. Haruhi was thrilled. Mikuru, that's great! Oh, you look so divine right now. That's what I would expect from one of my hand-picked brigade members. You've really grown. It's more like she's learned rather than grown, I'd say. Then the two of you will take one of Mikuru's arms, and Suru can hold her legs. When I say ready, go. Once I've said it, toss her into the pond. The following scene played out under Haruhi's direction. The three extras started by standing in a line in front of Nagato with their heads hanging as the black-garbed mage waved the antenna pointer. It almost looked like some kind of Shinto exorcism ceremony. As I watched Nagato's blank face while she moved the pointer, she did have a sort of shrine maiden feel to her.
Afterward, having received Nagato's command to target Asahina, the three of them moved towards the heroine, walking stiffly like zombies seeking fresh meat.
Mikuru, sorry, I really don't want to do this, but I'm being mind-controlled and stuff. Really, I'm sorry. Blah.
Suya, who looked like she was having the absolute time of her life, crept towards the waitress with a smile reminiscent of a cat-shaped bus. Taniguchi, always timid in a pinch, pretended to hesitate while Kunikita scratched at his head as they both approached Asahina, who turned pale, then red.
Hey, you two morons, be serious about this.
You're the moron. But I swallowed that comment and continued looking through the camera. Asahina, knees buckling, slowly backed to the edge of the pond.
Prepare yourself,
Suya said brightly as she shoved Asahina down and hoisted an exposed thigh under each arm. This is getting dangerous. Asahina was seriously scared. Taniguchi and Kunikita each grabbed an arm.
Wait, actually, is this necessary? Is this really...
Paying no heed to Asahina's painful cries, Haruhi nodded solemnly.
It's to make the scene better. In other words, for sake of art.
A common expression, but I have to wonder where's the art in this half-assed amateur film. Haruhi barked the order.
Now, ready? Go!
Splash. A large amount of water sprayed out on the aquatic inhabitants of the pond as their lives disturbed.
What?
Really good job acting like you're drowning, Asahina. Or I'm getting a feeling that she's actually drowning. To be honest, I can't tell at this point.
My feet won't reach the...
Good thing we weren't in the Amazon region. If she were splashing around like this down there, she'd make an easy target for predators. I wondered if black bass attacked people as I looked through the viewfinder when I discovered that Asahina wasn't the only one splashing around.
Ah, shit, I swallowed water.
Taniguchi was drowning. Apparently, the momentum from throwing Asahina had carried him into the water too. We didn't need to worry about him.
What's that idiot doing?
Haruhi apparently agreed and ignored the moron as she pointed the megaphone at Koizumi.
Okay, Koizumi, it's your turn. Go say Mikuru.
The leading actor, who had been stuck on lighting duty, smiled elegantly as he handed the reflector board to Nagato and ran over to the edge of the pond, extending his hand.
Please grab on. Calm down. Try not to drag me in as well.
Asahina clung to Koizumi's arm like a shipwrecked victim clinging to a piece of driftwood. Koizumi gently lifted the soaked time-traveling combat waitress and held her close to his body. Hey, that's a little too close.
Are you all right? It was cold.
Her already tight costume, now soaked, was practically transparent. If I were a member of the Motion Picture Code of Ethics Committee, I would ban anyone under 15 from watching this movie without any hesitation. To be honest, this feels worse than full nudity. It feels like we might get arrested.
That's perfect!
Haruhi was whacking the megaphone as she shouted triumphantly. I ignored Taniguchi, still splashing away in the pond, and hit the stop button on the video camera. We had enough crap to open a vending stall, yet we didn't have a single towel. Asahina's eyes remained shut tight as she wiped her face with Suya's handkerchief. I stood next to Haruhi, breathing silently as she diligently checked the video.
Yeah, not bad.
Haruhi nodded after playing back Asahina's drowning scene 3 times.
The scene of their meeting was adequate. You can feel how Itsuki and Mikuru are still awkward around each other at this point. Yep.
Really? Koizumi looked the same as always.
The second step is next. Itsuki, after saving Mikuru, decides to hide her in his own home. That's when the next scene will start.
Wait, that doesn't flow at all. Where did Nagato, the one controlling Taniguchi and the others, go off to? And Team Tamaguchi, what about them? How are they stopped? Even underlings need a proper portrayal or the audience isn't going to buy it.
God, you sure are annoying. People understand what happened without us filming it. You can just skip the boring parts.
You're a freak. You just wanted to throw Asahina into the pond, huh? As I grew enraged, Suya raised her hand and spoke.
Hey, my house is super close by. Mikuru looks like she's about to catch a cold, so I can get her a change of clothes. That's perfect!
Haruhi cried, her shining eyes focused on Suya.
Suya, can we borrow your room? I want to film Itsuki and Mikuru getting friendly there. With a smooth turn of events, the movie will definitely be a success.
I can't get rid of the gnawing suspicion that Suya only brought it up because Haruhi wished it to be so. Except that Haruhi accepted Suya as an underling, so she should be just as ordinary as me. Hey, what about us? Taniguchi raised that question. Kunikita stood next to him.
Yeah, we can go home. Good work, bye, so long. May we never meet again.
The names of those 2 classmates have already been erased from Haruhi's mind at that point. Without another look at Kunikita with a shocked look on his face, or Taniguchi shaking water from his hair like a dog, Haruhi dubbed Suya our guide and walked off. Hey, you guys are lucky. Your job is done. Apparently, you're worth as much as expended BBs as far as Haruhi's concerned. That's actually something to be happy about. Suya was also pumped up for some reason. She talked happily. Okay, everybody, this way. She stood at the head, waving the flag around. It's not like Haruhi's arbitrary behavior was anything new. She'd probably been born with it. In 500 years, they'll probably have a story going around about how she was proclaiming that the universe belonged to her the second she came out of the womb, just like one of the many legends in the Haruhi Suzumiya chronicles. Well, who cares about that? Haruhi and Suya, walking to the front of the group, had hit it off at some point and were singing the chorus of Bryan Adams' 18 Till I Die over and over in ridiculously loud voices. It was excruciatingly embarrassing to be an acquaintance walking behind them. I'm amazed the silent black Nagato and the reflector board carrying star Koizumi can tag along without bothering to keep their distance. You guys should learn from Asahina, walking along with her shoulders slumped and head down. And you should help to share the load, the stuff I'm carrying. We've been going uphill for quite a while now. I'm starting to understand how it feels to be a racing horse trained by running uphill. Okay, we're here. This is my house, Suya shouted as we stopped and stood in front of the house. Her voice was big, and her house was big too. Well, I assumed it was big, since I couldn't actually see the house from the gate, but there was more than enough to support the notion. If you can't see the house from the gate, that must mean it's a great distance away, and if you look to the left and right, you'll find a wall looking like something from a samurai residence stretching as far as the eye can see. I wonder what kind of crimes you have to commit to live in a place like this. Come on in! Haruhi and Nagato must have not known what the word restraint meant, seeing as they just barged on in as if it was their own home. Asahina appeared to have been here before, since there was no sign of surprise on her face when Suya pushed her in. Hey, an old family that follows old customs. You can feel the refinement and the mysterious bearing of this place. You can feel its age, Koizumi said in a voice that didn't exactly sound filled with admiration. What, are you some kind of extravagance reporter? After crossing space large enough for a baseball triangle, we finally reached the entrance. Suya took Asahina to the bathroom before leading us to her room. This made my own bathroom look like something a cat would sleep in. A spacious, traditional Japanese-style room that was so big you wouldn't know where to sit. Except that I was apparently the only one troubled by any of this. Haruhi entered the room without a care, followed by Nagato, then Koizumi. Hey, nice room. This will be good enough to film in. That's it. We'll say this is Koizumi's room. We'll shoot some scenes of him getting close with Mikuru here. Haruhi was sitting on a cushion and looking through a rectangle formed by her fingers. Suya's room was a simple tatami affair with a tea table as the only furniture. I was tempted to copy Nagato, sitting next to me, by kneeling on the floor with my back straight, but after 3 minutes my leg couldn't take it anymore. Haruhi had been sitting cross-legged to begin with as she whispered something in Suya's ear. Hey, that sounds so much fun! Hold on! And with that, Suya, laughing cheerfully, zipped out of the room. I put my thinking cap on. Is Suya really a normal person? It's a widely held opinion that anyone that could get along with Haruhi is either abnormal or is not human. It could just be that they happen to be on the same wavelength. After a few minutes of waiting, Suya returned. She brought Asahina as a gift. And it wasn't the usual Asahina, but an Asahina who had just gotten out of the bath. She was wearing a loose t-shirt that was probably borrowed by Suya. Actually, the t-shirt was the only thing she was wearing. Sorry to keep everybody waiting. Asahina, with her hair still damp and her skin flushed, hid behind Suya as she entered the room before kneeling down straight and hunching up. The sleeves and shirt were far too long for Asahina, which resulted in the t-shirt looking more like a one-piece dress. It was beautiful. She'd forgotten to remove the contact, which meant her right eye was still silver, which would have been dangerous, but the fact that neither beams nor sharp wires would be shooting out meant I could breathe easy. It's almost made me want to run to some shrine and worship Nagato, who hadn't removed her hat yet. Here you go, guys! Drink up! The tray Suya set on the floor was filled with enough glasses of orange-colored liquid for anyone in the room. In a flash, Asahina drank half the glass of orange juice handed to her by Suya. She was the most active today, so she was probably pretty dehydrated. As I also gratefully savored my juice, Haruhi had already downed hers with a single gulp and was crushing away at the remaining ice. Okay, we might as well film in this room while we're here. After barely any rest, we were already starting to film the next scene. Koizumi carried Asahina, pretending to be unconscious, into the room. For some reason, a futon was already spread on the floor. Koizumi laid Asahina down on the futon and stared at her sleeping face. Asahina's face was fairly flushed, and her eyelashes were twitching. Koizumi placed a blanket over her defenseless body, crossed his arms, and sat down at her side. Asahina pretended to mumble in her sleep. Koizumi continued to watch her with a smile on his face. Nagato, who apparently didn't have a part in the scene, was still drinking her orange juice behind Suya and me. I zoomed in on Asahina's sleeping face as I gazed through the viewfinder. Haruhi didn't provide any instructions, so I was free to follow my own preferences.
However, Haruhi continued issuing real-time instructions to the two leading stars. Mikuru, it's time for you to wake up. Say your lines exactly the way I told you to. Yeah. Asahina gradually opened her eyes and looked up at Koizumi in a daze. Are you awake? Asked Koizumi. Yes. Where am I? My room. Asahina sat up slowly. She looked like she had a fever, and her eyes couldn't seem to focus. She was behaving awfully sexy. Is she acting? Thank you very much. Haruhi immediately relayed the next instruction. Now, you two, get your faces closer together. And then Mikuru closes her eyes and Koizumi puts her arm around her shoulders. Or just shove her down and kiss her. Huh? For some reason, Asahina's mouth was half open. Koizumi put his arm around Asahina's shoulder as instructed, which was when I could no longer hold myself back. Hold it. You're doing way too much abridging. And wait, is there even a scene like this? What's going on here? It's a romantic moment. A love scene. You have to include stuff like this when you're supposed to do multiple time slot programs. Moron. Is this supposed to be a 2-hour drama that airs at 9 p.m.? And you, Koizumi, why do you look like you're ready to act? If something like this gets screened, you'll find hundreds of curses in your shoe locker. Use your head, man. The sound of cackling laughter made me turn around. Suya was bent over with her nails digging into the tatami mat, laughing her head off. Mikuru's acting so funny. It's not funny. At least, that's what I wanted to say, but it was clear that Asahina wasn't acting normally. She couldn't even hold her head up straight. Her eyes were dazed, and her cheeks were flushed, and it wasn't even resisting Koizumi's arm around her shoulder. This isn't amusing at all. Koizumi, my head feels heavy. As she said things that make me want to offer flowers to a certain mouse, Asahina was lurching around. I was wondering if she had been drugged when I realized something. My eyes went to her empty glass as Suya laughed. Sorry, I mixed tequila with Mikuru's juice. I was told that some alcohol might help her acting get better. This was Haruhi's idea, wasn't it? I was more angry than shocked. Don't secretly mix that kind of stuff in. Oh, who cares? Mikuru looks really sexy right now. Makes for a better scene, says Haruhi. You couldn't call this acting anymore. Asahina was staggering around. Her cheeks were flushed red below her closed eyes. I don't mind her looking sexy, but I'm not too happy about her leaning up against Koizumi. Koizumi, just kiss her already. Of course, I mean on the lips. Oh, hell no. You should not be doing that to someone who can't even tell left from right in her current situation. Cut it out, Koizumi. Koizumi appeared to ponder whether he should listen to the director or the cameraman. I'm gonna smack you. Either way, I lowered the camera. I don't intend to film such a scene, and I don't intend to let such a scene be filmed. Koizumi smiled as though to reassure me and moved away from the staggering leading lady. Hey, director, this is too much for me to handle, and Asahina seems to have reached her limit. No, I'm perfectly fine, Asahina said while looking anything but perfectly fine. Honestly, I guess it can't be helped. Haruhi puckered lips like a duck's bill and approached the inebriated girl. You're still wearing the contact? That should have been off for this scene. She whacked the back of Asahina's head. Ouch, the Asahina said as she held her head. That's no good, Mikuru. The contact's supposed to pop out when I whack your head. Let's try it again. Practice. Whack. Ow. Whack. Ah! Asahina's whimpered as she squeezed her eyes shut. Cut it out, stupid, I said as I grabbed Haruhi's arm. How is this practice? How does this have to do with anything? How is any of this fun? What is it? Don't stop me. I'm merely following convention. What convention? This isn't amusing at all. It's dumb. Asahina isn't your toy. I've decided that she is. Mikuru is my toy. As soon as I heard that, blood rushed to my head. It felt like I was seeing red. I seriously snapped. For a second, impulse overcame reason. My body was reacting unconsciously. Somebody grabbed my wrist. It was Koizumi. Koizumi was shaking his head at me with narrowed eyes. I saw that Koizumi had stopped my right arm, which is right when I noticed my right hand was balled up in a fist. My right fist had been on the verge of punching Haruhi. What are you? Haruhi glared at me with a glint in her eyes bright as the Pleiades. What do you have a problem with? You should just do as I say. I'm the brigade chief and the director, and I will not have you go against me. I was seeing red again. Goddamn bitch. Let me go, Koizumi. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with animals or humans. Anyone who refuses to listen deserves to be hit, or else she'll spend the rest of her life as a prickly moron everyone avoids. Please stop. Asahina jumped in, speaking like a slurred voice. You should fight. Asahina, who had come between Haruhi and me, collapsed on the ground, face bright red. She put her arms around Haruhi's knees. Everyone needs to get along, or else that's classified. And with that, Asahina's eyes closed as she mumbled, and then her breathing grew regular as she fell asleep. Koizumi and I were walking down the hill. We see the pond that we've been using below us. The actress was no longer employable, so filming was called off. After leaving the sleeping Asahina in the hands of Suya, Koizumi and I, along with Nagato, retired from the mansion. But for some reason, Haruhi insisted on staying behind by herself, took the video camera from me, and turned her back on us. I didn't say a word as I gathered up our belongings. Suya saw us off. I'm sorry, Kyon, Suya said apologetically, but she soon smiled. I got a little carried away back there. Don't worry about Mikuru. I'll send her home later. Or she can even spend the night at my place. Nagato trudged off the second she was through the gate. Doesn't seem like she has anything to say about all this. That's how it is anyway. She never has anything to say about anything. After 5 minutes of walking side by side silently, Koizumi opened his mouth. I expected you to be a more composed person. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Look, we already have enough problems in the world to deal with. I would rather you refrain from any actions that would lead to the creation of closed space. Like I care. Isn't that what you fishing-sounding secret agency or whatever is for? You people can deal with it. In regard to the prior incident, it would appear that Suzumiya was unconsciously restraining herself. Closed space has not appeared anywhere. So this is a request from me. Please make amends with her tomorrow. I'll decide what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do something because you told me to. Well, what's important now is to think about what to do about any effect she has in real space. Koizumi shamelessly changed the subject. I went along with it. Can't really do any thinking about it. I have no idea what's wrong with what. Well, the theory is simple. Whenever Suzumiya has an idea, there's a ripple effect in the real world. Isn't that how it's been? I recall the blue giants wreaking havoc in the gray world. Whenever Suzumiya says something, we have to respond accordingly. After all, that is our role in this world. I remembered the glowing red balls. Koizumi spoke in a confident voice as he strolled along. We serve as Haruhi Suzumiya's tranquilizer, her sedative. Well, guess that would apply to you. It also applies to you. The mysterious former transfer student continued the smile. Closed space is our primary workplace. You are responsible for the real world. If you can keep Suzumiya calmed down, closed space will not appear. As a result of your efforts, my workload has decreased significantly in the past 6 months. I should thank you. Don't bother. Okay, then I won't. We reached the road at the bottom of the hill. Koizumi broke the silence again. Incidentally, there's somewhere I'd like you to come with me right now. And if I refuse? Hey, we'll reach the location shortly. You won't need to do anything there. Of course, this is not an invitation to close space. Koizumi raised his arm. A familiar black taxi came to stop us. So as I was saying, Koizumi leaned against the back seat of the taxi. I stared at the back of the driver's head. At the present, there's a pattern to the situations involving you and Suzumiya. The basic framework involves you with the rest of us brigade members actualizing Suzumiya's whims. Yeah, it's a pain in my ass. Indeed. However, we do not know how long the status quo will be maintained. A repetition of events is most likely one of Suzumiya's peeves. Though, she appears that she's having fun right now. Continued Koizumi with a smile that lacked any sense of urgency. We must strive to keep Suzumiya's quirks within the contents of this movie. If you want to become a baseball player, you start by practicing swinging. If you want to become a shogi or go player, you start by memorizing the rules. If you want to score the highest on final exams, you should start by having the resolve to stay awake all night with your eyes glued to your textbooks. In other words, different methods can be applied to the concept of hard work. However, what kind of hard work is needed to eliminate Haruhi's mental delusions? If you tell her to stop, there'll be a mass of that stupid, aggravating gray space. But if you go along with her fantasies, there's a possibility they'll become reality. Either way, it leads to an extreme result. Does she not understand the concept of moderation? Well, I suppose that's what makes Haruhi Suzumiya. The taxi was driving a snaking uphill road. It led to the mountain the bus had taken us to yesterday. Eventually, the car came to a stop in an empty parking lot. It was for visitors to the shrine where Haruhi had turned a gun on a priest and doves yesterday. That's odd. There should be more people here on Sunday. Koizumi exited the taxi first. Do you remember what Suzumiya said yesterday? Like I'm gonna remember every single random thing she said. Look, you'll remember once we're here. Let's head inside. He then added, it was already like this in the morning. We ascended the stone stairs. We passed through here yesterday. The gate at the top of the gravel path that leads to the shrine, and that's where the flock of doves. There were doves bustling all around, a flock of birds pecking at the ground like a moving carpet. However, I couldn't be sure that these were the same doves as yesterday. That would be because every single feather on the massive doves was completely white. Did someone paint them? In just one night. There's no doubt that the white feathers on these doves are completely natural. They are the result of neither dyeing nor bleaching. Maybe they were scared by Haruhi. Maybe just someone brought a bunch of white doves and replaced all the park birds. That's just infeasible. Who would do such a thing? Look, I'm just throwing the idea out there. I've already come to my own conclusion. I just don't want to say it out loud. This is what Haruhi said yesterday. I prefer doves that are completely white, but I'm willing to take any color at this point. Obviously, she wasn't. That's how it is. This must be the result of an unconscious act by Suzumiya. We are fortunate that it happened a day later. Possibly expecting us to feed them, the rustling doves came over to us. There weren't any other worshippers around. As you can see, Suzumiya's rampage is steadily progressing. The ill practices from the film production are advancing into the real world. Look, can't we just shoot Haruhi with a tranquilizer and let her sleep until this cultural festival's over? Koizumi responded to my proposal with a chuckle. It's plausible, but would you be willing to handle the aftermath when she wakes up? Yeah, no thanks. It's not my duty to provide such service. Koizumi shrugged. So what do we do? Isn't she God? You fanatics can deal with it. Koizumi feigned a look of surprise. Suzumiya is God? My, who would have said such a thing? You did. Is that so? This guy's the one I should punch in the face. Koizumi laughed and delivered his usual, just kidding, before moving on. The fact of the matter is, I see no problem with labeling Suzumiya as God. The general view within the agency is to regard her as God. Of course, there are dissidents. I would consider myself a skeptic as well. What I'm trying to say is that if she was truly God, she would not be living in this world unaware of that fact. A creator would be high above, performing occasional miracles and watching calmly as we scurry around. I squatted down and picked up a feather that had fallen. I then began twirling the feather. The cries of the doves grew louder. I wish I brought breadcrumbs. This is what I believe. Koizumi was still talking to himself. Suzumiya was granted divine powers, and she is unaware of that fact. If a divine really exists in this world, then Suzumiya would be a special human chosen by God, but she would still be human. I don't think it makes much difference whether she's human or not. Still, why does Haruhi unconsciously possess such baseless magical power? Enough to turn doves white? What's it for? Who's it for? I haven't the slightest idea. I don't know. Maybe you do? Is he trying to pick a fight? Excuse me. Koizumi chuckled before continuing. Suzumiya builds, but at the same time she destroys. Perhaps our current reality was a failed effort, and perhaps Haruhi Suzumiya is the existence who had been given the mission of correcting this failed world. Which would mean that we are mistaken. Suzumiya is always in the right. We who interfere with her actions would be considered alien elements to this world. And that's not all. In fact, every human besides Suzumiya would be mistaken. That sounds pretty bad. The problem would be for those of us on the wrong side. When the world is reconstructed in its correct form, will we be a part of the new world? Will we be removed as bugs? Nobody knows that answer. Don't say anything if you don't know the answer, especially not in a tone that would make it sound like you know what you're talking about. But would you say, in a way, that she's been able to ineffectively reconstruct the world? That would be because her unconscious is suited to create. Suzumiya is a very positive person. However, what would you think would happen if this was reversed? It didn't look like he was going to shut up. I gave up and nodded. What would happen? I don't know. However, it is easier to destroy rather than to create. I don't believe in that, so it should vanish. That's all it takes. Just like that, whatever she's referring to would cease to exist. She can cancel anything. It doesn't matter how strong my foe may appear. Suzumiya needs to only deny its existence and all will be destroyed, be it magic or advanced technology, regardless of what it may be. But Haruhi wouldn't reject it, since that's what she's been waiting for. And that's why we're concerned. Koizumi murmured in a voice that didn't sound very concerned. I doubt we have any way of knowing whether Suzumiya is a god or a similar existence of some sort, but if there is one thing we can be certain of, if she were to freely use her power, it would not matter if the world changed or not, because no one would realize it. That's quite impressive. After all, Suzumiya herself would not realize it. Why? Because Suzumiya is part of the world, evidence that she's not the creator. The god who created this world should be outside of it. However, she lives in the same world as the rest of us. And the fact that she can only cause incomplete changes is unnatural and extremely bizarre. From where I'm standing, you're the bizarre one. Koizumi ignored me and continued. However, I'm quite fond of the world we live in. A number of social contradictions exist, but humans should be able to deal with them over the course of time. The problem would be if there is such a change as Ptolemaic theory becoming accurate in the sun orbiting Earth. We must do what we can to prevent Suzumiya from believing such things. You returned from close space because you are of the similar opinion, correct? I don't know. Beats me. I forgot already. I locked away past memories I don't want to remember. Koizumi smiled thinly, a self-mocking sort of smile. Sorry, I spoke out of character. I must have sounded like a defender of justice convinced that we were protecting the world. Please excuse my outburst.
It was Monday morning. Less than a week was left before the cultural festival, yet the atmosphere in our school was as relaxed as ever. Does this school really intend to hold a cultural festival? Shouldn't there be more activity? Everyone seems a little too laid back. I was feeling pretty lousy as a result. As I walked to the classroom, I came across something that made me feel even worse. Koizumi was leaning against the wall in front of my classroom. You still have something to say after all that talking yesterday? Class 1-9 held play rehearsal early this morning. I just happened to be stopping by. I'd rather not have to see your smirking face this early in the morning. What is it? Don't tell me that stupid space ended up showing up again. No, it never happened yesterday. It seems that Suzumiya is too busy feeling depressed to feel irritated. Why's that? You should know the answer, but allow me to explain. Suzumiya believed that you were the only one who might always be on her side, no matter what happened. You might complain and protest, but you would support her in the end. No matter what she did, you would still forgive her, right? What do you mean, right? The only person capable of forgiving everything she does would be one of those ancient martyred saints. And just so you know, I'm neither a saint nor a great person. Just an ordinary, sensible individual. Did anything happen with Suzumiya? Like I'd let anything happen. Nothing's changed. Could you tell her to cheer up? White doves are relatively harmless, but if Suzumiya's mood continues to deteriorate, the doves at the shrine may be replaced by something that isn't very dove-like. Like what? It wouldn't be so hard if we knew the answer to that. Would it not be fairly creepy if a swarm of slimy tentacle creatures came crawling around the shrine? Just spread some salt. That wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. Suzumiya is currently in a state of suspension. Thus far, she has been proactively altering reality through filming the movie, but after your incident yesterday, she's gone off on an opposite tangent, from positive to negative. There wouldn't be an issue if that were the end of it, but at this rate, things will only get worse. So you want me to comfort her? It's not that complicated. Just simply kiss and make up. How does that even make sense? We're not even close or anything. Well, I expected you have cooled down by now. Was I expecting too much? I kept my mouth shut. I lost my cool yesterday because of the goodness in my heart couldn't bear watching the tyrannical abuse of Asahina. Or maybe not. Maybe it was just some result of calcium deficiency. Since after drinking a whole liter of milk last night, I woke up this morning to discover my rage had mysteriously evaporated. Though, that could be just placebo effect. Still, why should I have to be the one to compromise? I'm pretty sure that everyone would agree that she was the one who went too far. Koizumi was chuckling like a cat hacking up a hairball as he clapped my shoulder. I'm counting on you, since as far as the physical distance is connected, you're the closest one to her. As long as I never turned around, Haruhi, sitting right behind me, and I would never make eye contact. She appeared really interested in the weather today, as she just sat there staring out the window until it was lunchtime. On top of that, there must have been an epidemic or something, because Taniguchi was in a bad mood as well.
Bro, how was that a movie? Yesterday was such a waste of time. Taniguchi cursed as he ate his boxed lunch. Haruhi was rarely ever in the classroom during breaks, and this was no exception. If she were here, this guy wouldn't be saying stuff like that. Timid people tend to speak loudly when no one's listening. We're talking about Suzumiya here. That movie or whatever will just end up being trash. At least that's obvious. I don't care what anyone has to say. I don't consider myself to be a remarkable person, and I don't see my name going down in history. I'm the kind of person who sits in a corner mumbling to himself, the kind who specializes in complaining about his mother's cooking when he can't even cook. However, there was something I had to get off my chest. So I did. Taniguchi, what have you been doing? At least Haruhi is trying to participate in the cultural festival. Even if she ends up causing trouble for a bunch of people, that still makes her better than someone who does nothing besides complain. You idiot. Apologize to all the Taniguchis in this country. It must be unpleasant for other Taniguchis that have the same name as you. Kunikita came between us. He's just sulking. He really wanted to have more fun with Suzumiya and everybody else. He's jealous of you. Like hell I am, Taniguchi retorted as he glared at Kunikita. I have no intention of joining that stupid group. Even though you tagged along whenever you're invited? You were happy about it yesterday. You even canceled your plans for the day. Don't mention that, you idiot. So that's why Taniguchi's in a bad mood. He skipped his original plans to come, yet he was sent packing after barely having any screen time. Plus, he had to fall into the pond too. I see. He deserves, I guess, a little sympathy. Although I'm not in the mood to offer any, seeing as I'm pretty pissed myself. I already knew that Haruhi's movie was so bad, it was unfit for viewing. She was just winging it at full speed as usual without any planning or thinking. Whatever she happens to want to film at the moment is what we film. No transition or direction. If all of this produced an amazing movie, this would be the work of a genius. As far as I can see, Haruhi doesn't have any talent as a director. Still, when other people start pointing that out to me, I guess I was no different from Taniguchi. I do what Haruhi tells me to do, and then I bitch about it. I could apply what I felt about him to myself. I had gotten fed up with griping about every little thing Haruhi did, but it's my duty, a job only I can do. Not because I don't want to let someone else do it, but because that's just how it is. Food doesn't taste very good when you're eating while irritated. Now I feel bad about my mom making it for me. God damn it, Taniguchi. It's all because you had to open your mouth. Now I feel like doing something I'll probably regret in the distant future. So what did I do? I replaced the cover of my box lunch and dashed out of the classroom. Haruhi was in the literary club hooking the video camera up to the computer or something, but when she saw me suddenly open the door, she looked up in surprise. She hastily tossed her bread aside and reached behind her head to touch her hair. Or so I thought, but then she untied her hair. Not sure why, but apparently she was in a rush to untie a clump of hair in the back of her head. I didn't get a good look, so I'll just think about it later. I said the words I needed to say right then. Hey, Haruhi. What is it? Haruhi had a look on her face like she was ready for combat. I said it straight to her face. Let's absolutely make this film a success. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Even I may experience a high once or twice a year. That's probably why I snapped yesterday. It was just bad timing. And then today, the combination of Koizumi's strange conversation, Taniguchi's dumb face, and Haruhi looking depressed got me all agitated. If I hadn't done something about these pent-up urges, I might have to start walking around and smashing classroom windows, so I released it here instead. Why am I making excuses? Haruhi said before continuing. Well, of course. I'm the director after all. Success is guaranteed. I don't need you to tell me that. So simple-minded. I was kind of expecting her to react in a somewhat laudable manner, but her eyes, shining brightly for reasons unknown, had been reignited with the flames of confidence. Way too easy. About as annoying as a mid-boss that keeps casting high-level healing spells on itself, but I didn't really care. The important thing is balance. A game where you just send a bunch of weak guys beyond in one blow and it's over. What was it again? That's it. It doesn't have catharsis. Not that I actually know what that means. Or it didn't mean anything to begin with. What I'm trying to say is that I don't want to see a cheerless Haruhi because it weirds me out. Her mind is meant to always be engaged in a 1,000-meter dash with no meaning, purpose, or destination. Since it seems that she stops for some weird reason, she unconsciously causes even more random trouble. That's all. At least, that's what I believed at the time. After school the same day. Couldn't you have worded it just a little bit different? Koizumi asked. Sorry, I replied. You know, when I asked you to cheer her up, I was expecting something with less, potential to create harm. Yeah, sorry. So instead of restoring the situation, you seem to have escalated it. We're not going to be able to conceal anything at this rate. Koizumi looked at me with gentle eyes as I reflected upon my actions. He didn't blame me, though I could sense a tone of distress in his voice. Guess that makes sense. The situation's definitely gotten worse. And it's all my fault. Why is that? Fuck if I know. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom. We were walking down a cherry tree-lined path along the river. This was the river walk where Asahina had revealed her identity to me. Just to remind you guys, it's fall right now. Even if lingering traces of summer heat remain, Yoshino cherry trees bloom in spring. I don't have a problem if they start blooming early, but not 6 months early. There's no reason for cherry trees to tag along with this sun and going overboard. Standing within the dancing cherry blossoms, Haruhi was the only one in full gear. Asahina, in her tight waitress outfit, was tottering around nervously, probably because all of the out-of-season cherry blossom watchers around. How convenient! I was just thinking about how I'd like to shoot with cherry blossoms. This abnormal weather is perfect timing, Haruhi exclaimed, sending spit flying as she forced Asahina to strike random poses. Guess it's no good. When humans act on moment's impulse, it always comes back to haunt them. It feels like I've been repeatedly learning this lesson over the past 6 months. A very negative lesson where I went, shouldn't have done that, instead of, if I only had done that. Someone lent me a gun, and I don't mean the model gun. It appears that the buds on the cherry trees began sprouting around noon, and by evening they were in full bloom. The local news station even sent down a crew to report on this unusual autumn occurrence. I wish they just assumed that it happens every once in a while. The strange global climate in the past few years would be the underlying cause. Just leave it at that, okay? That's what Suzumiya appears to believe, Koizumi, who had just been walking next to Asahina down by the riverbank just a moment ago, remarked. The shot of Koizumi, who merely looked good, and Asahina, who was purely good, next to each other was incredibly well suited for pissing off every single male on the planet. It left me with an unpleasant feeling. Nagato had nothing to say about the cherry blossoms and no expression on her face either. She simply stared at the blossoms with the whacked-out internal clock. The sight of pink petals on her black mantle created a slight contrast effect. I wonder if she knows about the white doves. That's it! Let's catch a cat, Haruhi said out of the blue. You know how, witches have familiars, and cats are the best fit. Is there, a black cat somewhere? One with really glossy fur. Hold on, wasn't Nagato's initial setting an evil alien? Look, just find a cat, okay? That's the image I have in my mind right now. Where's a good place to find a cat? Probably a pet store. Oddly enough, Haruhi responded to my slapdash remark with a compromise. A stray cat works. It'd be a pain to try to borrow one that's for sale or has an owner. Shouldn't we be able to find a whole bunch lying around on some vacant piece of land? Yuki, do you know? I know. Nagato nodded her head ever so slightly before she started walking off like a religious leader guiding us to the promised land. I guess there isn't anything Nagato doesn't know. If I ask her where the coin purse I dropped 5 years ago went, she'd probably give me an answer. After 15 minutes of walking, we arrived behind the fancy apartment building where Nagato lived by herself. There was a well-maintained lawn shaded by trees that blocked the view from the outside. A number of cats were gathered there. They appeared to be strays, but none of them appeared to be afraid of people, seeing as that none of them ran away when we approached. They even started following us around. Maybe they were expecting to be fed. Haruhi picked one of the cats up. There aren't any black cats here. We'll just go with this one then. It was a calico, and a male one to boot. But Haruhi apparently had no idea how rare that was and showed no surprise at the result from her random sampling. Okay, Yuki, this is your partner. Get along now. Nagato silently accepted the calico cat Haruhi was holding up. She showed as much emotion as she was accepting a tissue. The cat didn't show much emotion either. We promptly began filming on the spot again. We were behind the apartment building. I don't really think she cared about location anymore. My video camera was filled with a bunch of erratic, spur-of-the-moment cuts. It better not be my job to edit all of this into a single story. Yuki, attack Mikuru! Nagato nodded in response to Haruhi's orders, in an awkward stance. A black-garbed mage with a cat riding on her left shoulder. The cat obviously looked too heavy to ride there. It helped that the calico was obediently clinging to Nagato, but Nagato had not tilt just her neck but her whole body to keep her balance and prevent the cat from falling off. And while maintaining that unnatural posture, she waved over her wand at Asahina. Take this. I'm guessing that magical rays will be shooting out of Nagato's wand for this scene. Ah! Okay, cut, Haruhi said in a satisfied tone as I stopped recording. Koizumi lowered the reflector board. We'll make it so that the cat talks. He's supposed to be a mage's familiar. He can deliver a sarcastic insult or something. Unbelievable. Your name's gonna be Shamisen. Come on, Shamisen, say something.
like he's going to start talking. Oh, yeah, please do not start talking. Perhaps my prayer was heard, because the calico cat with the ominous name Shamisen did not suddenly start speaking human language. Instead, he started grooming his tail, completely ignoring Haruhi's order. The natural reaction, but it still left me feeling relieved. Looking good. Haruhi smiled with satisfaction as she checked the film we shot today. Hard to believe she was looking depressed just this morning. Being able to move on quickly is a good thing. That alone, I can admire her for. Kyon, you're going to be responsible for taking care of the cat. She delivered the absurd command to me as she folded up her director's chair. Give him a warm reception when you get home. We'll need him for future filming, so do a proper job of taming him. Teach him to do a trick or two or something. Yeah, like jumping through a ring of fire. I have to say that being able to sit still on Nagato's shoulder puts him in a high-performing category of cats. Well, that's all for today. We'll be heading to the final stage tomorrow. The filming is smoothly approaching the climax and everyone's in perfect shape. Make sure you get plenty of rest for tomorrow. After Haruhi dismissed us with a wave of the megaphone, she left by herself, humming the ending theme for Blade Runner. Phew. Asahina and I sighed in unison. As for the other two, Koizumi had the reflector board under his arm as he prepared to go home. Nagato was looking at Shamisen the way you look at a ballpoint pen with no ink. I crouched down and petted the calico on his head. Good work, little guy. I'll treat you to a can of cat food later. Or would you prefer dried sardines? Either's fine with me. Spoken in a clear baritone voice. It didn't belong to anyone there. I looked at the gaping faces of Koizumi and Asahina before turning to Nagato's blank face. All three were staring at the same thing. My feet. A calico cat was up looking at me with round, black eyes. Was that Nagato just now? I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to the cat. That was my belief, which is why I responded. Did I say something wrong? The cat spoke. Oh my god. That was Koizumi. A talking cat? That was Asahina. That was Nagato. I cannot fathom why you people are so surprised. He was talking as he clung to Nagato's shoulder. Must be something along the lines of a cat demon type creature. Don't they say that this is what happens after they live so many years? I don't know the answer. I place no value in having a sense of time. I have no interest in differentiating between the present and past. The cat talking was weird enough, but now he's sounding like an academic. Pretty cheeky for something with paws. Indeed, from your perspective, it may appear that I'm emitting sounds that resemble human speech. However, parrots and parakeets are capable of doing the same. How can you be so sure that the sounds I emit are meant to express the meaning of the words you hear? Well, you're answering our questions. Is it not possible that the sounds I'm emitting simply confirm by coincidence the conditions of a response to your question? Well, if you accept that, wouldn't that mean that fellow human beings could be talking without actually holding a conversation? Wait, why the fuck am I having this conversation with a cat? The stray calico licked his front paw and scratched under his ear. You are absolutely correct. You and the young lady over there could engage in actions that could make it appear as though you were holding a conversation, but nobody would have any way of knowing whether or not accurate communication occurred. Shamisen said in an oddly rough voice. Since people may or may not say what they really mean in different situations. Shut the fuck up, Koizumi. I guess when you put it that way, it does, make sense? Asahina said. Sorry, Asahina, but can you also shut up? After examining the cats on the lawn one by one, we learned that every one besides Shamisen could only meow. Apparently, this calico cat was the only one that could benefit from a sudden ability to speak a human language. Why was that? Oh, yeah, it's that idiot's fault. The current situation doesn't look very encouraging, Koizumi offered as he elegantly carried his mug to his lips. It seems we have underestimated Suzumiya. What do you mean? Asked Asahina in a hushed voice. I feared that the setting within Suzumiya's movie is becoming the conventional reality of this world. Events transpiring within our movie are becoming reality. At this rate, they will become a normal sight in our world, like Asahina shooting lasers or cats talking. If she wishes to shoot a scene with a giant meteorite falling, it might happen. The 4 SOS Brigade members, sans Haruhi, were gathered in the cafe in front of the station. Koizumi proposed the establishment of an emergency joint headquarters for the purpose of dealing with Haruhi, and the rest of us agreed. It would appear that the situation was seriously deteriorating at a rapid pace. On the outside, we would have looked like a group of high schoolers merely engaged in an idle chat. But our meeting was about as suspicious as evil ringleaders in a tokusatsu, getting together to discuss how to seal away the good guys' special attacks.
I should mention that Shamisen was waiting outside by some shrubbery after being instructed not to talk or respond to anybody. The cat simply said, "Very well," without any sign of displeasure as he obediently hid under the shade of the evergreen tree by the road and watched us go.
"So what's gonna happen?"
Asahina looked remarkably solemn. The poor thing looked especially worn out. She was the one who suffered the most as a result of Haruhi's movie. There was no change in Nagato's default blank expression, and she was still dressed in the black cloak. Koizumi spoke as he sipped his coffee.
"If there's one thing we've learned, it would be that it's a bad idea to leave Suzumiya alone as do as she pleases."
Yeah, we do not need you to tell us that. I downed my glass of water in one go. I already finished the apple tea I ordered. Isn't that why we're trying to solve the problem of how to stop Haruhi?
That's easy to say, but who could possibly cancel the production of this movie at this point?
At the very least, I do not believe I would have a chance. Neither do I. Once Haruhi's engine is running, she's going to keep on going until it's turned off. Maybe she related to those fish that die when they stop swimming. Hell, maybe we could trace her family tree and find Tuna or Benito among her ancestors. Nagato slightly drank her cinnamon tea, looking like she wasn't thinking about anything at all. Maybe she really isn't thinking about anything at all. Or maybe because she already knows everything, so she doesn't need to think. Or she's just a poor talker. After 6 months, I still have no idea what's up with her. Nagato, what do you think? Got any opinions? Nagato soundlessly returned her cup to the saucer and smoothly turned to look at me.
"Unlike the previous incident, Haruhi Suzumiya has not disappeared from this world."
Her voice sounded like it was freeze-dried.
"The data Overmind has determined that is sufficient."
Koizumi gracefully placed a hand on his forehead.
"But it's still a problem for us."
"There is no problem for us. Rather, we welcome the outbreak of change in our subject of observation." Really? Koizumi quickly gave up on Nagato and turned back to me.
"Then we need to decide what genre Suzumiya's movie will fall under."
Well, it looks like he's going to stop making sense again.
"The makeup of this story can be roughly assigned to one of 3 classifications. One that takes place within the framework of the story, one that destroys the framework and creates a new framework, or one that destroys the framework and restores it again."
Looks like he's making a speech about something, huh? What is this guy talking about? That would be the general reaction from the audience. Asahina, you shouldn't be listening to him so earnestly.
"Incidentally, we exist within the framework, so we can only learn about the world through logically thought-out conjecture or observational perception."
You keep mentioning this framework. What do you even mean by that?
For example, let's consider the reality we exist in. I'm speaking of the world we live in currently. On the other hand, the movie Suzumiya is producing would be considered fiction.
Yeah, no shit.
The perceived problem is that events within fiction are having an effect on reality. The miracle Makuru Eye, doves, cherry blossoms, cat. We must guard against the infringement of fiction into reality.
Koizumi always looked so cheerful when he talked about stuff like this. His sunny face was practically beaming. I resisted by having a gloomy expression on my face.
Suzumiya's strange powers are being actualized by using the production of this film as a filter. To guard against that, we must make Suzumiya understand that fiction is just fiction. At this moment, she has managed to unconsciously blur the distinction.
She must really be on a roll.
We need to use a logical process to prove that fictional events are not real. We must shape this movie into a rational, calm affair.
How the hell do we justify a cat talking?
We're not going to be justifying anything. That would merely lead to the construction of a world where cats talk. In our reality, cats do not talk. We must emphasize that there is something wrong with a talking cat, because a world where cats can talk cannot possibly be a part of our world.
But it's okay for aliens, time travelers, and espers?
Well, yes, of course, because they already do exist. That is considered normal in our world. There just happens to be a condition that Suzumiya must not know about it. Let us pretend that there is an entity watching our world from afar. As far as this effeminate creature is concerned, the real would be, as you mentioned, one free of any paranormal or supernatural phenomena, a world where aliens, time travelers, and espers do not exist, which means that our current reality would be viewed as a fictional world.
So that's the identity of your god, huh?
However, it wouldn't be the perspective of the outside. You're already aware of the supernatural beings, such as myself and Nagato, that exist in this world, and in order to live in this world, you must accept reality from within that framework. Your concept of reality has changed in the past year.
I might have been better off not knowing.
Are you sure about that? Well, one thing is for certain. Suzumiya's current condition is similar to your prior one. In other words, her perception of reality has not yet changed. While she may say differently, deep down she does not believe in the existence of all these things. She personally witnessed closed space and the Celestials, yet she believes that the incident was a dream. Dreams are fiction, which is why this reality still remains our reality. Which means what? Suzumiya will recognize it as reality, and talking cats will become accepted as part of the reality. It's considered weird for a cat to talk, so the realization of talking cats would require the reconstruction of this world. Suzumiya would create a world where talking cats would not be considered strange. It would most likely not be a world out of science fiction. Based on her pattern of thinking, she'd probably find that too much trouble. The world would simply fall under the laws of fantasy. Talking cats exist. That's all that needs to be said. No need for any excuses of why cats can talk, because cats will have to become talking animals to begin with. Koizumi set down his mug and rubbed the ceramic edge with his finger. That would be a problem. The principles of our world was built so it would be turned upside down. I happen to respect what the human race has accomplished through observation and experimentation. On top of that, nobody has ever observed a cat spontaneously talking without any outside influence, which means that nobody would expect it to happen. It would be regarded as a bizarre anomaly in this world. What about you guys? Couldn't you guys say the same thing about espers? Well, yes. That is why we would consider deviations to disturb the established laws of this world. We exist because of Suzumiya, which means that the same can be said for this talking cat. An existence derived by Suzumiya for the purpose of appearing in this movie. It would appear that this link is attempting to form between the contents of Suzumiya's movie and the real world. At least, that's what we've learned so far. So, now we know. Anything we can do about it? First of all, we must decide on a genre for this movie. I want to tell him to cut the crap already. Sure, you can enjoy delivering pretentious long speeches, but try to consider how your audience might feel. This is as bad as a morning assembly. See, Asahina's been looking kind of gloomy for a while now. However, Koizumi wasn't done talking. If this were a fantasy world, cats talking, Asahina shooting beams from her eyes, and other such phenomena would require no explanation. Because in such a world, that would be how it always has been. I looked outside the window to make sure Shamisen was still there. However, if there were a reason for talking cats and Mikuro beans to exist, that in itself would make this a different world. Cats were talking and Asahina was shooting beams in reality, but we weren't aware of it. Their existence would be proven through observation, but in that instance, the world would be altered. From a world without supernatural phenomena to a world that includes supernatural phenomena. The real world as we know it would become a fairy tale. I sighed. It didn't look like he was ever going to stop talking. So basically, if cats can talk, there is a reason why cats can talk. Is that what you're trying to say? But in that case, what about you, Nagato and Asahina? Wouldn't you and the girls be classified as supernatural phenomena? Well, from your perspective, perhaps. It's a self-evident truth. From your perspective, the world has already changed. Your perception of the world has changed since you entered high school, hasn't it? You are not already aware of the existence of beings like us, are you not? So what are you trying to tell me? Let's return to the topic of this film. At this point, what Suzumiya is attempting to make would probably be classified as fantasy. Within the movie, the cat talks and Asahina and Nagato use magical powers without any explanation. That's just how it works. That's enough. So we just have to give the cat demon, time-traveling waitress, and evil mage a reason to exist? But it isn't so simple. In fact, things would worsen if we gave them a reason to exist. If an observer were able to recognize the change within the world of the story between the start and end, it would mean the same as accepting their existence. I can't say that I'd welcome the addition of further complications to this world. Neither would I. Finally, we agree on something. Only Nagato's people wouldn't mind that. I mentioned earlier that we needed to decide on a genre. I would like to offer the name of a genre at this point. This genre has the potential to disassemble all of the puzzles and supernatural phenomena with a rational explanation and return this distorted world back to its original state. The only genre where the world is restored at the end of its starting condition and all phenomena is eliminated through rational means. And what's that? That, my friend, is mystery. Classic mystery. If you utilize the methods of this genre, phenomena that were hard to believe will become just that. Phenomena that were hard to believe, without any need for bringing out supernatural elements. Talking cats and Asahina's killer beams would be explained by having the result of some sort of trick. Our reality would remain unchanged. The cafe waitress came to take our cups, purposely ignoring Asahina the whole time. Once she left, Koizumi continued. A cat that can speak a human language obviously goes against the common sense of this world. Nevertheless, a talking cat exists here. Something that should not exist exists. That is excruciatingly inconvenient for our world. He flicked a drop of condensation on his glass. So to resolve this situation, we must devise a rational ending for the movie, a conclusion that addresses the presence of talking cats, time travelers, and alien mages that can be accepted by everybody, but most importantly, Suzumiya in a logical manner.
Does such a thing even exist?
It does. A conclusion that can transform every illogical occurrence into something ordinary in a relatively simple manner.
Well, let's hear it.
It was all a dream.
Silence fell upon all of us. Eventually, Koizumi spoke.
That wasn't intended as a joke.
I directed a scornful look at the gentleman twisting his hair around his fingers. Do you really think Haruhi will accept that? Lies and truth aside, she's pretty serious about winning that award. And you want to say it was all just a dream? I'm pretty sure she's not dumb enough to want to make such a retarded movie.
How she feels is not relevant. This resolution was determined by our needs. Deeming that everything that happened within the movie was a dream, lie, or mistake is the best way to settle the matter.
Well, for you maybe. Hell, it might be better for me too. But what about Haruhi? She may have already thought up of a spectacular, at least in her mind, last scene to use for the ending. Besides, I don't want you to touch the subject of dreams again. The same goes for your boring, arbitrary expositions. I stopped by the general store on the way home. I bought the cheapest litter box and a can of cat food that was on sale. I also asked for a receipt, just in case. Shamisen was washing his face with his paws as he waited. I walked off. The cat followed. Okay, don't say a single word at home. You gotta behave like a cat, okay?
I do not understand what you mean when you say I have to behave like a cat, but I'll do as you request.
Hey, no talking. Respond with meow.
Meow.
Upon seeing me arrive home with a stray cat, my sister and mother's eyes grew wide. I made up some explanation that his owner's an acquaintance of mine who went on a trip so I have to take care of him for a week, and received their ready consent. My sister was especially happy and began petting Shamisen all over. The cat demon responded by obediently repeating the sound, meow. Guess that wasn't very cat-like either. The night safely passed. I had to go to school again in the morning. I was worried about leaving Shamisen alone, so I brought him along. As I urged him to get into the duffel bag, Shamisen responded with, "Very well then, I suppose," in an arrogant tone before entering. I let him out by the school gate. Only a few days remained before the cultural festival, and the atmosphere of chaos in our school had been steadily growing, as though it was linked with Haruhi's fervor. It made me wonder what the lack of energy until yesterday had been about. It was early in the morning, and I could already hear noisemakers and singers. There were also people making signs on billboards. There was even a group of people wandering around in weird costumes that made you wonder what they were even planning on doing. As things stood, a slider or two could join in without feeling out of place. The only people without any motivation were the members of 1-5 probably. Maybe Haruhi sucked all the motivation out of that class. I entered the classroom to find Haruhi was already in her seat, scribbling furiously in a notebook. "Did you finally feel like writing a script?" I asked as I reached to my seat. Haruhi snorted as she raised her chin.
"No, this is a tagline for the movie."
"Let me see it." I picked up the notebook and glanced over the page.
"Loaded with precious, absolutely secret images of Mikuru Asahina. You'll absolutely regret missing this. The most talked about film of the year, presented by the SOS Brigade. Crowds will come flocking."
I'll refrain from mentioning how uselessly sensational it is that there are only 2 months left in the year, but all of this really says that Asahina will be involved. If someone can read this tagline and imagine what the movie will be like, I'll respect that person for all the wrong reasons. Well, I'm the one filming everything, and I don't even know what the movie's about yet, so I really can't complain. Maybe Haruhi doesn't know either?
"I'm gonna print off a bunch of flyers and pass them out on the day of the festival. Yep, this is gonna work out great. Okabe's not gonna complain if I'm dressed as a bunny for the cultural festival. Ha, wink wink."
No, I think he'll still complain. This is a strict prefectural high school. Stop doing things that will give our teachers stomach pains.
Besides, Asahina will be busy with her class refreshment stand. Koizumi and Nagato probably have stuff to do with their own classes. The only people who don't have anything to do that day are you and me.
Haruhi looked at me with suspicious eyes.
"So you want to dress up in a bunny outfit?"
"How'd you come to that conclusion?" "You can handle that by yourself. I'll stand behind you holding up the billboard." "Hey, did you know? There aren't many days left until the cultural festival. The festival's this Saturday and Sunday."
"I know that."
"Really? You seem pretty relaxed, so I thought you might have gotten the date wrong."
"I'm not relaxed at all. At this very moment, I'm trying to come up with catch lines."
"There's something that needs to be done before you start thinking about advertising. When is the movie going to be finished?"
Don't worry, it'll be soon. We just need to shoot a few missing scenes, edit everything together, dub in some voices and music, add visual effects, and then it'll be done.
Well, that's a surprise. From my perspective as the cameraman, I'd have to say that there would be more scenes missing than not. Exactly what type of movie does the director intend this to be? Plus, all that work sounds like it would take far more time than we've already spent. Though, it could be just my misconception of film. During the break between third and fourth period, a ridiculously loud voice rang across the classroom, making everyone there jump. I reflexively looked to see Suya peeking through the door. I could barely see Asahina's soft hair next to her.
Kyon, hey, come here for a second.
I dashed over as if drawn by Suya's smile. Haruhi was still following her practice of disappearing the second break began, so she wasn't in the classroom. She was probably wandering around school somewhere. It's pretty convenient, actually. As I went out into the hallway, Suya tugged on my sleeve.
Mikuru has something to tell you,
she shouted in a voice you could probably have heard on the opposite side of the building as she gave Asahina a smack on the back.
Well, come on, Mikuru, give that to Kyon.
With trembling hands, Asahina handed me a fluttery sheet of paper.
This is, a discount voucher.
It's for a class yakisoba cafe, added Suya to explain further. I gratefully accepted it. It was basically like a coupon. According to the signed words printed on the paper, you would get a 35% discount if you brought this paper.
Please invite your friends to come along.
Asahina bowed her head as Suya laughed with a mouth as wide as a comic book character's.
Well, that's all we gotta talk about. See ya, Kyon!
As Suya merely walked off, Asahina moved to follow but immediately ran back to where I was. Suya chuckled at the sight and stopped and stood in a waiting stance. Asahina joined her fingers as she peered up at me.
Hey, Kyon.
Yeah, what's up?
You really shouldn't trust what Koizumi says. I realize that this makes Koizumi sound like a bad person, which isn't my goal, but, still.
Do you mean about the stuff he says about Haruhi being God? Don't worry, I don't believe any of that.
I have a different idea about that. Basically, it's different from Koizumi's interpretation.
Asahina breathed deeply before looking at me with upturned eyes.
There's no doubt that Suzumiya has the power to alter the present. However, I don't believe she's changing the structure of the world. The world was like this to begin with. It wasn't created by Suzumiya.
Well, a view that totally rejects Koizumi's.
I believe that Nagato also might have a different view.
Asahina entwined her fingers before her uniform.
It might be rude to say this.
Suya was grinning as she watched us from a distance. The look on her face was that of a mother swallow urging her chick to leave the nest. I think she misunderstood what was going on. Asahina spoke her words in an unsophisticated tone.
What Koizumi is saying is different from what we believe. It would be improper to tell you, well, to not trust him, but,
She waved her hands frantically.
I'm sorry, I'm really bad at explaining things, but there's restrictions on what I can say.
She went through a cycle of hanging her head and looking back up at me.
Koizumi has his own circumstances and theories. The same goes for us, and probably Nagato as well.
Asahina gazed at me with a face so determined she must have mustered all the willpower in her body. She's still cute when she looks serious. As I shook from the emotion of being able to see her face up close, I answered confidently. I know. How could Haruhi possibly be God, right? If the money I throw in whenever I visit a temple goes to her, I might as well set up Asahina as the founder of a new religion. It'd probably attract more believers, too. I'd give it a double seal of approval. I think I find your view to be a lot easier to understand than Koizumi's. Asahina had a little smile on her face. If Sweet Peas could smile, it'd probably look something like this.
Thanks, Kyon. But I don't hold anything against Koizumi or anything. Please understand that.
After delivering that odd statement with upturned eyes, she dashed off at those she was running away. With a wave of her small hand, she chased after Suya like a spot-billed duckling following its mother. It would probably be a good idea to get some work done, and with that thought, I headed up to the room to fiddle with the computer, wondering why such an admirable thought had popped into my mind to find somebody already inside, wearing a pointy hat and black mantle while reading a book. Before I could say a word, Mikuru Asahina's tenet is to believe to be as follows, Nagato began as though she had read my mind. Haruhi Suzumiya is not the creator. She does not create this world. The world has already existed in its current form. Supernatural entities such as ESP, temporal deviations, and conceptual alien organisms were not born as a result of Haruhi Suzumiya's wishes. They always existed.
Haruhi Suzumiya's role is to discover such entities without being aware of their identity, and she has wielded that power for the past 3 years. However, her discoveries do not lead to self-recognition. She's able to detect occurrences in this world, but she is by no means able to recognize them. That is because elements exist to prevent such recognition. Her lips, never smiling, spoke the words plainly. Nagato stared into my eyes and said the following before shutting her mouth. That would be us. So Asahina, for a reason different from Koizumi's, would also be inconvenienced by Haruhi finding mysterious phenomena? I asked. Yes. Nagato returned her eyes to the open book. She didn't seem very interested in the conversation. She has come from this space-time to protect the future space-time she belongs to. I have a feeling she just said something really important in passing. Haruhi Suzumiya is considered a variable to Mikuru Asahina's space-time, and in order to maintain the stability of the future, it is necessary to input the correct values. Mikuru Asahina's role is to regulate those values. Nagato flipped the page without making a sound. She continued without even using a blink of those hard black eyes. Itsuki Koizumi and Mikuru Asahina have differing roles in mind for Haruhi Suzumiya. They can never accept the opposite side's interpretation. As far as they are concerned, a divergent theory would shake the very foundations of their existence. Wait, Koizumi said that his ESP showed up 3 years ago. Nagato immediately responded to my query. There is no guarantee that Itsuki Koizumi is telling the truth. I immediately recalled that handsome smiling face in my mind. You're kind of right. Koizumi's theory just happens to conveniently explain everything that happened to me. Who can I say if he's right? The fact of the matter is, Asahina told me not to believe him, but the same goes for Asahina's theory. Nobody can guarantee that Asahina's answer is correct. I look at Nagato. Everything Koizumi had said may have been a downright lie. Asahina may have not realized that her view was a lie, but this composed alien didn't look like she'd be able to lie. So what about you? What do you think about all this? Which one's correct? And what was that auto-evolution thing you were talking about anyway? The Blackguard bookworm was completely devoid of emotion. Any truth I may tell you be unable to grant you solid proof. That was when I saw a truly rare sight. Nagato had a hesitant expression on her face. As I stood astonished, she responded. There is no guarantee that I am telling the truth. And with that, she set down her book and left the club room, leaving the following words. Not for you, at least. The bell began to ring. I don't get it. Normally you wouldn't, right? Koizumi and Nagato don't talk in the way that could be easily understood by other people. It makes me wonder if they're doing this on purpose. They should put a little effort into trying to summarize what they're saying to something simpler, or they'll be speaking to deaf ears. Nobody's going to bother to listen. I walked along with my arms crossed as a group of people dressed in stateless medieval outfits ran past me and turned the corner. Nagato, in her black outfit, could probably join in without looking out of place. Maybe some class or club doesn't want to yield to Haruhi and is making their own fantasy movie. Lucky them. They're probably having a fun time filming their movie without having to deal with any of the problems plaguing me. And they probably have a director who actually has common sense when it comes to issuing commands. I sighed and returned to the 1-5 classroom. Haruhi was the only one who believed filming was going well. As the expressions of gloom on the faces of Asahina, Koizumi, and myself gradually escalated. A number of things appeared to be happening as the filming progressed. The next thing we knew, the model gun fired water bullets instead of BBs. Asahina shot dangerous crap from her eyes every time Haruhi brought a different colored contact. For example, the gold one shot rifle darts and the green one shot out micro black holes, which would only lead to her being bitten by Nagato each and every time. The cherry blossoms that bloomed fell to the ground the next day, and white doves of the shrine turned into passenger pigeons, which were supposed to be extinct. And apparently the Earth's axis was just a little off one of the days of filming. Nagato told me this, I really don't know why. Life was falling apart. I dragged my exhausted body home to be met by the whiskered animal opening its mouth. So I simply need to keep my mouth shut around that hyper girl. The calico was sprawled on the bed in the posture resembling the Sphinx. So you do understand. I gently grabbed Shamisen-'s long tail. The cat slid the tail out of my grasp with a swish. You're all behaving in a manner that suggested as much. I also had a premonition that allowing her to hear me speak would be inconvenient. That's what Koizumi says. A cat talked, meaning that you would need a reason to explain why it wouldn't be strange for a cat to talk.
The simple way to put it is that you would apparently need to reconstruct the world in a way so that talking cats wouldn't be considered strange. I wonder what that world would be like. What would the cast be like? Shamisen yawned and began grooming his tail. There are many kinds of cats. Isn't it the same with humans? It'd be nice if you went into detail about what your many kinds exactly entails. What would be the point of knowing that? I doubt you could ever fully become a cat, much less understand the mentality of one. I am fed up with animals right now. I was planning on taking a bath when my sister came to my room and informed me that I had a visitor. I wonder who it might be as I went down the stairs. The one who finally had come all the way to my home was Koizumi. He looked drunk. I went outside into the night to deal with him. It'd be a bad idea to let him into my room with his endless talking, and I sure as hell didn't want to be faced with the prospect of being doubled up by him and Shamisen in some incomprehensible discussion of the abstract. As expected, Koizumi began babbling by himself about some kind of theory. He even said the following. Suzumiya has no interest in detailed background explanations or subplot. She simply goes with whatever feels more fun, and that's enough reason for her. There's no rational resolution or fancy foreshadowing. You could say that she created a rather transient story. She hasn't given any thought to a resolution. It is possible that this movie may end unfinished. And that would be a problem, huh? Based on what you've said, if the movie ends half-heartedly, this messed up reality would become a new reality. We have to force Haruhi to accept a conclusion in her mind, and that conclusion must conform to reality. And we're the ones who have to come up with such a conclusion. Haruhi doesn't think, and if she were to, the result would be chaos. If that was the case, we might as well do the thinking for her. Still, why do I have to rack my brain for such a reason? Anybody out there want to shoulder this curse for me? If such a person were to exist, Koizumi shrugged, that person would have appeared before us long ago. Therefore, we must do something about the situation. I'm especially looking forward to your efforts. Efforts to what? Start by explaining that to me. We have a problem with the world becoming fiction from a logical standpoint. Asahina may also have a problem with it. Her people follow her own logic. I'm not really sure about Nagato, but observers merely need to take in results. They'll simply accept whatever theory wins out in the end. They have no problem with the earth being blown to bits, as long as Suzumiya remains. The outdoor lamp illuminated Koizumi's business-like expression. The truth is that our agency and Asahina's factions are not the only ones with theories centered on Suzumiya. There are many others. I would love to give you a digest of the disputes and bloody battles of death going on under the surface. Alliances and betrayals, sabotage and deceit, destruction and slaughter. A battle royale where each group must fight with all their strength to survive. Koizumi had a tired, cynical smile on his face. I don't believe that our theory is absolutely correct. However, I must accept it or I'll be unable to continue in my current situation. I just happen to be initially placed on that side. I don't have the option of changing sides. A white pawn cannot switch to the black side. Personally, that's why I'm a fan of Othello. This has nothing to do with you, nor Suzumiya for that matter. It is better that way. I hope that Suzumiya never learns about it. I don't want to cause her grief. By my standards, Suzumiya is a lovable character. I think you agree. Why are you telling me this? Merely a slip of the tongue. There is no real reason. Besides, I might be joking. Perhaps I'm being possessed by bizarre delusions, or I'm simply trying to earn your sympathy. Whatever the case, it isn't amusing enough to discuss. Yeah, I'm not amused. I may as well tell you something that isn't amusing. I've come up with a theory regarding why Mikuru Asahina, Asahina was sent to accompany us. Asahina appears to be a helpless, beautiful girl. I can understand why one would reflexively want to offer her help. You would probably accept everything she does in a positive way. Yeah, and? It is the spiritual duty of normal people to help the weak and break the strong. I think her role is to entice you. That is why Asahina's appearance and personality are the way they are. A timid, adorable girl who just happens to fit your tastes. You are the only person Suzumiya ever bothers listening to. Having a hold on you would be the optimal course of action. I fell silent. I recalled what Asahina had said to me half a year ago. Not the present Asahina, but the adult one who would come farther in the future. After calling me with a letter, she said don't get too close to me. Was she saying that because of her circumstances, or was she expressing her personal feelings? Koizumi took advantage of my silence to continue in a voice that sounded like an old Jomon Sugi was speaking. What if, and this is purely speculation, but what if Asahina is merely playing the role of a clumsy girl and her true personality is something completely different? She judged that doing so would earn your sympathy.
The same goes for her position as a poor little girl, childish in appearance, who has to suffer Suzumiya's unreasonable demands. It's all done to attract your attention. She might be honeypotting you.
This guy seriously lost his sanity. I attempted to imitate Nagato's flat voice. I am sick of listening to your jokes. Koizumi smiled a minuscule smile and spread his arms in an exaggerated fashion.
Forgive me. It would appear that I lack the ability to carry through a joke. I'm just making it up. It would be a crazy setting I made up. I just felt like saying something serious. Do you think I meant it? If that's the case, my acting skills aren't too shabby. I'm starting to feel confident about stepping onto a stage. He continued after a grating chuckle. My class will be performing Shakespeare, Hamlet to be specific. I'll be playing the role of Guildenstern. Never heard the name before. He's probably just a minor character, right? Originally, that would be the case. However, as we progressed, we decided to switch to the Stoppard version, which means I have a much bigger role.
Good job. I didn't even know there was another version of Hamlet besides Shakespeare's.
Between Suzumiya's movie and this play, my schedule has been quite tight. I'm under a lot of pressure. If I appear to be mentally tired, that would be the reason why. I'm pretty confident that I would collapse if a closed space were to appear. That is another reason why I came to request your aid. To please stop the abnormal phenomena being caused by Suzumiya's movie.
The rational conclusion thing? I just have to make Haruhi realize that everything in her movie was made up, right?
Right, but it must be a clear understanding. She's quite smart. She's well aware of the fact that her movie is fiction. However, she wishes that the world would become that way. We need her to clearly understand that it won't. Before the filming is over, preferably. And after wishing me luck, Koizumi disappeared into the night. The hell was that? Did he come to shove the responsibility onto me? He has a lot to deal with, so I have to handle the rest? If that's the case, he'd come to the wrong person. We're not talking about the Joker and Old Maid here. Can't just push it around. And Haruhi Suzumiya isn't the 53rd card here. Not the trump card or the ace in the hole either. And she's definitely not the maid. I can't ignore all of this, though. Nagato aside, Asahina and Koizumi look like they're almost out of hit points. The same may be true for the entire world for that matter, but I wouldn't know.
What a pain. Damn, I'm pretty pooped myself. I tried to come up with a plan. How to deal with Haruhi's delusions. A way to clearly make her understand that movie and reality are separate. What would that method to make her accept such an obvious thing? It was all just a dream. Or was there something else? Only a little time remained before the cultural festival. The next day, I made a suggestion to Haruhi. After some wrangling, she finally agreed to it.
Okay, Haruhi yelled loudly as she sounded the microphone. Good work. We're done filming now. Everybody worked hard, especially myself. Yep, I'm pretty awesome. Good job, me.
Upon hearing those words, waitress Asahina plopped down on the ground. She looked relieved from the bottom of her heart. So relieved that it looked like she might cry. In fact, tears were flowing from her eyes. Haruhi apparently took those tears to mean that she'd been overcome by emotion.
Mikuru, it's too early to be crying. Save those tears from when you're awarded an Oscar. That way we can all be happy together.
It was lunch break, and we were gathered on the roof of the school building. Tomorrow's the cultural festival. We have been so short on time that we didn't have time to eat lunch. The final battle between Mikuru and Yuki ended with the sudden awakening of some unknown power within Itsuki Koizumi and the usage of that convenient power to send Yuki flying into the deep reaches of space.
This is perfect. We've made an incredible movie. If we take this to Hollywood, we'll have an avalanche of buyers. We should start by signing a contract with a skilled agent.
Haruhi was cheerfully intent on going global. I had no idea who was going to watch this film, but the only selling point would be the leading actress, as no one wanted anything to do with the rest of the staff. In that case, I could tag along as Asahina's agent and promoter. I could probably make a little money that way. And while we're at it, maybe Haruhi could be an idol or something. I was willing to send in her photographs and background without telling her.
So it's finally over, huh?
Koizumi smiled at me with a sunny face. It's pretty aggravating, but he looked best when he had a free-of-charge smile on his face. I don't want to see a melancholic Koizumi. It would probably give me the creeps.
But now that we're finished, it feels like it was all over in an instant. They say that time flies when you're having fun, but I wonder who was having fun in this case.
Beats me.
Can I trust you to handle the rest? I can't think about anything besides our class play at the moment, since you aren't allowed to retake lines the way you can in movies.
Koizumi still had his usual grin. He placed his hand on my shoulder and whispered in a soft voice.
One more thing. An expression of gratitude from both my organization and myself.
And with that, he left the roof. Nagato slightly walked off after him with her usual blank expression. Asahina was with Haruhi, who had one hand around Asahina's shoulders and the other pointing toward the ocean as they looked off into the distance. We're aiming for a Hollywood blockbuster, she shouted. Feel free to point, but if you cross the ocean in that direction, you'll end up in Australia. Good grief, I muttered as I set the video camera down and sat. It may be over for Koizumi, Nagato, and Asahina, but this is the only beginning of the end for me. There's still something I have to do. Somebody had to take the mass quantity of digital video I had filmed and somehow transform the accumulation of junk digital information into the semblance of a movie. And I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't need to tell you who that task would fall to. It was Friday night. Haruhi and I were the only people in the club room. The other three were working with their respective classes. It was great when we finished shooting and all, but since the filming had taken so long, we barely had any time left to do the remaining tasks. As I replayed the footage I had loaded onto the computer, I came to the conclusion that we would have to turn this into a Mikuru Asahina promotional video clip. Very simple. To be honest, I didn't even have the slightest pixel of an idea of to what kind of movie Haruhi was making to the very end. Are the waitress, death girl, and grinning boy on the monitor okay in the head? And naturally, there wasn't enough time left to search around for visual effects, and I didn't have that ability to begin with. We'd have to screen the film without any processing or editing. Haruhi grumbled. We can't display an unfinished work. Do something about it. Is she talking to me? That's easy for you to say. The cultural festival's tomorrow and I'm already exhausted. Editing this thing to fit the story you made up was the best I could manage. I probably won't want to watch any movies for a while. However, Haruhi's excelled at crushing other people's opinions in an instant. Won't there be enough time if we pull an all-nighter? And who's going to do that? Except I didn't say that, since I was the only one there and Haruhi's ebony eyes were looking straight at me. You have to stay overnight and finish this job. And then Haruhi said something that left me utterly speechless. I can help too. In hindsight, Haruhi wasn't any help. She stood behind me for a while interfering, but it didn't even take an hour before she sprawled on the table asleep. Damn, I should have filmed her sleeping, and then I could have put a still shot of that face after the ending credits rolled. And I should mention that I also fell asleep soon after. By the time I opened my eyes, it was already morning and the keyboard was imprinted to half of my face, which means that there had been no point in staying overnight. The movie remained unfinished. I managed to cut and piece the thing into something under 30 minutes, but the result was pretty pathetic. Just a wreck film on a whim by a bunch of amateurs who didn't have the slightest clue on movies. I should have just defied Haruhi and only used the Bunny Asahina shopping district commercials, when you consider that the objective of my editing was to match a story that didn't exist, which would be like spurring on failure. The result would have been something awful. In the end, there had been no dubbing or visual effects added. Just a garbage movie so bad it was laughable. I couldn't even show this to Taniguchi. As I considered tossing the computer out the window, I squinted at the morning sunlight streaming in. I slept in unnatural positions, so my back was aching. By the time Haruhi, who had woken up first, had shaken me awake, it was 6:30 in the morning. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've ever stayed overnight at school. Hey, how'd it go? Haruhi looked at the monitor over my shoulder. I had no choice but to move the mouse. The film began playing. Wait, what? As I listened to Haruhi's soft cheering, I was astonished. A CG movie I had never made was magnificently displaying a moving title. At that point, The Adventures of Mikuru Asahina, Episode 0, began playing with a crappy story, dialogue you could barely hear, and shaky video. You could even hear the director yelling off the screen at times. However, the visual effects could be considered acceptable for a high school amateur film. Lasers were shooting from Asahina's eye, and strange rays were shooting out of Nagato's wand. Haruhi was expressing her admiration. Not bad. Feels a little lacking, but you did a good job. This wasn't me. Unless another personality surfaced and did this while I was sleeping, there was no way I could accomplish this. Someone else did it. Most likely candidate, Nagato. Possible contender, Koizumi. Out of the question, Asahina. Dark horse, somebody who hasn't made an appearance yet. Something like that. We spent the next period of time silently appreciating our autonomously produced movie. I might have felt something different if I were watching this on the big screen instead of this small monitor. The video on the display shifted to the last scene. Koizumi and Asahina were holding hands as they walked under cherry blossom trees in full bloom. The camera then panned up to show a blue sky. Cheap-sounding music began playing soon after the staff roll began scrolling vertically. At the very end, Haruhi began narrating. The idea I had devised was to force Haruhi to deliver this narration. I convinced her that the director herself should deliver the closing words for a bit of an inside joke. These were the magic words that canceled everything that had occurred. Ahem. This story is a work of fiction. There is no relation to any real people, organizations, events, or other names and phenomena. It's all made up. If anything seems familiar, it's just a coincidence. Oh, the commercials are an exception. Here's a shout-out to Omori Electronics and Yamasuchi Model Shop. Give them a lot of business. What? Say it again. Are you
This story is a work of fiction. There is no relation to any real people, organizations. Hey, Kyo, why do I have to do this? Doesn't it be obvious?
The cultural festival had begun, and I had no longer had anything to do. From a practical standpoint, I would say that the people had the most fun during the preparation stage of the event. Once the event actually begins, everybody is hurrying around and time kinda zips by. The next thing you know, it's time to clean up. That's why I'll be lounging around until then. For the next 2 days at least. I can do whatever I want without anyone complaining. By now Haruhi, the only one who might complain, was probably standing by the school gate in her bunny girl outfit, passing out flyers. At least until homeroom teacher Okabe and the executive committee show up to stop her. Well, I wonder how many flyers she'll pass out. I left the clubroom and headed to the school grounds bustling with activity. The alterations to reality we had feared had been quelled. That's what Koizumi claimed, and Nagato had confirmed it, so it must be true. I realized it when Shamisen stopped talking. He's as silent as Nagato now. It'd be kinda mean to kick him out at this point, so I'm planning on keeping him. My sister also seemed pretty happy about having a moving stuffed animal. I'll tell my family that the former owner ended up moving to his travel destination. The calico meows every now and then, which makes me think if he's actually trying to say something. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Speaking of stuff that's no longer around, I haven't been able to find a program in the cultural festival that would have featured a group of people I'd seen walking around in bizarre outfits. I even checked the pamphlet issued by the executive committee and had a peek at all the classrooms that seemed remotely relevant, but they weren't anywhere to be found. I wonder who they were. Wait, hold on. What if there are sliders wandering around our school, and the people from their world happen to wear fantasy-like clothing? Like what Nagato's been wearing. Wouldn't that mean that Nagato had purposely walked around in that outfit from the beginning to trick Haruhi? As if to give Haruhi the impression that such costumes were merely part of the cultural festival? Nagato never said anything, so I can't be sure, but it's possible that she engaged in some battle somewhere outside my knowledge. She was awfully quiet this time. If she had to save the Earth from destruction or something, she probably would have just silently done it. She might tell me if I asked, but it probably wouldn't be anything she could communicate through words, and I doubt that I have the brains to understand her if she did. That's why I decided to keep my mouth shut, especially when Haruhi's around. On a slightly related note, the SOS Brigade produced movie was screened in the AV room. Our film was screened with the Film Research Society as a double feature. Haruhi basically forced the Film Society into doing it this way. It was the only classroom with a projector. The Film Society disapproved until the very last second, but there isn't a human on this planet who could go against a decision by Haruhi, so in the end Haruhi had her way and the cruddy commercial-loaded movie was screened. By the way, the organization known as the SOS Brigade doesn't exist as far as the Cultural Festival Executive Committee is concerned, so there isn't an item labeled The Adventures of Mikuru Asahina on the Cultural Festival program. We probably should have given up placing first in the popularity poll. Any votes we do get would probably go to the Film Society. And on a slightly related note, remember the movie that had been broadcast late at night and been giving Haruhi the idea of making a film in the first place? Upon further research, I discovered that the movie hadn't even won a Golden Globe. The movie was called Dake, which had been screened at the Cannes Film Festival a fairly long time ago. Did she make some kind of mistake? Just to make sure, I rented it. I fell asleep after 30 minutes. Therefore, I was unable to determine if it was interesting or not. I'm planning on giving it another try before I return it. I decided I might as well watch Class 1-9's play. Koizumi had a dumb smile on his face the entire time while he was playing his odd role, which met a rather stupid death in the end. About as stupid as Haruhi's film actually, but the audience seemed to enjoy it. Maybe I was just biased because the leading part had been played by Koizumi, and the fact that Koizumi looked like he was being himself instead of acting definitely hurt. When Koizumi came out in response of the applause after the curtain call, he looked at me and shut one eye. I left the classroom before his creepy wink could reach me. I figured I might as well check Nagato's class, but by the time I reached the classroom holding the fortune-telling convention, there was already a long line. I peeked in to see a number of girls dressed in black costumes. Nagato's inorganically pale face was among them. She was saying something in a flat voice to a customer as she moved her hands above a crystal ball placed on the desk. Try to keep it to the lost items and the like, Nagato. The film and the trouble caused by the film were dealt with by making Haruhi realize that, quote, it's just fiction after all. However, you can't say that the real world is fiction. You can't say people like that can't exist when Haruhi, Asahina, Nagato, and I are all here. Eventually, we may go our separate ways, but for now the SOS Brigade exists and the brigade chief and members are all together. That's the world as I know it, or as Nagato put it, for me at least. Well, what can I say? I have to wonder sometimes if this whole thing is just one big lie. Haruhi has no power. Asahina, Nagato, and Koizumi have just been putting on a grand show of lies. The white doves were painted. Shamisen was the result of ventriloquism or a hidden mic. The autumn cherry blossoms and the miracle Mikuru eye attack were all just some tricks, something like that. Even if that were the case, I don't think I'd really care. At any rate, none of that matters right now. Simple arithmetic will tell you that there's less strain on a person's head when we're all in this together instead of Haruhi and me being locked up somewhere by ourselves. The silver lining here is that I'm not the only SOS Brigade member. I am the only normal one, though. My eyes went to the clock of the classroom being used in the rest area, similar to 1-5. Oops, this isn't the time to be sitting around. It's almost time. It'd be a waste not to use these coupons after they were given to me. And also, I'm curious about what kind of costumes they'll be wearing. With my coupon, I hurried to the spot where I'd meet with Taniguchi and Kunakita to head to the Yakisoba Cafe where Asahina awaited.